I will call this meeting of the May 18th, 2020 Plan Commission to order. The first thing we will have is our tech facilitator giving us a few tips about what will be going on in this virtual meeting.
Okay, welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number on your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, please click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The first item on our agenda is public comment. And we do have one registrant for public comment for items not on the agenda. That is Ben Zimmerman, 627 North Lake Street, Madison, Wisconsin, indicating support and wishing to speak. Mr. Zimmerman, I want to clarify, are you speaking in regard to something that is on the agenda?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't read through it fully. I registered to speak again for item number 4, so I apologize about that.
Okay, thank you. We will call you then at that time. Thank you for clarifying.
Sorry about that.
Next, we have communications, disclosures, and recusals. Does anybody have any disclosures or recusals? Seeing none, I will move on then to minutes of the May 11th meeting. Are there additions or corrections to the minutes? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I have just one minor correction, and it's on page 8. Under item 16, would be the third paragraph. It says, the minutes says, members indicated that they would be open to considering the request again if some redress of noise impacts was presented by the applicant, including improved engagement with the neighborhoods. And I think this should be added, and a limit to the number of games with lights. I think that should be added to the minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Do I have, are there any other corrections? Do I have a motion with that correction?
I'll move approval with that correction.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Alder Lemmer.
A second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing none, the minutes are passed. Our schedule of meetings, the next regular meetings are June 8th, 29th, July 13th, and 27th. There is a special working session on June 18th. That will also be a virtual meeting, and that is from 5 until 8 o'clock. Any questions about any of that? Seeing none. The next item on our agenda is under new business. Agenda item 2, Legistar 60351, repealing and recreating Chapter 37, the public stormwater system, including erosion control of the Madison General Ordinances. And I believe that we have Greg Fries and Janet Schmidt from our staff who are going to be speaking. And it looks like that Ms. Schmidt is the first speaker. Go ahead, please. You have been unmuted.
All right. Well, thank you. So again, my name is Janet Schmidt, and Greg Fries, he'll be joining us in a minute. I'm going to do the first half of the presentation. Greg will go over some comments, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. Quick overview of the presentation. I know a lot of folks have seen this, so we'll try to make it brief so we can get to the comments and questions. But we'll be talking about the flood review from 2018. A lot of that had prompted some of our work on this ordinance. What the future holds, including climate change and rainfall patterns, the City of Madison ordinance revisions for the existing stormwater ordinance versus our proposed ordinance. And then again, Greg will do the comments and responses. So this image is a digital image of a radar return. We've been working with Professor Dan Wright quite a bit down on campus, and he helped put this together to kind of show the storm in August of 2018. That was the historical storm that hit Madison. So this image basically shows you the way the storm hit, mostly on the west side. And
Ms. Schmidt, are you intending to share an image on our screen?
I'm sorry. Can you see? You can't see?
No.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I thought I had shared that. Okay. Okay, so this is the image that I was referring to with the radar returns from Professor Wright. And the areas in red signify 12 to 18 inches of rain, and it was less than 24 hours. And then gradually it goes down. 9 to 12 is the orange, yellow is 6 to 9, and so forth. And as you can see, it really got hit hard on the west side of Madison. On the east side, it was significant, but it was nothing like the west side. So this is an image of the NOAA Atlas 14 intensity duration curves that civil engineers usually use for sizing their pipes. And in this graph, you can see on the top line, the recurrence year, 100-year, and then a 24-hour. And the number highlighted in yellow is the inches. And then in the bracketed, that's the 90% confidence interval. And we'll talk about that in a second. So with regards to the storm that happened in 2018, we were talking more of in some areas, 12 to 15 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. And that area is kind of identified on this graph. And if you read up, that was over a 1,000-year event. So some areas really got hit hard, and some areas, not so much. Oops. So to take this tabular information, we put it into graphical form, and the blue line indicates the NOAA Atlas 14, which is in the graph. If you look at the orange line, that is a software program that Professor Wright, again, he's a professor down on campus, he took the area, the Madison area in particular, and kind of normalized that over time to come up with a specific curve for Madison. And you can see that graph line is higher up, which means more rain for Madison than what the Atlas NOAA 14 indicates. The red line is a graph of an actual rain gauge on the Madison west side that over by Charmery Farms at UW Research Park, and that line's even higher. So that's actually real rain gauge information over the past 60 years. So if you look at this graph, the things I want to point out to you are the green lines and arrows. So the arrow that's pointing down at the 100-year signifies what we use. And if you follow that up to the blue line and across, it's actually about 6.66 inches of rain in 24 hours. So that's our design guidance. If you look at the purple arrow and you follow that up to the blue line, and you can see this in the chart as well, that's 7.71 inches of rain in 24 hours. But of interest, the information that Professor Wright made for the Madison area, if you follow that line across and up from 200 and over, that's about 7.99 inches in 24 hours. And we'll get to why that's important in a minute here. But you can see that the 200-year storm event from the NOAA Atlas 14 information is pretty similar to what we consider the 100-year event for Professor Wright's information that he provided to us. So in short, I wanted to go really quickly through the proposed ordinance changes. Everything in blue is what exists today, and everything in red is what we're proposing to change. So in this graph, you can see that there's two components, the quality and the quantity. So the quality components really haven't changed with this ordinance revision, but the quantity, how much runoff and peak runoff, that has changed. And some of the things that I wanted just to point out to were that the detention requirements have changed to 200. And that kind of goes back to what I was mentioning about the graph from Professor Wright, that we had it before at 100-year based on our NOAA Atlas 14, but 200 years actually a little more consistent with what we think really happens in the Madison area based on what Professor Wright had done for us. So that had changed. We are proposing to change it to 200. Culverts under roads, we are changing those to 100-year design. Those are important where channels and greenways are crossing the road so that the roads don't wash out. Enclosed depressions where there's no way out if water comes and it drains to a certain area and there's really no way out except for going through a pipe. We've changed that to 100-year. Detention basins, those are 200-year. We used to grandfather in old detention requirements. When plats were approved way back when, some of these go back to the early 90s, it had been practice for us to sometimes grandfather those requirements in. We're not doing that anymore. If new development comes in, they have to meet the current standards. We always assume that roadways are going to be expected to act as a safe overflow, especially if they have curb and gutter. Overflow access, we used to allow easements that would be able to drain a certain area. If we have a pond, for instance, in a subdivision that might be located behind somebody's home, we used to have easements that would, between certain properties, that would allow the water to overflow safely over to the pond area. We're not going to allow easements anymore. It's too hard to regulate those. Instead, we're going to require those as publicly dedicated outlots. Some of the biggest changes that we did are asking for 100-year routing. So what that means is that we'll have stormwater models in these new developments that will route the 100-year storm event to see how that water really acts. And this is a big change for us because it's going to take a lot of extra time. It's more complicated software, but it's really important for us to make sure that that water is actually safely goes where it needs to go. So the water in a 100-year event, we're saying that no water can leave the public lands, which would be the right-of-way or publicly dedicated lands or easements. In a 500-year event, we want to also understand, because these 500-year events seem to be coming more and more. So we want to understand how that works too. So we will route that through the computer program, and that'll give us an elevation of the water. And we want to make sure that that water elevation will not flood out any buildings. So in order to do that, we will, that modeling will tell us how high the water gets, and we'll put deed restrictions on those lots to ensure that buildings do not get flooded out in those events. So for redevelopment, so these are the infill developments that we have. A lot of them are, downtown on the Isthmus. We see this all the time. Sometimes we can have a mixture of a site that's a new development and redevelopment, depends on the location. But again, for redevelopment sites, the quality aspect of this is not changing at all. But for the quantity, we are asking for some changes. So there is a sentence at the very bottom of the slide that is important because this is kind of the criteria for what is going to trigger these requirements. So if a redevelopment has proposed impervious cover exceeding 80% of what exists there prior to redeveloping the site, then these requirements are going to get triggered. If they can pull down their impervious coverage by 20% of what is there currently, then they will not have to meet these requirements. A lot of these, so going back to the chart here, storm pipes, we're still requiring 10 years for that. But the peak runoff, we're going to require that it's reduced by 15% for the 10-year. Runoff volume, we're going to want that reduced by 5% compared to existing conditions for the 10-year. And green infrastructure, so that's going to be required for the first half inch of rain. And it's going to be needed for rate and volume control. So that, and a lot of that's going to be met with green infrastructure improvements such as water reuse. It could be impervious, pervious pavement. It could be green roofs. There's different options for that. And finally, for redevelopment on the isthmus, we used to, a policy in engineering was elevation of 851. We're raising that up to 852 based on what we had seen back in 2018 and 2019. We just feel that would get a better level of protection for those buildings. All right, I think I'm going to pass this over to Greg.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Excellent. So I'm just going to go through. We did receive a bunch of comments on this, both from a wide variety of people. I'm just going to touch on the comments and our actions. I'm going to kind of skip through these. There were a lot of comments, so I'm just going to hit the big highlights here. But we did have some requests for when this would become, or curiosity about when this would become effective. We can, you can do anything you want with regard to an ordinance in terms of adoption date and when the effective date. We will do the default, which is it becomes effective as soon as the minutes from the council become effective, which is typically about a week after the council approves it, assuming they do so. We had several comments that related to this. What happens when NOAA Atlas 14 is revised again? So NOAA Atlas 14 is the regulatory intensity duration frequency curve. Janet referred several times to Professor Wright's data. And I think it's fair to say that we all know, probably you do as well, that the idea of stationarity, that this number is never going to change again, is probably not valid, right? But what will replace it? So before we say NOAA Atlas 14 is going to be replaced, the truth of the matter is the last time it was updated was in 2014. The time before that was 1968. Okay, so NOAA and that group have a really long stretch sometimes in between updates. I think the more likely scenario here is that the Wisconsin, help me out here, Janet, the Wisconsin something for climate change initiative. I can never remember that first I. But Dan Wright is working on that group, and their goal is to create a Wisconsin-based IDF curve that is peer-reviewed and adopted at the state level for the entire state. When that occurs, we will probably open up this ordinance again and adopt that data. That's in a 3 to 5 year time frame, probably. Next slide, please. Okay, we also had a request from Madison Area Builders to delay the implementation of this by 18 months. We did not think that was reasonable. We have been really open about this coming with all the plans that come to DAT and Super DAT. We have been kind of giving people the warning that this has been coming for over a year now. So we tried to do that in a very transparent way to let people know this was coming. We also had a request from Madison Area Builders to cap detention standards. So in other words, with this change, we're requiring the 200-year be detained in new developments. And they asked that we basically, with this ordinance, cap that. In other words, never allow the council to go in and make that bigger. And the answer really is I don't think the city attorney would allow us to do that, even if we thought that was the right thing to do, that you would bind a future council's hands with this action. But I don't think that we're convinced that we know the 200-year is where we really want to go in the end. So we are proposing the 200-year for now, and we propose not to accept that recommendation. Next slide, please. Okay, there were some these are more administrative. Dane County, we had some definitional changes that were not consistent with Dane County's ordinance. Dane County's ordinance over promulgates against ours, so we wanted to be on the same page. There are also some stuff with DNR, NR 151. We had them review it where we had some minor differences, so we corrected those. We had the League of Women Voters recommended that we acknowledge future rainfall changes may be made, and I think we have done that. Next slide, please. This was a change, I would say, in favor of some of the developers, and not quite as far as Dane County is planning to go, but right now our redevelopment criteria is set at 4,000 square feet. So if you disturb 4,000 square feet, you then trigger all of these redevelopment requirements. And 4,000 square feet is really small. That's about a tenth of an acre. And Dane County is going to change that standard to 20,000 square feet, which is basically half an acre. We did not think we were quite ready to go that big. We can always be more restrictive than Dane County. So we are proposing to change the redevelopment criteria to 10,000 square feet. That has some consequences, potentially good and bad. The good is that our old 4,000 square feet had unintended consequences of if you had maybe an 8-car parking lot associated with a very small business, and you came in and you wanted to redo your parking lot, and you went over to Matt Tucker in zoning, and Matt said, well, you don't quite meet the landscaping criteria, you got to put in these things, and suddenly you're over 4,000 square feet. Then you come to engineering and we say, well, yeah, that's great. Now you got to put in all these stormwater requirements. And what was maybe a $5,000 project suddenly becomes a $50,000 project, because trying to get TSS control off of a small space like that is extremely expensive. And so what ended up happening many times is the property owner would just walk away and say, well, I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to improve my parking lot at all. And if I don't do that, you can't make me do all these other things. So we had some people who were walking away from projects because the stormwater criteria was really difficult for them to meet on such a small site. Dane County has had the same issue. That's why they are jumping it up to 20,000 square feet. As I said, we weren't quite ready to go that far, but we did make a change, or propose a change, I should say. More administrative stuff. We changed some definitions for consistency. We had some requests for clarity on how we were defining overflows for the 100 and 500 year event. Made some changes for that. Next slide, please. Again, Dane County, some of our erosion control stuff was not consistent with them. Updated that. The same for DNR. This one is worth at least mentioning because I never thought it would happen actually while I was still practicing here. NR 151 was adopted in 2004. So going forward from 2004, all new development had to reach an 80% TSS reduction. And the DNR code...
Greg?
Yeah.
Could you please define TSS? For some of us, it's traditional shopping street in zoning. So thank you.
I apologize for using jargon. Thank you for correcting me. TSS stands for total suspended solids, and that is a very specific test that is run according to an ASTM criteria. ASTM is American Scientific Testing Methods, I believe is what that acronym stands for. And Basically what it means is you have to get almost everything down to about the 5-micron particle out of the water post-development before you can discharge it off site. And the DNR has some things that are backsliding clauses. So what could happen, perhaps, when we had our first case of it this year, you developed in 2005. You were required to get 80% TSS reduction. And you can't come in this year, 2020, and say, I'm going to tear down what I built in 2005. We call it redevelopment. As redevelopment, you only have to get 60% TSS control. And the DNR rules say, and they should, that, well, if you had to meet 80% once upon a time, you don't get to come in and redevelop and actually drop back in what you required. And my comment initially was, I didn't think this would happen, that we would be tearing stuff down that we built just 15 years ago. But that actually has started to happen, surprisingly. So we added this to our code. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is probably one of the more significant comments. So Viridian developers, which is probably the biggest, well, not probably, certainly is the biggest property or builder in Madison, had a comment, and the concern was this: they tend to plat very large pieces of land, okay, and then as they go forward, if market conditions change, they want to replat portions of that land to better fit with what the market is buying at the time they're going. Some of their plats, Grandview Commons, for example, is on like phase 23 and has been going on for 15 years, okay? And so this code, normally when you replat, you would be required to meet the conditions of the ordinance that are in place at the time of the replatting. So that posed a problem for Viridian, understandably, because oftentimes the stormwater management features are built in the first phase. So if you're 10 years out and I change the ordinance, specifically a detention ordinance, how do I retrofit my plat when the stormwater was built in 10 years? Now, Janet, 10 years prior. Now, Janet referred to the fact that we are no longer allowing grandfathering. That is true. That tends to be in commercial plats where a plat is developed and then these individual 3-acre lots develop, over the course of the next decade. In a residential development where the lots are, most of our lots are only 6,000, 7,000 square feet now, it would be very hard to meet a new standard individually on the lot. So what we have proposed is, for 7 years after adoption of this ordinance, if you replat, you only have to meet the detention criteria of the plat that were in place at the time you developed, which right now is, if you developed today, would be the 100-year. But if you increase your imperviousness over what was originally proposed, which is oftentimes what they would do. So if they would go to, say, a carriage lot design where they have alleys serving the garages, the impervious nature of the site might go from 80% to 85%. You don't have to meet the new 200-year, but what you do have to do is make up for that gap from, say, 80% imperviousness to 85% imperviousness to the old standard. So you don't get a free ride. You still have to meet the standard you met when you platted originally, and you're going to have to do that presumably with green infrastructure on each one of these lots, so either with rain gardens or rain barrels or potentially water reuse, although for residential that seems difficult. But it is a compromise for residential because oftentimes they don't have enough room on our lots in Madison to address that whole gap, say from meeting the 100 to meeting the 200 for lands that were platted 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Okay, some clarification in our definition from Vierbecker about green roofs. Just some definitional changes to make it clear. Next slide, please. Oops. Okay, let's see. Again, some definitional stuff. We had some CARPC non-definitional problems that we corrected. let's see, we had to address some solar panel issues because we're starting to get those, and those can be very different. Comments by Friends of Lake Wingra. New code should address pulverizing and overlaying of parking lots as redevelopment. So for everybody on the Plan Commission here, you probably are aware if you are simply milling and overlaying a parking lot, you don't need a permit from zoning usually for that. And engineering only gets a kick at the can, as it were, for these reviews if zoning requires a plan review. So we aren't set up to operate our own permitting process. So we chose not to do this, not because it isn't valuable, but because it would require a change to an ordinance that isn't mine. Okay, so if you're going to repave, and this has happened, if you're going to repave, say, Home Depot's lot, and it's just a mill and overlay or a resurfacing, probably planning is not going to require a permit for that. And then we won't either. But we don't have the ability, that's in Chapter 28. I don't have that ability. So if we want to talk about that, I'm happy to do so. We should bring in zoning and talk to them about that. But we can't address this particular comment with Chapter 37. Next slide, please. Okay. Friends of Lake Wingra recommended we use a Madison-specific curve, which I think we will use a Wisconsin-specific curve in about 3 to 5 years. Next slide. Let's see. They also, again, recommended a more stringent use of green infrastructure, the first inch of runoff rather than the first half inch. That's not a bad standard. We just felt like stepping into the water here. This is a pretty big step for redevelopment community. They are a little nervous about this, to say the least. And we thought the first half inch is kind of the traditional route or the entry level that people are doing this at. Not that an inch isn't better, but we thought we would ease people into this. So they also requested that we keep our inspections publicly available on the web. That's not an ordinance issue, so everybody who has a private site treatment practice has to provide an annual inspection to the City of Madison, and they are public. We can provide them, but we don't have them on the web right now. It's a great idea. We will figure out how to do this. We just don't have a way to do it quite yet. Next slide, please. Okay. The request was to do more for water quality. To a large extent, we are limited at this point by state statute. So some of you may know that with, I think it was Act 20, the last governor limited local government's ability to require more infiltration than is already currently done in Dane County. You can't really get much more beyond 80% TSS control without doing infiltration. The 5 micron part or adding chemicals to the water. You can't physically, you can't get more than 80% out. The particles smaller than the 5 micron simply won't settle in a pond. There are too many turbulence issues and they just hang in the water. They never really settle. So without changes to state code, I really can't do much more with regard to this. And Friends of Lake Wingra also recommended we look at other ordinances with regard to green infrastructure and conflicts with Chapter 37. We are doing that. In fact, an RFP to that effect was due on Friday. That is going to look at conflicts for green infrastructure and general stormwater issues between Chapter 37, 16, 10, and 28, and then some other policies that the city has in place. So we are doing that, just not part of this ordinance change. Next slide, please. And now we are back to where we are today. So we should have corrected this slide since we moved tonight's meeting to May 18th. But this is where we're going. Board of Public Works is Wednesday, and then Common Council on June 2nd. Okay,
thank you. I think we'll take a our registrants first, and then come back to questions for Mr. Freeze and Ms. Schmidt. We do have 3 registrants. The first one is Bill Connors, 25 West Main Street, Madison, neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison. Mr. Connors.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm Bill Connors. I'm the Executive Director of Smart Growth Greater Madison. Our organization supports wide-ranging actions to address lake flooding and flash flooding in Madison. This effort should extend well outside of Madison, and it could possibly include working collaboratively with Dane County and other communities in Dane County to slow runoff from rural lands north of Lake Mendota. So the water does not get into, the stormwater does not get so rapidly into streams and creeks and then so rapidly into the lake system. This would not only help with the flooding issue, but it would improve water quality in the chain of lakes, which is the goal of the Yahara Clean Compact. It should include dredging of the Yahara River south of Lake Monona to prevent Lake Monona from filling up like a bathtub like it has been doing. That's the primary source of lake flooding in the isthmus. And also crucial to the effort are remedial projects in flood-prone areas of Madison. These efforts would have immediate or at least near-term positive impacts on flooding, while the proposed ordinance alone will have no near-term impact on flooding. The vast majority of the provisions in the ordinance apply only to new greenfield development, so they don't do anything about flooding around Hilldale, for example. The part that actually will improve the situation over time, the parts that deal with redevelopment projects, city staff has candidly admitted these provisions won't have a large enough cumulative impact to really notice them until decades from now. Additional considerations that we'd like the Plan Commission and eventually the Common Council to consider. In a new greenfield development situation, these new requirements could cause detention ponds to get larger by as much as 80%. For those who think we should have greater density in our new development, this ordinance makes it harder to do increased density. As far as the new provisions that have to do with redevelopment, those are going to bite most heavily on smaller infill and redevelopment projects that produce what your planners will refer to as the missing middle. So we're talking 4-unit buildings, 8-unit buildings, smaller projects like that. Those are the ones that are going to have the hardest time being able to adapt to these new requirements. So you're going to get less of that missing middle being developed. You're also, those tend to be done by smaller developers. And so the smaller projects with smaller developers, that tends to be the opportunity for women-owned and minority-owned businesses to get into the development business in Madison. So just wanted to point out that that's where this is likely to have the greatest impact. Also want to stress, and this is probably more of a concern for the Common Council than for the Plan Commission, but there are going to be projects that simply won't happen, won't even get through the back of the envelope calculation stage because of this proposed ordinance, if it's enacted. There will just be fewer projects, fewer redevelopment projects, fewer development projects in Madison each year. That's going to mean less net new construction. net new construction is one of the primary ways the city of Madison is able to increase its levy limit. So if we have less new development, less net new construction, there's going to be a smaller increase in the city's levy limit every year, which is going to make it more challenging for the city to be able to make ends meet in its budget. And in the coming out of this recession, in this health crisis we're experiencing right now, that's going to make things even more challenging for the people who are putting together the city budget in the next few years. And I'll conclude my comments there and open for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Connors? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. I have a question about whether there are incentives that you can imagine that could be proposed at the city level for making some of these changes, and what those would be. Like if we were to move some of this to like an incentive-based system instead, are there any specific recommendations you would have?
Alder Lemmer, thank you very much for the question. One example of something that can be used maybe for some projects would be tax increment financing assistance or additional tax increment financing assistance if the project was already receiving some. That would help offset the costs of these. Not so much an incentive program, but a way to offset the cost. But the city, whole entire city is not in a TIF district. You never want the entire city to be in a TIF district. Your staff, I'm quite sure, would say you don't want to every year create several new small TIF districts scattered around the city for new redevelopment projects. So tax increment financing alone is not going to help this. I think there is possibility for incentives for allowing greater density in exchange for some of these provisions, particularly in the redevelopment setting. If you can spread these costs over a greater number of units, it becomes more viable economically.
Yeah. Okay, it's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Connors? Seeing none, our next registrant is Bradley Hutter, 3001 West Beltline in Madison, neither support nor oppose and wishing to speak. And he is also representing Smart Growth Greater Madison. Mr. Hutter, you have 3 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you. I am where I work with Bill. I'm president of Smart Growth Greater Madison. It's an elected position. We have over 80 members, primarily from the development community, but also those professional services that support the commercial and residential development communities. So we have, as Greg noted earlier, there is a lot of trepidation, obviously, related to this particular ordinance. I want to make clear, though, that most of what we're hearing isn't that most people are generally supportive of long-term, thoughtful planning related to stormwater in this city. I think that's nearly universal. We are all very supportive of addressing the flooding problems, the current ones, as Bill addressed in his talk, as well as addressing long-term related to climate change and so forth. So you've got full support with that. Our concern is really one representing our members here in Smart Growth, is really one about some of the comments that Greg made, some of the question that the Alder person just had, is the financial impact of this, and how, if a project's able to go forward, in some may not, through experience, I can tell you this is true, that what the impact will be of those additional costs being passed on ultimately to the consumer, whether that's office tenant or whether in most cases it's going to be a residential tenant in multifamily type of units, apartments throughout the city. So we at MIG, where we work, sometimes we do planning for a project by as much as 3 years, 3.5 years from the initial thought process and preparing the land and so forth, through designing of buildings, locating them on the site and so forth. So if you put 2 years into planning for a project and intend to just submit, for example, this August, the immediate implementation of this ordinance is very likely to significantly impact a lot of plans that have been underway for quite a while. And our concern, of course, is that with no additional thought or planning related to how TIF or other incentives or other flexibilities, kind of grandfathering or delayed implementation or gradual implementation over time, that might create a shock to the system that some, especially as we look at banks now with potentially even negative interest rates and so forth, that they expect that lending is going to become even more and more tight. Now, after the 2007-8 Great Recession that lasted into the early teens, some of you may not know, but regulations on commercial real estate were tightened dramatically, much like they did with residential housing mortgages as well. But even more.
Mr. Hutter?
Yes.
Your time is up. Can you wrap up in a sentence?
Absolutely. I'm just wanting to say that addressing the stormwater facilities and infrastructure in long-term planning is laudable, and we absolutely support it. And thank you for everyone's work on this. I think the interaction in order to get the comments and the clarifications and corrections in the ordinance is wonderful. We're not at Smart Growth opposed to the ordinance per se.
Thank you, Mr. Hutter. I think that we will move on to questions, please. Do we have any questions of Mr. Hutter from the commissioners? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Hutter. Our next registrant is Carol Terrell, 19 Red Maple Trail, in support, wishing to speak, representing the League of Women Voters of Dane County. Ms. Terrell, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Carol Terrell. I am a member of the Climate Crisis Program Committee of the League of Women Voters of Dane County. You should have received the League's statement of support for the revised stormwater ordinance sent to City Engineering on April 10th. You will notice that League encourages other municipalities throughout Dane County to adopt similar stormwater ordinance revisions of their own. This will ensure a level playing field for builders and developers countywide. This will recognize that stormwater flows downhill and does not respect municipal boundaries. We are all in the same boat when it floods. We need to look out for each other. The League supports that new and redeveloped buildings are required to collect rainfall using an intensive green roof and pervious pavement. The ordinance has long encouraged use of additional green infrastructure practices. We think it is important that all required green infrastructure is subject to recording of a maintenance agreement. There are co-benefits of providing grass swales, green roofs, rain gardens, and protecting natural areas and wetlands. These practices not only provide flood protection, water quality, and habitat benefits, but also prevent trash, bacteria, phosphorus, heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, and other pollutants from unrestricted entry into our streams and lakes. Forward-thinking developers know that they must build for the future, not continue traditional construction. Strategies that worked before climate change entered the picture. Moderate cost increases to new construction and renovation of older buildings are a drop in the proverbial flood bucket compared to the costs home and business owners will incur at their expense, not the builders, if a cycle of build, destroy, build anew is allowed to persist. The August 2018 flood cost individuals collectively between $17.5 million and $30 million. Total damage to public infrastructure was $3.94 million, according to City Engineering. Common sense tells us we need to avoid repeat scenarios. Public and private infrastructure that cannot withstand the fallout from extreme weather events, that we have recently experienced and that up-to-date scientific data tell us we can expect in the coming years have no place in the city of Madison. The city's revised stormwater ordinance provides leadership. The plan incorporates green infrastructure and a path for proactive decision-making using hard data from recently conducted watershed studies. This plan ensures that our public works projects deal with flooding at the watershed level. These are steps we must take to build a more resilient and equitable community for all.
Thank
we
you, Ms.
urge your
Carroll.
support to the revised.
Your 3 minutes are up. Can you wrap up in a sentence?
Yes, we urge your support. Madam Chair, my screen still shows the last slide of the city engineering presentation. So I can't really see anybody in the meeting. Could that be removed by the technical person? Thank you. It just disappeared.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of Ms. Terrell? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, I think this came up when we first talked about this in February in our work session. But one of the Smart Growth Madison people just mentioned this again. The size of detention ponds, if this goes into effect, the assertion was it might raise them by 80%. My recollection, and that would make compact development harder. My recollection of the conversation from February was there were other ways to meet the standard and that wouldn't necessarily happen. So I just wonder if staff could respond to that.
Mr. Freeze or Ms. Schmidt?
Sure, I'll start and then maybe Greg can chime in too. So I would like to just say that I think that each site is going to be probably unique because we did a little bit of an analysis ourselves, and depending on the site, the pond could take up more square footage or might take up quite a bit less, or it could just be equal to what it was before. And when we ran a scenario, we ran a couple scenarios, and some of them were looking like they're more along the line of like maybe 10 to 15%. And then in a different scenario, it was however they had proposed it, with our current ordinance in place versus what the proposed ordinance, it really didn't have any impact on the size. So I would say that the topography and the actual conditions of the site have a lot to do with that. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that there is ways to do more distributed practices. So it doesn't have to be the big pond at the bottom of the hill that we always talk about. There could be more practices scattered throughout, and some of these practices could be they could be located in the street right of way. They could be smaller basins throughout the development. So there's different ways to meet this, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the traditional big pond. It just gets bigger.
Mr. Freeze, did you have anything to add?
Just, I think I agree with everything Janet said. The only thing I would add is our numbers made it, when we ran through a number of scenarios, what it looked like is on average, if all you did was stuff at the bottom of the hill, so we just did traditionally what we traditionally do, the size of that bathtub needed to get about 15% bigger. So if, as Janet mentioned, if you had topography on your side, a lot of slope on your site, you could just pond it 15% higher, right? If you're a very flat site, then you might have to get horizontally bigger. But if we just do everything else the same and we don't change anything else we do, the tub somehow needs to hold about 15% more water.
Thank you. Commissioner Sundquist, did you have any follow-up questions? No. Okay. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm not sure if our friends in engineering can answer this or not, but I'm thinking about something that Mr. Connors brought up. He was mentioning that mid-sized new developments or smaller developments might have a lot of trouble with following this new ordinance. And I wondered if anybody had, addressed which portions of the ordinance might be difficult for that scale of a project that might be quite expensive. Has anybody in planning kind of looked into that? Not necessarily, I don't expect numbers because I know it depends wildly on what's being considered, but are there certain aspects of the ordinance that you think could be more impactful in that situation?
Ms. Stouter, did you have anything to?
Well, I would defer to our engineering colleagues. I mean, I don't think we've run any cost analysis, but I think that they have certainly been looking at some examples of different scales of development and the impacts on those. I think it's such a site-specific and solution-specific question related to cost, because there are so many different ways to meet the ordinance. But I will defer to Greg and Janet just to see if they have anything to offer that has to do with the scale of development and which sections of the ordinance might impact those smaller scales more.
Mr. Freeze or Ms. Schmidt?
I'll start, and if I miss something, Janet, or by all means chime in. So my understanding from listening to Bill's comment and from talking to him in the past is his belief is so again, my interpretation of what he is saying is that redevelopment on a small to mid-size, so not something the size of the galaxy, right, where you have a lot of capital invested, but maybe an 8-unit or a 10-unit site where you're going to have a redevelopment of maybe 2 or 3 houses into an apartment complex, and you don't have, endless capital associated with that, are going to make it difficult to meet the redevelopment standard. Because the redevelopment standard, as we mentioned, really requires you to do something a little bit different than the way we have done things before. So if you're going to do a zero lot line, there are about 2 ways to meet the redevelopment criteria if you're doing a zero lot line building. And one of those would be a green roof. It would not have to be the entire roof. In fact, I would expect it not to be. That's how I would design it if I were designing one, is I would design a slightly tiered roof and have a traditional roof feed in to a green roof on a slightly lower level. That would be one way. The other way would be water reuse. The third and final way would be to try and do some type of infiltration around your building. But if you're at a zero lot line, you really don't have the room for that. So So that is probably the most difficult site to do, is a zero lot line, because it really pushes you to just 2 choices: water reuse of a type or a green roof. Beyond that, I think we mentioned when we met with you several months ago, we looked at this for the First Street Market, which is also a very difficult site. And while there's certainly more capital associated with that, we did find a way to meet that. And that is a site that has high groundwater levels, contaminated soils, limited ability of it to utilize the existing roof for green roofs because it's such an old structure. It doesn't have sufficient structural loading to put a green roof on the top. And we did find a way to make this happen. So I think it is possible, but it will require some new thoughts. Potentially, as Bill indicates, that I don't know if that's a middle range, but that's kind of what I think Bill is implying. That's not my specialty, but that type of development, I think, is maybe the hardest.
Thank you, Mr. Freeze. Did you have anything to add, Ms. Schmidt?
No, I think Greg covered it pretty well.
Okay, great. Alder Heck, did you have any follow-ups? No. Okay. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I'm wondering, other than the land disturbance threshold difference between Madison's and Dane County's stormwater provisions, are there any other substantive differences between like this and Dane County's provisions that result in the counties being significantly more lax than the cities because flooding doesn't abide borders.
Well, I can start and then Greg can chime in. So we've been actually talking to the county a bit about this, and they're interested, and CARPC is supportive of them trying to modify their ordinance to more match what we are doing. As in some of the, I think Greg mentioned this in the presentation, some of the developers had indicated that they'd like to have whatever it is kind of match, so there's no confusion between the municipalities on how to do this. So I don't think there's a whole lot of difference right now between the two, but I will let Greg chime in because he's more familiar with the county's ordinance.
So the big changes that are being made is Dane County right now, their ordinance does not require any detention or volume control on redevelopment. Now, they don't see nearly so the other communities really don't see the amount of redevelopment we do or certainly have over the past like 15 years or so. But they don't have a condition to require that. And they also do not have the 200-year detention requirement at this time. As Janet said, CARPC issued a letter of support asking them to adopt these changes. And in fact, at our public information meetings and we've had I've actually lost track of how many we've had, but that was actually a request from the development community themselves, was that they wanted Dane County to adopt these changes so that it provided a more level playing field across the county. So the county, at least before COVID-19 hit, they were planning updates to their ordinance. I don't know what happened to their schedule given what happened to the planet. So,
thank you. Alder Lemmer, did you have any follow-ups?
No, that's all I got right now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I recommend that the Plan Commission forward this repeal and recreation of Chapter 37 to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Hagenow.
I second the motion.
Okay, Commissioner Hagenow seconds the motion. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell? If you do, raise your hand. There. Great. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes. I understand that this may increase some costs for development and redevelopment of sites in Madison, but I think these are reasonable standards, and that the cost of flooding is also a cost for private and public properties. So I think that that again, these are reasonable standards, and I think they should be supported.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
I certainly support this motion, but I just wanted to thank Greg and Janet and all the other staff that have been working so hard on this for so long. It's very technical stuff and very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I also want to appreciate this PowerPoint that you shared, and I assume it'll be in Legistar so we can refer back to it. But as we move forward, I think it'll be helpful just to have kind of FAQ from the Alder perspective. Like when I hear from somebody who says, "Oh, I can't do that," what are some things like the 5 things you could consider, developer X, just so that we can learn some of the solutions and, start to, engage with people about what that would look like.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Good suggestion. Any other discussion? Seeing no raised hands for further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, I'm going to assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. I see no raised hands to object. Motion passes unanimously, and thank you very much, Mr. Freeze and Ms. Schmidt, for all your hard work, and of the other staff who I know really put in time on this to get it to where it is. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, we are now into our public hearings. It is the custom of Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments, and on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item tonight. These items are placed onto a consent agenda, and they are addressed at the beginning of our public hearing. People who are here then on those items can leave the meeting early. So unless the Plan Commission, a Plan Commission member requests separation, in which case the item is removed from the consent agenda and taken in the regular course of business. Of the items before us tonight, the following are proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda items 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Are there any requests by commissioners for separation of any of those items? I see no raised hands requesting separation. So those items are on the consent agenda. The first one is agenda item 6, Legistar 60166, located at 219 Cottage Grove Road, 15th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the commercial corridor transition district for an outdoor eating area for a tavern. And let me just see if we do have any registrants for that item. No, I do not see any registrants for that item. The next item on our consent agenda is agenda item 7, Legistar 60167, located at 4200 Buckeye Road, 15th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the suburban residential consistent 1 district for a school in an existing building with a place of worship and daycare center. We do have some registrants. The first one is Reverend Lex Liberator, 4200 Buckeye Road, in support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions, representing Lake Edge United Church of Christ. Second registrant is Jalatifa Joe Myers, in support, not wishing to speak, representing Sankofa Talented and Gifted. And the last registrant also in support is Jocelyn Joe, 1041 North Bristol Street, Sun Prairie, not wishing to speak, representing Sankofa Talented and Gifted. The next item on our consent agenda is agenda item 8, Legistar 60163, approving a certified survey map of property owned by QRS Company, LLC, located at 4015 through 4057 Kip Street and 5513 Ballast Drive and 5515 Tradesman Drive in the 16th Alder District. We do have a registrant, Gary Blazik, 999 Fourier Drive, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, and my understanding is not wishing to speak if it's on the consent agenda. The next item is agenda item 9, Legistar 60374, discontinuing and vacating a portion of the public street right-of-way of Ballast Drive being located in the northwest quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 26, Township 7 North, Range 10E, City of Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin, 16th Alder District. No registrants. The next item is agenda item 10, Legistar 60168, located at 5381 Malley Road, Town of Burke, consideration of a certified survey map within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction to create 2 commercial lots. There is one registrant, Paul Scott of 1122 Pocahontas Drive in Monona, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Then the last agenda item on the consent agenda is agenda item 11, Legistar 60169, adjacent to 3101 U.S. Highways 12 and 18, Town of Cottage Grove, consideration of a certified survey map within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction to create a lot for the purpose of effecting a lot line adjustment. Do I have a motion on our consent agenda? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Commissioner Hangenow seconds the motion. Are there any questions of any of our registrants? Okay, I am assuming unanimous consent of our motion unless I see a raised hand to object. Looking for raised hands. I see none, so the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now moving on to our other agenda items for a full public hearing. The first item is agenda item 3, Legistar 59635, creating section 28.022 through 00429 of the Madison General Ordinances to amend a planned development district at properties located at 8110 through 8134 Midtown Road and 1833 through 1859 Waldorf Boulevard, First Alder District, to approve an amended general development plan and creating section 28.022 through 00430 to amend a planned development district to approve a specific implementation plan. And I believe that we have a presentation by staff. Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. At the April 13th, 2020 meeting, the Plan Commission referred this item to tonight's meeting. In recommending referral of the project, Plan Commission recommended that the project be re-reviewed by the Urban Design Commission to allow the applicant and the Urban Design Commission to address the project design concerns raised by staff and the Planning Commission. With that referral, the Planning Commission noted the following concerns. 1, the lack of commercial development along Waldorf Boulevard. And 2, the need to revise the western elevation of Building B at the southwest corner of the site to address the blank area of the facade and make it more pedestrian friendly. In response, the applicant has submitted a memo with visuals outlining their changes. They will walk through this in greater detail shortly, but at a very high level, regarding the lack of commercial space, the applicant has added roughly 4,000 square feet of retail space to the northern end of Building B, located just off of the mid-block entry of Waldorf Boulevard. In order to do so, they removed 3 units from the building, lowering the total number of units from 276 to 273. And they also added 7 surface parking stalls just to the north to serve the commercial space. Regarding the second point, in order to reduce the large blank areas and better activate the pedestrian experience along Waldorf Boulevard, the applicant has revised the western facade of Building B. This has included 4,000 square feet of commercial and retail space, which has added a large amount of glass to the facade. Secondly, the large green landscape screens have been replaced with 2-story glass volumes. Below those now windows, the planter has been lowered from roughly 6 feet to 1 to 2 feet, depending on grade, to provide landscaping that is visible from the sidewalk. Also, a roughly 1,200 square foot bike cafe has been added at the street level near Midtown Road to help activate this area of the building. It also includes an entrance with a direct connection out to the Waldorf sidewalk. And they have noted, the applicants have noted in their materials that this bike cafe will feature, it will be available to the public and feature areas for storage, fixing stations, hydration areas associated with cycling. These changes were reviewed and unanimously approved by the Urban Design Commission at their meeting on April 29th. The UDC's recommendation for final approval noted that the approval motion found the concerns of the Plan Commission have been addressed with regards to the additional retail and activation of the blank wall area of the western, of the Building B's western elevation. Plan Commission further suggested inclusion of a punch opening, terminating that blank space above the retail at the 3rd and 4th level. So above the additional windows that I noted where the retail is being added, up at the 3rd and 4th levels, they expressed a recommendation of adding windows to that area. I would note that the applicant has indicated that they are willing to comply with this suggestion. Lastly, I would like to note that Alder Harrington McKinney, who I believe is on the call this evening, submitted a letter of support, which has been added to the Legistar file for this item. Additionally, several public comments from residents with concerns regarding the lack of sustainability features of the proposal were received earlier this afternoon and have been uploaded to Legistar. Staff believes that the modifications have improved the proposal related to the previously raised concerns regarding facade activation and the lack of commercial space. Regarding the changes outlined above, if the Planning Commission finds that the proposal now meets the approval standards, it should forward the proposed zoning map amendment to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval. This recommendation is subject to the input at this public hearing and the conditions from reviewing agencies contained in the April 13th, 2020 staff report and the updated recommended comments from the Urban Design Commission of April 29th. In the alternative, should the Planning Commission still not find that the proposal meets the applicable standards, including Plan Development Standard 28.098, Parent 2, Parent B, the Planning Commission should recommend that these items be placed on file without prejudice. The Commission should provide findings of fact listing the standards that have not been met and the reasons such standards were not met as part of their recommendation to the Common Council. I will be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Okay, I will open the public hearing, and we do have several registrants. The first one is Alex Pednos, 1220 East Fillmore Avenue, Eau Claire, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak, representing J. Taft Real Estate in Eau Claire. Mr. Pednos.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Hey, I just wanted to kind of reiterate what Chris said. We're excited to be back in front of Planning Commission. We feel as though we took everything that was suggested on our last meeting and implemented that in our new plans. We're just really excited to bring more much needed housing to this part of town, as well as stylish, attractive, high quality building materials. With that, I'll pass it off to the rest of the team.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this registrant? Seeing no raised hands, we will go on to our next registrant, Catherine Pensack, 207 North Dickinson Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Pensack. Okay, you're on.
Hi. Good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this commission tonight. I am definitely in opposition of the project at 8110 Midtown Road. We are in the middle of a climate emergency, and if you have thought about it, 70% of the CO2 produced in a city comes from the built environment. So the buildings we build are incredibly important to the amount of CO2 that is produced in our city. Now, this building doesn't meet any of the goals that we have of being green and resilient here in Madison. It has no solar panels, no wind turbines, no heat pumps, no green roofs. It's just not viable in modern times. Buildings today can actually be built that create more energy than they use. This building is putting out a lot more CO2 than is necessary. Now, an existing neighbor to this building is about as big. This project has a couple hundred, the project you have here has a couple hundred units. And across the street are two very large buildings that have plenty of solar panels on the roof. I don't understand why we can't stay in this modern era, why we can't stay with solar panels on everything we build today. I was thinking about how this project relates to a trailer park. And in a trailer park, homes can easily put up solar panels. They can collect rainwater in barrels. Each resident has a small green space for maybe a grill or some tomato plants and chairs, and they see and know their neighbors. This project doesn't have that. I don't think it actually compares very well to a trailer park. Now, Madison has enough space to give the benefits of a trailer park to a healthy, modern development. And I think we can do a lot better. I hope you will reject this old-fashioned, wasteful plan and redo the entire thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pensack. Are there any questions of the registrant? Seeing no raised hands, thank you. Our next registrant is Julia DePalma, 7701 Radcliffe Drive, Madison, in opposition and wishing to speak. Ms. DePalma. Okay, you're on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Julia DePalma. I'm a resident at 7701 Radcliffe Drive, just down the street from this proposed development. Thank you to the Planning Commission for letting me speak tonight, as well as for all of its efforts to continue hearing the voices of Madison's residents in the midst of this pandemic. I'm here tonight to express my opposition to the development at 8110 Midtown Road and Waldorf Boulevard. I'm opposed to this property development for the three main reasons, being the neighborhood mixed use permit, the traffic issues that it will cause, as well as the lack of sustainable elements to this property. Regarding the neighborhood mixed use permit, Madison's goals in its city comprehensive plan state that the city will encourage strong and complete neighborhoods that meet the needs of all residents. This property, with its parking lot and 4,000 feet of commercial space, which was only reinstated after complaints were made at a previous planning commission meeting, signify the developer's complete lack of transparency with existing neighbors and disregard for their sense of community. Where are the common shared spaces here? Where are the parks and playgrounds? And how are they going to adequately foster community in the space the way it's currently planned? How is this space possibly going to improve and support the emotional, physical health, and well-being of its residents? Regarding traffic, this project is not compact, it's not walkable, and it's not adjacent to any existing or planned public transit. There's only space for access to the parking lot. There's no expansion or improved access to the city's bike networks, and the ones nearby, again, are on busy 40 to 50 mile per hour streets. And really, this space can only encourage the use of single occupancy vehicles. In addition, these extra 273 apartments are going to clog an already incredibly busy intersection. I pass through this intersection at Junction Road and Midtown Road every day on my commute to work. Usually it takes me 20 minutes to pass through. Traffic here is going to become an even bigger issue, especially because this development, again, can only encourage the use of single occupancy vehicles. Regarding sustainable elements, the nearby buildings and other complexes next door have solar panels. This complex will not. There's no modern sustainable elements like plans for electric vehicle charging, low greenhouse gas emission features, and no plans for an all-electric building. Also, there's no mention in this plan of affordable housing units for low-income residents. How can this developer possibly support all of the stated goals in Madison city plans and a modern, equitable, and accessible city for all residents when they're not including any of those elements in this construction? Thank you again for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. DePalma. Any questions by commissioners of Ms. DePalma? Seeing no raised hands, our next registrant is Susan Millar, 2233 Rowley Avenue in Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Miller.
Thank you. So my ask is that the Plan Commission file this applicant's proposal, and I'll present three reasons for this ask. My first reason pertains to sustainability issues, which have been mentioned before, sustainability issues explicitly inform the city's sustainability plan and implicitly inform the 2018 comprehensive plan and plans such as the High Point Raymond Neighborhood Development Plan. The building proposal before you fails to use sustainable building design and construction. It fails to include the use of renewable energy for future renters. This developer's design will cause an increase rather than decrease in climate warming emissions. With respect to sustainability, their design is so yesterday, when what we need is a design for now and for the years to come. My second reason pertains to the city's land use classification of this area, which has been mentioned already. It's classified as neighborhood mixed use, defined as, quote, a node or corridor containing housing, shopping, and services that generally serves surrounding neighborhoods. This plan fails this classification. So how did we get to this situation? In 2004, the Common Council's plan for this area was, quote, 3 lots of mixed and flex use development, 2 lots for park, open space, and civic uses, and 1 for stormwater. In 2007, the Common Council rezoned this area as follows: 3 lots for mixed use and 2 lots to be solely commercial, recommending between 70 and 100,000 square feet of commercial space across the 5 parcels. Yet in 2020, this applicant's proposal provides no park, open space, and civic use space, and no commercial space except for the 4,000 square feet that the applicant reinstated at the insistence of the Plan Commission. It appears that this applicant finds it too difficult to meet the city's land use planning criteria. What we need is a developer that has the imagination and commitment needed to figure out how to provide what the city has planned for and to do what is right for the time we are living in now. And my third reason pertains to integrity. The applicant made inaccurate statements to the Plan Commission last month about community input at the November 2019 neighborhood meeting. It also failed to inform Alder Harrington McKinney and thus the neighborhood of their plan to entirely eliminate commercial space from their plan. It is for these reasons that I ask the Plan Commission to file this applicant's proposal and wait for a developer who brings cutting-edge design, imagination, and respect for the climate and community-related goals that have been identified by the City of Madison. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Are there any questions of the registrant? I see no raised hands. The next registrant is Brad Hub, 7602 Midtown Road, Madison, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Hub.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, thanks for letting me have an opportunity here to give some input on this new development. First of all, I've been looking for a place. I'm a disabled veteran, so I live pretty much on a fixed income. And I've been looking for a place where I could get a dog, kind of a service dog, and I'm aware that this new development would offer that, along with a dog wash and some other areas that I could use in terms of a pool for therapy. And then tonight, hearing about this bicycle store that would be located within the facility, which is another great opportunity for me to get out and not be confined into an apartment all the time. I've been doing this virus thing for 10 years in my apartment and looking for a new opportunity to get out and be part of the community. Just to kind of comment to some of the feedback I heard, that I understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, I mean, we need places to live. And some of these add-ons I know can cost a lot more money, which would really quickly put me out of the running to rent. So I just wanted to put that forward and let you know that there's a lot of people out there that can afford something like this, but it's almost like until these prices come down, we're out of those ranges to have all these luxuries of some of these things. But I appreciate your time, and I thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hub. Are there any questions of our registrant? Seeing no raised hands, we will move on to our next registrant, Rick Westling, 901 North 3rd Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in support, wishing to speak, representing Urban Works Architecture. Mr. Westling, you have 3 minutes. You're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We're happy to be back before you and share the changes we've made, the changes that we've already shared with the UDC, the retail and street activation. We've continued in our design to be true to the High Point neighborhood amended plan with a new urbanist approach of proper density, strong street edge, concealing the parking from the street, and there's other standards too. We believe we've done that with high quality materials. We certainly can make the roof PV ready. We do that frequently for developers. The retail that we have put back in, 4,000 square feet, we've made sure that it has 2 entrances and adequate amenity space outside, so it will be appealing and continue to activate the street. The Bike Cafe, we're excited about this opportunity to allow a amenity that is available to the tenants to be available to the community also. It was mentioned earlier by staff, particularly because it connects directly to the bike lane that's on Waldorf that goes north to Stargrass over to High Point Road and then connects with other bike lanes. I think that's I think this is a great opportunity, and it also does a great job of activating the corner of Midtown and Waldorf. Finally, I know there has been mentioned that there's no parks near this. Well, there's a park kitty corner in the northwest corner of Mayo and Waldorf. I look forward to any questions you have, and I look forward to our team sharing the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Westling. Are there any questions of Mr. Westling? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do have a question. Could you speak to the presenter? Could you speak to the meeting that we held last, I think it was Thursday, when you made the statement that you heard the concerns of the neighbors, the staff, and other committees and commissions? So could you really talk about how this project will fit and enhance the area that we're talking about? Could you draw a vision of what that will look like going into the future, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. This project takes a contemporary design approach using high quality materials, brick, stucco, fiber cement siding, as well as glass windows and aluminum balconies. It also does a good job of creating a presence on the street that's human scaled. Midtown is a good example of that, where there's 2-story units that face Midtown. So the pedestrian walking along Midtown is faced with a 2-story structure immediately to the right or left, depending on which way they're going. It also has adequate amenity space for the residents, an opportunity to get together, to mingle. It has a swimming pool. It has some general open lawn area in that area. We envision it as high quality market rate apartments for this area. And we are serious about the new urbanist approach. I hope that addresses your question, Alder McKinney.
Thank you, Mr. Westling. Did you have any follow-ups, Alder McKinney?
No, I did. I'll just make a comment at the end of the public comments, please.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
I overheard that you said that you would make the project PV ready. I'm assuming that's potentially ready for implementing solar panels in the future, if that's economically feasible. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There's 2 things we need to do. We need to make sure that the areas that would be available for photovoltaics in the future is kept clear as we can, understand the amount of photovoltaics we would be able to put on the roof, and make sure the roof structure is upgraded minimally as necessary for the ballast for the photovoltaic panels. Should funding become available, either through some kind of power company grant or some other method, the roof will be ready for that. The conduits will be run down to the panels that they need to ultimately get to. It'll simply be a matter of installing them on the roof, obviously financing them and installing them on the roof.
So you wouldn't mind that being a condition of approval?
I can't speak for the developer on that because I don't speak to cost, and we haven't talked about how many photovoltaics you would have on the roof. The roof will be ready. The roof will be ready for them. That we can assure you of.
Okay. Well, I guess that's what I would be suggesting, making the roof ready for installation of those at some point in the future. If it becomes economically feasible at that time. So I guess maybe that's a question I should address the developer.
The roof will be photovoltaic ready. There is no reason for us not to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Any other questions of this registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is Katie Hughes, 901 North 3rd Street, Minneapolis, in support, wishing to speak, representing JCAP Real Estate. Ms. Hughes.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you for having us. I'm just going to walk quickly through what those proposed design changes were, just to reiterate that. So looking at building B in the southwest corner, if we move to the next slide, you can take a look at what we're proposing on the lowest level where the building meets the corner. That's where you can see in the darker orange, that bike cafe area. Thank you, Chris. It has that adjacency with the direct entrance into that space off of that sidewalk. That sidewalk is also directly adjacent to where that bus stop is. So as Rick mentioned, there's a bus line there, there's a metro stop. It really is connecting into that transit line and activating that street at that corner. If we move to the next slide, you can see where we're proposing 4,000 square feet of retail. We've removed those 3 units, and it has a wraparound patio as well as adjacent parking. And from that patio, it also has a stair connection down tying into that Waldorf sidewalk as well. And we're also showing 2 separate recessed covered entrances for versatility of retail and leasing in the future once we get to that point. If we move on to the next slide, you can see some of the elevation changes that we were proposing. Amount of that blank wall condition concern that we had, replacing the green wall gesture, which you can see at the top of the page, with 2-story glass volumes that daylight into a circulation space on the upper level and into that activated bike area on the lower level below. We've also lowered that planter that's in front of it, kind of bringing that down to more of a human scale and really enhancing that landscape and the pedestrian environment down there. You can see also towards the left of the image where we've increased the amount of glass in that volume. And then at the extent of that glass volume, towards the left is where Chris had mentioned that we'll be adding a couple of punched windows thank you, in those areas per the comments from the UDC. If we move to the next slide, you can see just how we've wrapped around that glass volume into that retail space, really to enhance the visibility and activation on that corner. So if we keep going through this presentation, you'll see some perspective views. On the bottom, you can see where that additional entrance with that walk adjacent to the bus stop is, and really just how we're trying to bring this pedestrian experience down to the scale and activate it further. You can see the green wall has been replaced with those glass volumes, improving the visibility and connectivity to that sidewalk. If we move on to the next slide, you can see that retail corner with that that through drive. And really what we're trying to look for is, and we'll see how it works out, but hoping that we can get a retail in there that really gives back to the community with that wraparound patio, have some nice exterior as well as interior space, and really provide something that gives back to the neighborhood. If you go back to the next slide, then.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes. That's your 3 minutes. Can you wrap up in a sentence?
Yeah, I guess we just hope that you find that we've responded to the comments from the last Planning Commission, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, thank you. The Bike Cafe, as I looked at the packet, I didn't actually get a packet this time, so I'm not sure if something happened in the mail, but looked online, and the way you guys have been describing it sounds like, could you describe just what is going on there? Is it bike parking and like and maintenance tools and things like that, or is there actually food service and a cafe, and who's going to run it? And could you just describe that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you. So the intention here is to give a bit more of a bike amenity to the neighborhood and really connect it to the mass transit line. So the concept is a bit more so that you could ride your bike to this bus stop, head on in, store it, and then get on the bus line and continue on your way. We're still working through the program, so it's a little bit hazy, but what the intention is that we would have fix-it stations, opportunity for storage, excuse me, potentially some like bicycle vending, hydration stations, not necessarily food in terms of cafe, although I'm not sure if there would be any vending opportunities there. But really more so just due to the accessibility and the slope of this area, it really isn't ideal for any kind of commercial space that would be accessed by car. And so really trying to embrace that metro line and the bicycle community by creating an opportunity to connect to that in this location.
So it doesn't sound like it's something that will be actively managed, like there wouldn't be somebody stationed there to, staff it. It would be essentially parking and, self-serve type things, correct?
Get more space with perhaps side for safety and security. We've also maintained our separate entrance on Midtown for residents to retain that safety and security for those that are living within the building.
Okay, I don't know about it for others, but with Zoom, the very first couple sentences blipped out for me on that. Could you repeat it?
Oh, excuse me. Our intention would be that there would be a fob and that it could be something more like a membership basis so that particular individuals that signed up for this program would have access to this space.
I see. And would you rent it or how would that work?
I don't think that we've necessarily through all.
We're having a little bit of trouble here with the audio. Do you want to say that again, Ms. Hughes?
Excuse me. Apologies for that. I don't think fully hashed through what the program is and how it would be executed, but our intention is that it would be available to interested members of the community.
Okay. And let's just say, for now or for whatever period, given that area isn't super bikeable yet, we hope that it will be eventually, that there'll be enough density of destinations and enough, bikeable streets and paths. But let's just say there you don't get a lot of takers. What else might happen to that space? Because there's a danger that it become just sort of dead space there. Yes, you have glass, but if nothing's going on behind the glass, it's not really necessarily a big improvement over the blank wall.
Our hope would be that by connecting into that Metro Transit line, that bikers would be available to connect through that from both the public as well as through the tenants throughout this development. But we could also always look at locating other tenant amenities within this location in order to enhance and ensure that it is an activated, occupied streetscape.
What was going to be there before? What did you move out? Or was that always going to be bike parking there?
Previously, it was exclusively bike storage. So we have expanded the excavation area of that lower level, moved that bike storage towards the north, where we're a bit more below grade there. And that's where we've located this space now.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for this registrant? Seeing no raised hands, the other registrants do not wish to speak. The first one is Venkat Rao of Midtown Road in Madison, opposed, available to answer questions. Next is Justin Zampardi of Furrier Drive in Madison in support, available to answer questions, representing JCAP Real Estate. The next is Suzanne Vincent of Furrier Drive, Madison in support, available to answer questions, representing Veerbecker. The The next one is James Stoppel of Regent Street in Madison in support and available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess this is a question for either Chris or Heather. Would it be appropriate to make a condition that the roofs of the 3 buildings that we're going to be approving tonight with this change in their plan to be PV ready?
I don't see anything wrong with that as it relates to the ED standards.
Okay. And one other question. As I remember in our latest revision to this neighborhood plan in this area, that we created a fairly large commercial node towards farther west towards Pleasant View and Midtown Road. And as I also recall, that some of these smaller commercial nodes that we've created in the past have not been as successful as we hoped. But maybe you can address that. And I think that we did in our latest revision to this Midtown Road neighborhood plan, we created the commercial node farther west. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
I'll defer to Heather for more of the commentary about how that evolved. But
sure, I think the more substantial regional serving commercial node is now located further to the west. This is really intended as a smaller, more neighborhood serving commercial node. I mean, it will still enjoy, some patronage from those passing through, certainly, but this is a much smaller scale than what's envisioned ultimately to the west.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Alder McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to say that specifically when this item came before the Planning Commission previously, I believe in April, there was some very significant things that had been removed from the design, and I was not in supportive of that removal. We've since had a meeting with the developers, and actually you can tell from their presentation that they really did hear what the residents, the staff, and also even the commissioners had brought up in terms of the concern. I want to specifically bring that up because the developers are willing to make this work. And I want to make sure that I put this out there. The staff had said originally when it turned down, because they said that some of the conditions were met and some of them were not met. But what we have before us, we still need to flesh out what those commercial nodes, and thank you to the commissioner for bringing that. It is a small neighborhood, and the walkability, bikeability of that space is important, because if it is not internalized, everything is by car. And so when we look at this area, the design changes, the mixed use, the bikeability, putting back into the space that commercial 4,000 feet was very, very important. We're going to be challenged by transportation. I mean, that's just what's so. During the neighborhood meeting, people were very, very concerned with the additional traffic flow and cars in that area. That's a reality that we're not going to resolve right now, but it is one that has been brought up. But when we look at the overall intent of that area, I'm looking at enhanced visibility, design. It'll be stylish. The connectivity, walkability, putting in that bike, pedestrian and bike facility. And it shows that the developers are listening to the neighbors in that community. Now, we have not designed or worked out the details in terms of what specifically will go into that commercial space. I know that staff is also looking at what can fit in that design space. But that is something that will work out. We'll continue to keep an eye on it, as you will continue to keep an eye on it, to make sure that that is a viable area for the residents to walk in the spaces around that area. That is a fast growing area. It's in the heart of the West Side. And it really should have a vibrancy that doesn't require someone to drive a car. And so I'm looking at that potential vibrancy. In the other areas, there are apartments that are affordable housing. This was not designed and it was not presented to the neighborhood as having affordable units. And so that was something that they were very clear on going in. As the alder, I support the staff's recommendation that this project does meet their qualifications and criteria. And I would ask that the body will pass upon that, but let's continue to keep an eye on it, that it develops and flourishes and adds such value to an area that's on the far southwest side. And I am in support of the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the development team for the improvements that you've presented. I still, when I reread the staff report, just the recent one, I think the question is still open whether it meets the plan development standard 2B. And, I'm not quite sure how to judge if it does or not. So I would appreciate staff talking about what they think it would require, and then maybe others can weigh in what they believe if it's been met or not.
I don't know whether they're Mr. Wells or Ms. Stouter.
Heather, do you want to go first?
I think so. The 2B, which I'll just read here for folks, the PD district plan shall facilitate the development or redevelopment goals of the comprehensive plan and of adopted neighborhood, corridor, or special area plans. I think all in all, with the changes that we've seen in this return to Plan Commission based on the referral last time, staff believes that this standard is met with the planned development and is recommending approval of the plan development this evening.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Alder? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, for Ms. Stouter or Mr. Wells, responding to some of the comments that were made around sustainable practices and elements of buildings, could you just speak to, and this came up just last week with Madison Yards as well, with another plan development, our ability to do things like require solar panels or geothermal systems or zero net energy buildings and that sort of thing, and how, where our limits are for that?
Yes, I think the Plan Commission should actually be very careful to make sure that any condition is based firmly within the standards before you. And, also caution that, as we've learned in recent years, we are not able to require anything over and above what the Wisconsin State Building Code requires. And so I would say that even in a PD, I would caution against conditions of approval related to specific sustainable building elements unless it's very clear that the applicant is comfortable with that and is pursuing them anyway. And that's the answer that I would say. And I think we've heard from the city attorney's office that it's much better to pursue system-wide ordinance changes rather than simply case-by-case conditions of approval that aren't predictable. And so I would caution against the unpredictable conditions of approval for any given building element within this case.
Thank you. And I would just, as a quick comment to those who may still be listening, that system-wide criteria around sustainability is something I'm very interested in. And so I'm very much appreciate the comments that were made. But I think maybe Ms. Stouter gave a pretty clear explanation of why it's hard to do on one development and not another and so forth. So I really do appreciate the comments, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to do what was suggested on that. Last small thing, I assume it wouldn't be an issue to add a condition that says they're going to add the windows that UDC recommended.
I think that's perfectly appropriate. It was referred to UDC, and that relates to a design standard right in the PD district, and that's their recommendation back to the Plan Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sundquist. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I forgot this other question, or more of a comment and a request. Can we add as a condition that the applicant would work with staff to review options for bird-friendly glass? And now that they've added more glass, which I am glad, and we don't have any new ordinances yet. I just want them to be aware of what we've learned so they can incorporate that into their planning.
As staff, I'm comfortable with that so long as it's an encouragement to work with staff to explore.
Okay. Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. So I just wanted to kind of give my thoughts on criteria 2B, as Alder Rummel was referring to. I think that the changes made to this have been very positive. I think the developer's been really responsive. The density is in line with the density ranges in the comprehensive plan, actually kind of right smack dab in the middle. I think that having the fewer larger buildings has actually been a positive in terms of expanding the underground parking footprint. There's a lot more underground parking than there was in the original GDP, I think. If I'm looking at it correctly, there was 120 spaces in the GDP and now 274. So that's a huge improvement. And the amount of surface parking stalls has been cut in half, basically. So I think that's a vast improvement. In terms of the commercial space, things are different than 2007. There's been a lot of market changes since then. I think that it's hard to be the first commercial space in the area. It's hard to convince retailers to move into there. And I appreciate that they've added the space and are willing to take a shot at it. And I think the added density in the area will, hopefully attract some retailers to start taking a chance and help build up that commercial corridor nearby. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands with questions, I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I'll recommend that the Plan Commission find the proposal now meets the approval standards and forward the zoning map amendment approving the amended plan development, general development plan, and the zoning map amendment approving the plan development specific on implementation plan of property at 8110 to 8134 Midtown Road, 1833 to 1859 Waldorf Boulevard, 8137 Mayo Drive, and 1902 Carnes Drive to the Common Council with a favorable recommendation, and include 3 additional conditions. One, that the developer, which he has agreed to, make the roof PV ready. 2, that windows be added as recommended by the UDC on the western elevation of Building B. And 3, that the developer work with staff to explore bird-friendly glass.
Is there a second? Alder Lemmer.
I second.
Thank you. Commissioner Cantrell, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Sure. I think that the developer has listened to what the Plan Commission said at its previous meeting on this matter. The building, the architecture has greatly improved, I think. And also adding the commercial, I think, will improve this project for this neighborhood. And I think that sustainability issues are important, but I think the state has limited the city to incorporate those into our projects. But I think that this developer is at least providing at least some avenues for solar panels and that sort of thing in the future when it's cost effective for this development to do that. So that's why I'm supporting this change.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, I wish that we could go further on the sustainability front with this development, but it would be, I mean, we've gotten, dozens and dozens of others that were actually in a lot of ways worse for sustainability. This one has mixed use and a certain amount of density. It's on a not very well used or very well served bus line, but on a bus line that hopefully will get more service as it develops. And I just think that the comments made and the aspirations expressed just should push us all as a commission, as alders and members of the community to up our game in general with our standards so that we can push for more and better sustainability outcomes. And I would just add that it was weird to me that we ended up getting that big blank wall through UDC. And I'm not still 100% certain that having, the so-called bike cafe is really the activation that we want. Normally, I'm happy to let UDC weigh in on such matters. I think that's what they're for, and we should listen to them. And our thing is like, what are the uses, and how are the uses compatible with our plans and uses nearby and the transportation system, that kind of thing. And the fine details of the design should be UDC. I mean, I thought we used to have a member of Plan Commission on UDC, but I'm looking at the members now and I don't see them. I think they really missed the boat by sort of wading through that blank wall in the first case, and doesn't seem like they, had a super in-depth conversation about this new proposal. So I'm still, not that excited about what seems like bike parking as the activation of that street. So that's my one reservation, but I think it's probably gotten good enough to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. And I will assume unanimous consent unless there's a raised hand to object. I see no raised hands to object. The motion passes unanimously. We would ordinarily be moving on to agenda item 4. I have had the suggestion both by staff and a commissioner that we take the agenda out of order and consider agenda item 5, since it is looking like it will take considerably less time than agenda item 4. Is there any objection to taking agenda item 5 next? If you have an objection, please indicate by raised hand. Seeing no raised hand, we will move on to agenda item 5, Legistar 60165, located at 4417 Hillcrest Drive, 11th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence and construct a new single-family residence. I'm not sure, do we have a presentation by staff, and who is that? Mr. Wells, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. This is for a single-family residence to be demolished and a new one-story single-family house to be 3 bedrooms to replace it. Staff's primary concern was consistency with the Hoyt Park Area Neighborhood Plan, specifically the residential design guidelines, which recommend that when new houses are built, they kind of match or closely match the adjacent setbacks from the street, and that is roughly about 30 feet. The applicant, they are proposing a structure that it's on a curve. It varies, but at the least, it's roughly 21 feet back, but half of the front facade is consistent with the full 30-foot setback. I provided a graphic to illustrate the area of inconsistency in the staff report, and given that concern, we wanted to raise it to the Plan Commission, but we are otherwise supportive. I would note that I received a public comment that is provided on Legistar from a neighbor who notes a few things, that the public hearing notice, the yellow sign notifying the residents of this public hearing was not located in a highly visible area. There's a lot of vegetation on the site. It's difficult to see the sign, which was placed to the left side of the garage door, which is street facing. Also, there's concern that the property abuts a drainage culvert. It's along the southern property line. They are concerned with the effect that this property might have on that. And there is concern, I guess, a few projects in the past encroached on neighboring properties, and there's concern with that occurring again. I bring that up because I communicated with Alder Martin for the Alder for this project. She said she is generally okay with this demolition, but all concerns brought up by this resident make sense to her, and she would like to see them addressed before decisions are made. So that's just passing that along. So I would be happy to answer questions after the public hearing.
Okay, we do have a couple of registrants for this agenda item. The first is Jim Glick, 116 North View Street, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing John Fountain Realty. The second one is Brandon Cook of North Baldwin Street, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, and available to answer questions. Are there any questions of either? Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There is one other registrant who does wish to speak, and it's
okay.
Laura Lynn Holman at 4421 Hillcrest Drive in opposition and wishing to speak.
Okay, let's take her first then. Laura Lynn Holman, you're on. Please go ahead, Ms. Holman.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I have four main reasons why I'm in opposition to this. I live across the storm drain from this property. And I saw on the plans that they want to regrade the property so that the storm drain doesn't flood into what is the current house right now before demolition, the garage area. Now there's at least 15 children in this neighborhood, and I don't know if there's ever been a water flow study done. The storm drain does run through half of my yard. It does flood my yard. It does flood that yard at 4417, and it does flood the sidewalk, and it runs down over the street. So one of the things I'm concerned about is that if they regrade that property, what will happen with that stormwater, that very dangerous stormwater that goes onto the sidewalk and could sweep out some of the younger kids that run or play or ride bikes up and down the sidewalk. So in addition to this is just kind of an aside, but I just wanted to mention that it's not very well maintained. The grate is broken and leaves consistently collect. They come, and I've called the city before about this. They come and they take the leaves and they throw them up on the side of the embankment, and then the leaves just fall right back in. The second is aesthetics for our neighborhood. There is another property that is encroaching down the street on Merlin that is encroaching onto other neighbors' properties. I saw on the plan that there's only 6 feet on the side, between the side of the house and the line with which they share the embankment with the city. So 6 feet is not very much. So the proportion of house to land is quite large in comparison to other homes on this in this area. Another one is vegetation. There are quite a few birds and this house has been around since 1951. There are quite a few birds in the area. I'm concerned about trees coming down and how many trees will stay. And the last is just a personal one. I have pretty bad asthma, and I'm concerned about trucks idling and the pollution that might come from that. I'm also concerned about fiberglass that was in the house. I know that because I took care of the former resident. So,
Ms. Holman, your time is up. Can you wrap up in a sentence?
Yes, that's basically my concerns. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions of this registrant? Alder Rummel.
My question was for the previous registrants.
Okay. We will, now that we've heard from the one speaker, we will go back to those registrants. Any questions of Ms. Holman? Okay, seeing none. I had read into the record the two registrants not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Alder Rummel.
Well, either one, either the architect or the applicant, can you move the house back and to fit the line of the curve? Hi, Brandon.
Mr. Cook. Can you unmute Mr. Cook?
Mr. Cook is unmuted on our end. If you could unmute yourself on your end.
Mr. Cook, you'll have to unmute yourself on your end. You're unmuted on the city end. And is Mr. Glick, could technical staff bring him in, since apparently Mr. Cook, we can't get him.
I don't see a person by the name of Jim Glick or
Okay.
James or.
Okay, it looks like Mr. Cook is unmuted. Mr. Cook?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm in another Zoom meeting, so I'm kind of going back and forth.
Did you hear Alder Rummel's question?
I did not.
Okay, Alder Rummel.
Hi, Brandon. Can you move the house back to fit the curved line and meet the standards that were identified in the staff report?
It would make for a lot smaller house. I mean, this we felt was a great design for the lot. We met the 20-foot yard setback. I know the neighborhood is 30 feet, but just the topography of the lot proved really challenging to try and get this particular house to fit. The design work that we put into it really matches all the neighboring houses, and it's not going to stick out like a sore thumb. Previous owner of this property was going to make it a 2-story contemporary building that wouldn't really fit in with this house. You would be driving down the street and say, "Oh, that's a different house." We took a different approach to make it blend in a little bit more, make it a ranch house like a lot of the other ones. And so when we lost that second story for usable square footage, you can only do so much for a ranch house. And what people are looking for in this neighborhood is an open floor plan with 2 to 3 bedrooms. Unfortunately, the house that's currently there is a 3-bedroom house that doesn't have an open floor plan, and it just doesn't work for today's standards. So we tried to mix all of these things together and create a floor plan that works. So I guess a long answer to that, but I think we did a good job. And if we reduce the house, then we make it less desirable.
So just one follow-up question is, literally if you move the house back, it would run into the lot line. Is that the issue, or there's topography? Just help.
We have a area that we can build in, and being on a curved lot, we can't create a curved house, so we made a square house. And so if we pushed it back, a rear portion of the house would be outside of the buildable area. So you trade one problem for another. We would have to shrink the size of the house.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of any of the registrants? Commissioner Cantrell.
One of the residents talked about regrading the easement. You have to regrade the easement? I'm assuming that's a city storm drainage easement. Will the city allow you to do that?
When Mr. Glick, you want to take this?
Mr. Cook?
Yes. We would grade it to make the new house blend into the easement. We're not going to change the topography of the city easement, but the current lot topography would change slightly. But when we had a survey done, we had the points of the grade on the survey, and we designed the house to reflect the topography to best use it. And the sunlight going towards the house. So for instance, we flop the garage from the right side to the left side because all the sun comes up on the right side, and it just made more sense. So the site would be regraded because right now there's a lot of overgrowth, but it wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. It would just be regraded to meet the new house.
And the easement elevation, I'm assuming as well.
Yeah, it would stay the same.
Okay.
I mean, we can't add a bunch of dirt to it.
Thank you.
Any other questions of any of the registrants? If not, I will close the public hearing. Any questions of staff? Alder Rummel.
So one of the people we heard from talked about the lack of clear signage for the public hearing. What do we ever refer things because they weren't properly signed, or what should we consider with that information?
It's not grounds for immediate referral. The applicant or the registrant did provide photos of the sign. It is visible from the street. I think, generally speaking, moving forward, it would be a good idea to explore ways to have the sign be better visible. And this is across the board for many, all projects, but I think it's something to consider, but it's not grounds for referral.
Thank you.
Mr. Furco?
Yes, I just can just build off of what Chris said. As far as what the ordinance requires, it says the sign must be posted 21 days prior to the public hearing, shall be located in a position on the property so it can be read from the sidewalk or other public right-of-way. And that it says failure to post the sign shall not invalidate any action taken on the application by the Planning Commission or Common Council, is what the ordinance requirement regarding the yellow sign is. I also, I had raised my hand just a second earlier. I received a communication from the architect, Jim Glick, who's having trouble with his registration right now. And so if there were questions for Mr. Glick, we're working to see if we could get him registered. In fact, I think he might have.
Hello.
I would have to reopen the public hearing. Do people have questions that Mr. Glick might be able to answer? Alder Rummel, did you have questions for Mr. Glick?
I mean, I had questions that Mr. Cook answered about the lack of the buildable area to move the house back, but maybe Mr. Glick could explain what the buildable area, what are the impediments to moving the building back in another way, so maybe others will understand better.
Is there objection to me reopening the public hearing? Seeing no raised hands, I will reopen the public hearing. Mr. Glick, did you hear Alder Rummel's question?
Yes, I did. And that's my wife's name, Lisa, on the screen because I'm using her computer. Sorry about that. Yeah, I can address these issues. If you looked at the site plan for this property, it being on a curve and being oddly shaped, the buildable area, which I've outlined, is kind of a rough parallelogram, which makes it very difficult to place the house. I don't know if people can look at this and see it, but it's something that, I would like people to be able to see because it's hard for me to explain, much easier to have people look and explain it. Is that possible?
Well, yes, 1 second, sir.
Great.
Okay.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing the whole thing. There you go. So see the dashed line, a parallelogram, that's the buildable area per zoning. And if I try to rotate this house, I can't rotate it without encroaching on the side setbacks. So it was a bit of a struggle to get the house on there. The other thing is that the garage must be by zoning code 2 feet minimum behind the main facade of the house. And as I've said to Chris Wells, that I'm a big proponent of that. We don't want the garage in the face of the street. So I'm happily willing to comply with that and did so. So those are the difficulties of trying to turn this house. I want to say that Brandon's comments earlier, I mean, this is not a huge house. It's pretty in line with what a lot of people would consider an average size house. And the only way I really see functionally to turn it or do anything with it is to reduce its size fairly substantially to meet that setback. The other thing I want to point out is that the house across the street has a side yard setback that's much less. And Chris very aptly mentioned some of these things in his staff report, if you want to look at what he said. So I'm hoping, this is kind of like a hardship where we've got an odd lot with an odd buildable area on a curve. And when you look at Chris's very well done drawing that shows the encroached area, I think, to me, it's rather minimal. So I'm hoping that the intent is met. The other thing is I want to clarify the grading. Yes, there's no way we can regrade the easement. That's not legal. I have designed this lot to now drain. Well, we have to match up with the easement property line where the easement meets our property line. We have to match up our grade with that grade, as again, we can't change it. So all I have done is kind of scoop it down and direct it away from the house. The same water is going to end up in the easement either way. This is just something to protect the house. Does that answer?
Any other questions of Mr. Glick before I reclose the public hearing? Seeing no raised hands, thank you, Mr. Glick, for getting in, and I will close the public hearing. Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I am looking now for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll recommend that the Plan Commission find that the demolition standards can be met.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would just say that I think because of the curve of the street and the a little bit unusual shape of the lot does present an issue of encroaching within the desired 30-foot setback, but the bulk, at least half of the building will be outside of that, and I think that this will be a house that will fit into the neighborhood, and one that is predominantly one-story buildings, and I think as one of the speakers indicated, a two-story building would look more out of place.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing no raised hands, I'll assume unanimous consent to the motion unless there is a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the motion passes unanimously. That puts us to agenda item 4, Legistar 58786, revised 126 Langdon Street, 2nd Alder District, consideration of final plans for a site previously approved for demolition of a residential building with no proposed use, consideration of a conditional use in the downtown residential 2 district for a multifamily dwelling with more than 8 dwelling units, consideration of a conditional use to allow outdoor recreation, and consideration of a conditional use to construct 2 additional stories in Area F of the additional heights area map in MGO section 28.071 paren B to allow construction of a 7-story, 107-unit apartment building. And we have a staff report by Sydney Prusak. Ms. Prusak?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. As Madam Chair just stated, the applicant requests approval of a demolition permit final plan approval, as well as a conditional use approval for a multifamily dwelling with more than 8 dwelling units, outdoor recreation, and in this case, that's a rooftop hot tub and amenity space, and 2 additional stories in Area F of the additional heights area map per MGO section 28.071 and the city's 2012 downtown plan, all to allow construction of a 7-story, 107-unit apartment building in the downtown residential 2 zoning district. In 2018, the Plan Commission approved a demolition permit request to demolish a 7-story, 192-bedroom former dormitory, commonly known as the Langdon, on this site. At the time of Plan Commission approval, there was no proposed use for the site. And as such, the Plan Commission placed a restrictive covenant on the property requiring that the alternative future use be approved by the Plan Commission. So now a different applicant proposes to develop the property with a multifamily building geared towards college students. In keeping with the zoning requirements for the downtown residential 2 zoning districts, building heights in this districts are determined by the downtown height map. And according to that codified map, buildings up to 5 stories are permitted for this site. However, the rear portion of this site is located in a 5+2 bonus story area, which allows for up to 7 stories if specific conditions are met. In keeping with the submitted plans, the additional 2 stories are set back approximately 90 feet from the front of the building. And in terms of the specific criteria for the bonus stories, staff notes that the Plan Commission should carefully consider conditional use approval standard number 14, which relates to excess height. Prior to this Plan Commission meeting, on request from the District Alder, this item went before the city's Urban Design Commission for an advisory recommendation for the bonus stories to the Plan Commission. At that meeting, the UDC voted to recommend that the Plan Commission not approve the request for the additional bonus stories because the excess height did not demonstrate a higher quality building with the bonus stories. The applicant provided justification for the bonus stories in their submitted materials and will be able to speak to that request during the public hearing. Mainly, the applicant has noted that the additional bonus stories allow for an all masonry buildings on all floors. Staff notes that the UDC recommendation is advisory, but requests that the Plan Commission carefully consider the request for the 2 additional bonus stories. In regards to the general architecture and building form, staff notes that this will be the widest and deepest building on the block, but it's also situated on the largest parcel on the block. The proposal meets all the zoning requirements in terms of lot coverage, setbacks, and stepbacks. In regards to the other conditional use requests, the applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use to have an outdoor rooftop patio with a hot tub pool. And in order for the conditional use standards to be found met for this specific request, staff notes that proper management of this space is key and has recommended specific conditions of approval to ensure that this space is safe and not disruptive for neighboring properties. Officer Kenneth Brown with the Madison Police Department is on this call and can answer questions related to security and safety issues associated with other residential properties that have these outdoor amenities. If this aspect of the project is approved, the Plan Commission retains continuing jurisdiction, meaning that if complaints are filed about noise or lights or some sort of issue with the pool, the Plan Commission can take further action on this request. Separately, I'll also note that Bill Sullivan from the Madison Fire Department is also on this call, who can speak to issues of fire access and other questions related to that because it is on a narrow site. And as you may be aware from the number of registrants, there's been a lot of public input on this proposal, both for and against, with comments continuing to come in up until 5:30 at the start of this meeting. So since then, I've added all the additional comments, including a petition in opposition, if you want to check the legislative file for any new input. An official steering committee formed throughout this review process, and staff incorporated some of their conditions into the conditions of approval, the ones that were feasible and applicable. While I may be reiterating what you already know, all conditional use findings must be based on substantial evidence that directly pertains to each standards and is not based in personal preference or speculation. And as I previously stated and described in more detail in the staff report, the building height for the site was contemplated in the downtown plan and subsequent redrafting of the new zoning code. This proposal is also located on a potential redevelopment parcel per the downtown plan. So while the UDC recommended that the Plan Commission not approve this request, the applicant has redesigned portions of the building to provide more relief from adjacent structures and from Langdon Street. Considering all this information, on balance, staff believes that it's possible for this proposal to meet the applicable approval standards. Therefore, if the Plan Commission can find that the demolition and conditional use standards are met, then the Planning Division recommends that the Plan Commission approve the request to construct a 7-story, 107-unit residential building with outdoor recreation amenities. If the Plan Commission cannot find that the standards are met, then the Plan Commission shall specify in its findings of fact and list the standards that have not been met and the reasons that such standards were not met. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did our tech facilitator have something?
Yeah, Chair. I just want to state to the registered public, if you did register to speak and you joined the meeting with a name that was not the same that you registered, if you could exit the meeting and return by that same link that you entered using the same name that you registered. That way we know who to call and that we can call you when it is your time to speak.
Thank you. Okay, I will open the public hearing. Our first speaker is Brian Munson, 120 East Lakeside Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Core Spaces. Mr. Munson. And you will have 3 minutes. We've got like 40 registrants or so we'll be sticking pretty closely to the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, if we could have Mark Lifshin speak first, and then I will fall back in order to when I registered.
Okay, Mark Lifshin, 1643 North Milwaukee Street, Chicago, in support, wishing to speak, Core Spaces. Mark Lifshin. Okay, Mr. Lifshin, you're on.
Great, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate the time. Good evening, commissioners and members of the Madison community. This is my first virtual presentation, so I appreciate having our team on board. My name is Mark Lifshin. I'm co-founder and CEO of Core Spaces. I think it makes a lot of sense to take a minute to give a little bit of color on our company and then quickly discuss the Langdon project that was being discussed tonight. For those not familiar with Core, we're a vertically integrated real estate operator and owner that started in 2010 We've developed 34 properties across the country, including 2 in the backyard of Madison, Hub on State Street and the James, which is located directly behind it. As some of you may know, these properties are no longer being managed by CORE, but as we've grown as a company, our strategy has totally followed suit into a long-term ownership play that will also unequivocally include the Langdon project. I've always personally believed that one of the keys to our success is the fact that we're vertically integrated between developer, owner, property manager. And it's somewhat awkward to say, and we're not ones that typically toot our own horns, but we've been awarded the industry's highest honor of best new development the last 5 out of 6 years. Our management was recently ranked in the top 5 across the country. So it's something we're really proud to say, and I think it's really worth highlighting tonight so you can take comfort as a local community that our company and the proposed project will be an asset into the city for years to come. While I'd prefer to talk more about the project and our team, I think it makes a lot of sense to address a letter that was circulated today. The letter suggested CORE was providing improper incentives in exchange for supporting the project, and I can assure you that the VIP program that the letter references is really just a promotional tool that our management team uses across the country in every single asset in order to sign large group leases. For our leasing team, if you just take a step back, one of the most efficient ways to lease a building is to sign large groups. So we market incentives to the various clubs and organizations in the community, from Greek life, international clubs, athletic teams, and so on. During the outreach for our project, the Greek community asked us if we had any programs like this, since it's really common in Madison, and we provided them with information. I want to be really clear that we offer these incentives regardless of support of the project. Deconstructing a text message or an email sent from our management team may give a certain perspective, but I can assure you what the intent really is. Our team worked really hard, and the intent was simply to educate the community on the project, win or lose. Now that I address this, I hope the project will be evaluated, as staff just explained, on the merits and if it meets the conditions outlined for approval. That is what we've discussed very clearly since day one. And the city, staff, alders, community, CORE, and its partners, we've all worked really hard to bring the city of Madison a really, really, really cool development that abides by these standards. We've received amazing support within the community from the city stakeholders, local business owners, students, university staff, and labor groups, because they believe the benefits of the project to the community are really great. Again, I really appreciate everyone making the time to speak tonight, and I'm hopeful that I made it under this 3 minutes, because I don't think.
Thank you. Yes, you did. Your time is now, so thank you very much. Are there questions of the registrant? Seeing no raised hands, the next registrant is Julian Nazareth, 1216 Spring Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Barb Garrity. Julian Nazareth.
Hello, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm opposed to this project because it fails to meet many city approval standards, but I particularly want to look into City Standard Approval 5. This project will significantly impact uncovered parking spaces. They will be dramatically reduced as a result of this project. And as it is, uncovered parking is relatively affordable for students, and it's necessary for some students who either work off campus or live places that lack access to public transportation from Madison to their city, to their home city. Replacing this will have a detrimental effect on the student body, and that is why I believe it fails to meet City Standard 5, City Approval Standard 5. In addition, I think these these group lease benefits are really targeted towards specific students, and I think that it is giving some certain student groups preferential treatment for signing leases for approving this project. And I believe that if this project is to go through, these group lease benefits should not happen, given that it's giving preferential treatment towards certain applicants, and it's not giving all applicants fair chance at living in this new proposed apartment. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Julian Nazareth? Seeing none, our next registrant is Barb Garrity, 120 Langdon Street in Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Jim Yale. Ms. Garrity, you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Barb Garrity, and I'm the House Director Property Manager at the Tri-Delta Sorority House, located right next door to the proposed building site at 126 Langdon. I also reside at this residence year-round, so this is my neighborhood. We have a private driveway and shared use of the fire lane between us and 126 site. My biggest challenge is keeping both of these driveways clear so that the renters of these spaces always have access. Delivery people pull in, set flashers, and run their wares anywhere on the block or beyond. I understand why they do it. There is nowhere else to park. We have individual signage on each space that we will tow violators, but if a spot is empty, it is often parked in. I left the house once last week, came back, and someone was in my spot. With another 373 residents getting deliveries and the second fire lane, where a lot of these delivery trucks also park, eliminated, I'm concerned that this will be a constant problem for myself, our employees, and residents. I recently approached a driver and told him he needed to move from our lot, and he told me that he was new at his job, and when his boss trained him, this is where he told him to park. I had a talk with the boss, and the next day he was parked in the fire lane, as he is nearly every day. Move out and move in on this August 15th Madison lease term for all students is horrible on Langdon Street. I can't even imagine what it will be like with 373 more tenants. Their plan says they will have 2 move-in days. That's 186 per day, and they all need elevators. We have a challenging time getting 50 in 1 day with no elevator wait time. Also, if they rent all of the street spots, where is everybody else going to park? All in all, traffic flow will be a major problem. My number one concern from the removal of 1 fire lane and just 1 lane left for all pedestrians, bike, car, moped, and delivery vehicles is safety. Now, the pedestrians, hundreds of trips per day from the building behind, use the far fire lane that will be closed and eliminated. The fire lane that they have left to go up to Langdon is a hill. It gets very slippery and snow-packed in the winter, and on the conceptual drawing, it shows the side of Tri-Delta abutting the fire lane as grass. It is not. It is a big concrete retaining wall. This leaves nowhere to go when a vehicle is sliding out of control on that hill, something I have witnessed many times. I propose that this fire lane be constructed with radiant heat for the safety of all. I have actually seen parked driverless cars slide down this hill. I also propose a backup plan be in place for how to handle a fire emergency at 130, 124, or 108 Langdon. Sprinkler systems do not always work. They can be down due to waiting for parts or repair, or as in the case with us, the city accidentally forgetting to turn our water back on after they turned it off for street repair. On rainy and cold days, Uber and Eat Streets and deliveries are crazy right now. With 373 people, it will just be out of control as far as I'm concerned. And I watch this every day.
Thank you, Ms. Garrity. Your time is up. Are there questions for Ms. Garrity? Are there questions? Seeing no raised hands, thank you very much. The next registrant is Jim Yaley, 6710 Colony Drive, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Billie Jean Huddleston. Mr. Yaley.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you to the Plan Commission for your time tonight to talk briefly in support of Core Spaces Langdon Street Hub 2 project. My name is Jim Yaley. I'm president and CEO of J.H. Findorf & Son. We're a 130-year-old construction company based in Madison, proudly employing over 800 essential workers at this time. On behalf of myself and the entire staff at Findorf, we are grateful for the leadership of city leaders for allowing essential infrastructure to continue. Our employees are happy to be working and not adding to the numbers seeking unemployment. As an industry, we have kept the health and safety of all of our employees as our number one goal and are working with our crews to make sure that they're working safely. I will tell you, the creativity and resolve of the Wisconsin workforce is unmatched. They're really stepping up to keep things moving forward. So specifically about the Core Spaces Langdon, I believe it's really important for Madison for many reasons. The economic impact, and also to employment. I believe a project like this will create and maintain hundreds of men and women in the trades, along with numerous subcontractors and suppliers' jobs. which will then in turn circulate more money into our local economy. Feel that too many industries, we know what we're feeling, are abandoning or deferring construction projects right now. And it's really good to see that Core Spaces is still investing in the future, and we need to support their investment in the city of Madison and the housing needs of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. At Findorff, we are committed also to keep our employees working, with many projects being put on hold and canceled due to COVID-19 or just other concerns of what's in the future. The Hub 2 project would result future employment for many local residents, including Findorff employees. Post-COVID, we don't know the extent of the impact on Madison-Dane County, but a project like this that would start early in 2021 would be a great way to invest in the future. As far as Core Spaces, they are a proven successful partner to the city and the university with respect to the projects that Mark mentioned earlier, the Hub 1 on State Street, the James. They're really an asset to UW students in downtown. We as a company have also built with them in other cities and have similar results. Really feel that the values that they share is similar with Findorff in the city of Madison. Also, I want to support that Core Spaces has and recognize that they've spent numerous hours working with city and neighborhood representatives to listen and adjust, and now propose this impressive quality project. It's also important to note that the proposed project complies with current zoning and within the city's downtown plan. So I'll wrap up here quick and just would ask that the commission would support this project. I believe it is the right decision now for the city and community. And just once again, thank you and the commission for all the work that you and the city leaders are doing for your leadership during these times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yaley. Any questions of the registrant? The next registrant is Billie Jean Huddleston, 103 Langdon Street, Madison. Opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Max Glenny. Ms. Huddleston.
I cannot find a person by that name.
No person by the name of Huddleston?
Correct.
Okay. The next registrant is Max Glenny, 12 Langdon Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Delta Tau Delta Fraternity. Max Glenny.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, so my name's Max Glenny and I am a Greek chapter leader here on campus. I'm speaking here today in support of the Hub 2 project. In times gone by, Greek life communities have been accused of perpetuating undesirable behaviour that places individuals and the wider community at risk. However, I strongly believe that on the UW campus, this is not the case. And in lieu of these fabricated arguments, what many fail to recognise is the continued work by chapters each semester to give back to the Madison community. This includes hosting or volunteering at community service events and engaging in philanthropy work continuously. As a leader of a Greek organisation, I've witnessed firsthand the negative effect leaving the Langdon community can have on chapters achieving their goals in these departments. By bringing much needed additional rental spaces to the Langdon area, chapters are likely to see an increase in active participation because more members reside close to the chapter shelters. This thereby fosters an environment in which chapters are best set to smash previous fundraising, philanthropic and community-based goals, which are intrinsically beneficial to the wider residential community. Without the Hub 2, the city will continue to lose out on untapped potential from its most productive demographic, the student body. With this in mind, I wholeheartedly support the Hub. Thank you.
Any questions of this registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is James McFadden, 1 Langdon Street in Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Tammy Earlman. Mr. McFadden.
Yes, staff was going to have some slides available.
And there they are.
Oh, there they are. I'm speaking very, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I'm looking at standard number 9, or it could apply to other standards also, which, intends, says the project creates an environment of sustained aesthetic desirability compatible with the existing or intended character of the area and the statement of purpose for the zoning district. The zoning district specifically says, sure that the buildings and additions to existing buildings are designed with sensitivity to their context in terms of scale and rhythm, building placement, facade width, height, and proportions. And I think if we look at the proposed the building as proposed let's go to the next slide. This is looking down Langdon Street from Carroll. This is looking up, from Henry Street. You can see how the existing, basically late 19th century, early 20th century buildings are overshadowed by the new building. Please go on. From any vantage point, the building as proposed dwarfs the building around it. Yes, it is putatively a 5+2-story building, but the Urban Design Commission specifically had a concern with the height of it was essentially 9 full stories above the buildings along the lakeside, which are all 2 and 3 stories in height. Please go on. Again, this is looking at Langdon Street and across Langdon Street. Go on. Next slide. This is looking at, from Henry Street, and we can see that the building actually is considerably taller and is more imposing than the previously approved 5+2-story building at the lakeside. Please go on. And again, this, particularly shows how the building as proposed towers over and dominates, and actually is not in any sense sensitive to or in any way contextual, sensitive to the context in which it is being placed. That's basically my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Are there any questions of Mr. McFadden? Seeing none, the next registrant is Tammy Earlman, 1817 Water Bend Drive, Verona, opposed and wishing to speak, representing the Delta 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 Fraternity Mu chapter, to be followed by Robert Kleba. Tammy Earlman.
Hi, I'm Tammy Ehrman, the Tri-Delta House Corporation president, and the House Corporation is the owner of the property at 120 Langdon Street. I am opposed to the core spaces development, and I will address each of the conditions that I do not believe are met by this project. Condition number 1 allows that the establishment, maintenance, or operation will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the neighborhood. With the roof deck hot tub, all 3 of these will be negatively impacting to other residents with excess noise, pedestrian traffic, and lighting. My opinion about condition number 3 is that the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will be substantially impaired or diminished in many ways. I think our property will be adversely affected in very negative ways, and that the value and aesthetic appeal of our property may be seriously impaired and diminished greatly. Condition number 5 says that adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, parking supply, internal circulation improvements, and other necessary site improvements should be addressed by the development. Negative impacts for all surrounding buildings are inevitable with the current plan. In addition, with reduced access and only one entrance and exit to all surrounding buildings, safety concerns are greatly amplified. I do not feel that the project meets condition number 9 because it does not create an environment of sustained aesthetic desirability compatible with the existing or intended character of the area. I also do not feel the development meets the standard of condition number 12, which deals with impact on surrounding properties, including shadows in view, architectural quality and amenities, and importantly, the relationship of the proposed building with adjoining streets, alleys, and public rights of way. In condition 14, the following standards are not met. The excess height is not compatible with the existing or planned character of the surrounding area, including scale, mass, and rhythm of buildings. The excess height does not demonstrate a higher quality building than what could be achieved without the additional stories. In fact, I believe the excess height creates a lesser quality building. The scale, massing, and design of the project does not complement or positively contribute to the setting of any landmark buildings within the Langdon Street Historical District. And in fact, this building deters from the quality and uniqueness of those buildings. I also do not believe all conditions listed in condition 15 have been met. The new building is not entirely located on the same parcel as the building being replaced. It is taller in stories and in feet than the building being replaced, and it is larger in total volume than the building being replaced. Summarizing, I do not believe conditions 1, 3, 5, 9, 12, 14, and 15 have been met by the Core Spaces proposal. This is setting a standard for future development, further challenging the historic nature of this residential area. I do not believe the project should be approved because it did not get approval from the Urban Design Commission and is counter to many of the rules put in place by the City of Madison standards for development.
Thank you, Ms. Ehrman. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is Robert Kleba, 704 East Gorham Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Jackson Gray. Mr. Kleba. Is Mr. Kleba unmuted on the city side?
He is.
Mr. Kleba, can you unmute your microphone? You're unmuted on the city side. There you go. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Bob Kleba, and I've been serving as chair of the steering committee for the proposed development at 126 Langdon. I want briefly to touch on a late-breaking development just published this afternoon in the Cap Times, and remind the Commission that the developer is engaged in apparently illegal activities to garner support for their proposal in the Greek community. Offering financial benefits for support of a development is illegal. Furthermore, I'd like to add that it is unfortunate this activity might also implicate those students participating in this quid pro quo. The reason I bring up this activity in our involvement with the proposed development is that it emphasizes that the developer wants to push forward without responding to feedback from UDC or from the neighborhood. The current proposal is essentially the same as what was initially presented in October, except for an improvement in exterior materials and slightly deeper articulation in the facade. The following neighborhood concerns have not changed. Number one, incongruity with the Langdon Street National Register Historic District. 2, exceptionally large massing of the building. 3, lack of accommodation for deliveries and rideshare. 4, no exceptional design to allow for excess height 2 stories. 5, deleterious activities associated with the rooftop pool. As a steering committee, we carefully reviewed and documented what Madison general ordinances and recommendations from the downtown plan that this proposal does not follow. These are documented in reports that we provided to the UDC and to your commission. If the Plan Commission chooses not to deny the proposal outright, the steering committee would like to ask the commissioners to address the steering committee's concerns individually. Nevertheless, I believe that the neighborhoods and the steering committee's concerns are great enough that the Plan Commission should deny approval for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleba. Are there questions of this registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is Jackson Gray, 19675 Foxfield Drive, Prior Lake, Minnesota, in support, wishing to speak, representing the Delta Tau Delta fraternity, and to be followed by Matthew Mitnick, 202 North Brook Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Gray.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, I'd just like to clear up some confusion. I actually put my home address. I live at 12 Langdon Street, which is actually right by the waterfront. I'd just like to address some safety benefits that this project could possibly bring to Langdon Street if this project were to go through. As most of you know, there was a member of the Greek life community that was assaulted on Langdon Street last year. In my personal opinion, I do not think it is a very well lit street. And I think having 300 plus residents coming in the hub too, the increased foot traffic, and I wouldn't say road traffic, but just having a bunch of people on the street would make the streets a little safer, especially given that the city is running low on police officers right now, and we don't have as much patrol on the street anymore. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gray? Seeing none, our next registrant is Matthew Mitnick, 202 North Brook Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Max Vicker. Mr. Mitnick.
All right, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I am speaking tonight in opposition to this agenda item for a number of reasons. First and foremost, this project just does not abide by the conditional use approval standards. And I want to particularly point out standard number 3, which states that the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished. Now, I think a case can clearly be made here that the values of this community will greatly be diminished with this project. When you talk about its lack of affordability, for one, but these extra 2 floors just really don't provide a measurable public benefit. And clearly the community, if you look at it, standard number 1, has shown that the general welfare is not supported through this project. A few students and I, we started a petition just 5 days ago because we were really dismayed by the entire process with this project, the lack of student input. And in 5 days, we've amassed 1,979 supporters as of right now, which is 4 times as much as Core Spaces has done on their petition in over 2 months. And also there's been 74 comments, which I urge you all to read, and they're on the Legistar for a lot of people who can't be at the meeting tonight. But, you know, you look at approval standard number 10 and you look at the parking concerns. I have not seen anything concerning a traffic report or even an environmental impact report that state, you know, the underground parking, will that impact Lake Mendota? What will the construction look like for the people in the Greek houses next door? And then finally, I really want to hit on the ethics concerns in this project. I'm studying political science. I plan to go to law school, and something that's been really professed in all my classes is a commitment to ethics and doing things the right way. And, you know, you can debate the legal validity of all of this, but there's no doubt that the alleged promising of benefits, of philanthropic donations, that's unethical. And what kind of message are you sending if you approve this project that it's okay for developers to take advantage of students and buy support? I mean, I can say with our petition, 90% of those signers are students, and you know, we didn't buy anyone's signature on there. We literally just spread the word through community organizing. And I think that really should tell you, you know, when you're looking at those conditional use approval standards, particularly at the general welfare point, the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood, people have concerns with this. Height, noise pollution, and for it to be approved and to just skip over that, I think would send a very poor message. And also, you know, we need to recognize this is COVID-19 right now. We don't need more luxury.
Mr. Mitnick, your 3 minutes are up.
Right.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Mitnick? Seeing none, our next registrant is Max Vicker, 116 East Gorham Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Max Holprin. And just to remind you again, 3 minutes.
There is no one by the name, no person by the name of Max Vicker currently in attendance.
Okay. Then our next registrant is Max Holprin, 1216 Spring Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Aaron Shapiro. Max Holprin, you're on. 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. I would just like to express my that I don't approve of this project as a student at the UW-Madison community, primarily for 2 reasons. The first being that it doesn't fit in with the congruity of the Langdon Street area in terms of architecture. It's very different, and it does not fit in at all with the historic preservation of the streets. Obviously, adding 2 more stories to Langdon Street when none of the other buildings in the same area would also further that disturbance, which I think it's very important to maintain for the history of Madison. Furthermore, the proposed rents for the area are about $1,000 at the minimum, which does not fit in with the current housing crisis that we have for students at Madison. Course Spaces has previously developed the James and the Hub, and we have not seen any sort of lowering of rents, even with this amount of extra space. And I don't think that having a Hub 2 will actually lead to any reduced space because a lot of international students and others students are able to afford this space, but it doesn't lead to any decrease in rental. It doesn't lead to any decrease in rates of for other developments. And this space could be used for something that's more affordable for other students to be able to use if it's able to be more dense and be within the 5-story height limits. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions of this registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is Aaron Shapiro, 260 Langdon Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak. And he is speaking on behalf of Pi Kappa Alpha, to be followed by Francis Ingebrigtsen. Mr. Shapiro.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Planning Commission for giving me a chance to speak. My name is Aaron Shapiro, and I'm the chapter president of Pi Kappa Alpha here at UW-Madison. We stay at 260 Langdon Street. That's also my residence, has been for the past year, and it will be for the summer. We're the first house on Langdon coming from the state side or connection from State Street. So oftentimes people coming down Langdon will see our house as the first house on Langdon. So for us, it's very important being that first fraternity house to understand Langdon Street community, to understand the implications that projects would have. And as an executive board and as a fraternity, when we heard about this project, we were very happy to support it. First off, being that I, along with many other residents on Langdon Street, work at local jobs, this just has massive implications for the economy, which could really benefit a lot of people. Not only this, but it really does help the safety of the community. I know a constant fear of students in Greek life and students on Langdon Street, whether it be in Greek life or not, is safety walking down Langdon Street, especially at night. It's a very dimly lit street, and even as someone that lives right next to State Street, leaving those lights to enter blocks down worth of streets without lights, it's something that's scary for students. So increased lighting and more foot traffic, I believe, will benefit the confidence of many students in their community. And then a second thing that I'd really like to touch on is just the sense of community that we have here on Langdon Street. As Max mentioned a few speakers ago, the sense of community here is really strong between supporting community service projects and just everyone having each other's backs. This project would really just add to that, keeping students in the area so that they have a chance to live near their friends. They can create those bonds over the years of being in college. It's something that not many students have a chance to have, but at UW-Madison, with this project, many students will have the chance to live on Langdon Street for multiple years, to have a building with great amenities. So between the safety aspect and the community aspect, I think this project could be extremely beneficial for residents on the street and for residents all around Madison. And that's pretty much it. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. Any questions of this registrant? Seeing none, the next speaker is Francis Ingebrigtsen, 504 Wisconsin Avenue, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by John Carey. Ms. Ingebrigtsen.
Thank you. I would like to quickly explain the handouts that I submitted to the commission members. The first one shows the immediate surrounding properties of the development site. A graph shows the number of stories and the living area square footage for each property. The second handout is essentially the same, but it focuses on the facing 100 blocks of Langdon. Since the UDC meeting on February 12th, CoreSpace's numbers have changed. The gross enclosed area for them is now 148,514. That is the most relevant number for the graphs. The rules of construction in the zoning code, section 28-210-1C, state the words shall, must, and will are mandatory and not discretionary. The approval standards for conditional uses clearly state no application for conditional use shall be granted by the Plan Commission unless it finds that all of the following conditions are present. And I'm just going to briefly speak to standard 14A. The proposed building is not compatible in scale and mass with the character and sense of place of the surrounding neighborhood. Even at 7 stories, the scale and mass of this proposal would overwhelm the nearby houses on the lake and other nearby properties. With an additional 2 bonus stories, nearby residents will essentially have a 9-story building in their front or side yards. This development project fails to meet the approval standard. The May 18th staff report states that new development must enhance the essential character of the neighborhood and not diminish views of the lake. Not only does this project fail to enhance the essential character of the neighborhood, but it also destroys one of the character-defining features of Langdon Street, the sidewalk views of the lake. Each block from North Francis to Wisconsin Avenue has 3 to 4 views of the lake from the sidewalk. One of the best mid-block lake views will be lost due to the massive front building facade of this proposed building. Thank you.
Does that conclude your testimony, Ms. Ingebrigtsen? Looks like it. Are there any questions of Ms. Ingebrigtsen? Seeing none, our next registrant is John Carey, 3026 North Halstead, Chicago, Illinois, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Carey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks for the time. My name's John Carey. I'm a class of 2018 graduate from UW-Madison, speaking in support of the proposed project tonight. During my time at the university, I spent 2 years living on Langdon, including 1 year in a house immediately adjacent to the site of the proposed development, and then also 1 year in the James at CoreSpace's development at West Gorman University. During my experience fitting the renter profile for Langdon Street in the off-campus apartment market at UW-Madison, it's evident that Langdon is slightly behind with regards to new product relative to University Avenue, State Street, etc. It's increasingly evident that Greek students prefer to lease in groups and seek these high-quality products with amenities. And given this unique opportunity with the vacant lot on Langdon, this development will help modernize Langdon and allow it to evolve alongside with the other major thoroughfares in Madison proximate to campus, ultimately what this renting demographic wants. Additionally, contrary to some other opinions I've heard here, I believe the renderings of the proposed development assimilate well with the surrounding buildings, particularly the fraternity and sorority houses around it. Again, I did live adjacent to this. I really do think that this would provide a strong street presence along Langdon and ultimately help progress Langdon forward alongside what you see at other universities throughout the country. Thanks for the time, and if there's any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Carey. Any questions for this registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is Michael Clem, 210 Langdon Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing the Theta Chi fraternity, to be followed by Dylan Friendly. Mr. Clem.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm a UW-Madison student, and I'm a leader of a Greek life chapter here. And I think the Hub 2 should be a huge improvement of the current situation on the property. And it would really just greatly improve the Langdon community as a whole. There's definitely a need for more student housing in the Langdon area, especially like the type core space provides. I know from personal experience that a lot of students are unable to find housing they're really happy with, especially with this type of development. So there's a clear demand for it. And from a community standpoint, well, Langdon is primarily like a Greek life community. And that community does raise hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for a variety of charitable causes. The big part of that is the upperclassmen with experience. But as they move out of the Langdon community, it's harder for them to stay involved. And that obviously hurts those efforts. So basically the Hub 2 would help them stay involved with their chapters and just bolster those same charitable efforts. And then I also think the group leasing options are a great idea because it lets these same groups stick together throughout college and enjoy their whole college experience together. But I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Clem. Any questions for this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Dylan Friendly, 12 Langdon Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing DELT at 12 Langdon. And to be followed by William Richmond. Go ahead, Mr. Friendly.
Just want to be clear that you can hear me.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dylan Friendly, a rising junior here at UW-Madison. I currently live on Langdon Street and have had an amazing year living on this historic street, even given the circumstances. However, I struggle with safety concerns and premium living opportunities on Langdon Street. Students shouldn't have to sacrifice where they want to live for quality or the safety of walking home late from the library. Just listing a few qualities of this proposed development to help these issues. Students are more likely to stay on Langdon Street and stay more involved with their organizations and with the general campus as they get older. There will also be a wider representation of student population living in Langdon due to the increased living options. There will also be an increase in public activity and lighting, which will help quite a bit with some of the safety concerns that have bothered Langdon for years. Ultimately, it is a beautiful plan which will benefit the student body in Madison. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hope to see people moving into Hub 2 soon.
Thank you, Mr. Friendly. Any questions for this registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is William Richmond, 73 Willits Road, Old Westbury, New York, in support and wishing to speak, to be followed by Aaron Dinkin. Mr. Richmond, 3 minutes. Is there a Mr. Richmond that is registered?
I'm still looking. There's no person by that name.
Okay, then we will move on to Aaron Dinkin, 112 Langdon Street, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Brett Doherty. Mr. Dinkin.
Just one second. Yes, hello.
Hello.
My name is Aaron Dinkin, and I'm a UW student here to support the Hub. I'm here to express the immediate and imminent positive impact the development would bring to the Langdon community, largely comprised of students in Greek life. This project will allow members of fraternities and sororities to live closer to their chapters. In addition, demonstrated by the manner in which the original Hub and the James sell out within minutes, there's clearly an extremely high demand for high quality apartments in this area. Lastly, in terms of added safety, this development would add light and foot traffic to the Langdon community and make it safer at night. And because of these reasons, I think that the Hub 2 should be accepted.
Thank you, Mr. Dinkin. Any questions of this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Brett Doherty, 406 North Francis Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Brian Munson. Mr. Doherty.
Can you hear me okay? Hello,
please go ahead. Please go ahead, Mr. Doherty.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brett Doherty, and I was graduated from UW-Madison. I studied finance and real estate and lived adjacent to the subject property for 3 semesters at 124 Langdon Street. And I have 5 things to say regarding the addition of Hub 2. One is I walked by that hideous old dorm thousands of times, and it was clearly an inefficient use of the space. I think this replacement would be perfect. Number 2 is that Greek life comprises the vast majority of Langdon, and I believe this property would be a popular fitting addition to that area. 3 is there is a plethora of upperclassmen demand to live on campus in buildings like the Hub and the James, buildings I've spent a ton of time in, and especially there's a high demand near this site. Number 4 is I believe that Hub 2 will increase the safety and awareness regarding the street. My friends and I would often, guys and girls all walk home together after a night out, and another security guard, tons of lighting from the building, and 373 additional potential safe walks should make the areas, the immediate surrounding areas residents feel more secure. Number 5 is to address the neighbors' concerns over move-in day. As long as that day is separated from sorority move-in days and recruitment, and a staggered timing system by floor is used, I'm pretty sure that the process will go very smoothly. Thank you for your time, and that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Any questions for this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Brian Munson, 120 East Lakeside Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Core Spaces. Mr. Munson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. If we could pause for just a second, I believe there's going to be some slides that would come up for mine. But while those are coming up, I'd just like to start with good evening. Thank you again for having us here. Brian Munson with Vanderwall Associates here on behalf of Core Spaces. We're pleased to be here to talk about a sustainable infill development built out of the framework of the city's adopted plans. But before the design team talks about the proposal, I'd like to talk about what was on the site and how that informed the city's plans that led to the development of this proposal. This site, as you can see from the pictures on the screen, was formerly occupied by one of the, quote, out of context buildings that the city has worked so hard to replace throughout downtown. This 7-story dormitory housed 380 occupants when it was in operation, up until last year when, in consultation with the city, a demolition permit, thankfully, was issued into history. Next slide, please. The history of the site informed the downtown plan and subsequently the design of this proposal, in that the downtown plan specifically addresses this property in several ways. This site is designated as an appropriate place for 5 stories as a base height and up to 2 additional stories of height. And I would note that 5 stories is the base height for the majority of the neighborhood. But this is specifically different in that it identifies 2 additional stories. It also specifically calls out this site as part of the out-of-context buildings, which states that although new buildings could be taller or larger than the other buildings allowed in the area, replacing these less attractive out-of-context structures with better designs would benefit the neighborhood in which they are located in the downtown overall. This is a direct reflection of the financial underpinnings of replacing buildings within their context. It's also identified as an underutilized redevelopment site, reflecting the opportunity for this site to incorporate additional housing in support of the downtown as a whole. In summary, the plan specifically identifies this site for infill development, which balances height, density, and the preservation of contributing buildings, all 3 of which are advanced by this project. Conversations on this project started just under a year ago when we met with staff to discuss the detailed plan recommendations for the site before we developed any concepts. This has also gone through a series of neighborhood meetings, steering committee meetings, and UDC discussions, including 2 meetings where the UDC was supportive of the plans and 1 in which we don't believe they reflected the adopted plan recommendations. Next slide, please. In terms of the conditional use standards, this project meets the requirements with substantial evidence, as outlined in my letter from last Friday and addressed specifically in staff's report. To talk to 2 specific comments, again, the balance are outlined in my letter. Number 9, compatibility of the sustained character of the neighborhood by implementing the planned outcomes of the downtown plan. This specifically states sections in room to grow and out of context buildings, and is reflected in the staff report comment that says, quote, this proposal is believed to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and downtown plan. Number 14, this area was specifically identified for additional height and planned for infill development. This project delivers on these goals in addition to creating exceptional architecture that features green roof treatments, reduced vehicle parking to focus on transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, durable masonry materials, well-articulated architectural features, and a focus on sustainable design through construction to LEED Silver standards. The building will also incorporate substantial setbacks.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. That's your 3 minutes. Are there any questions of Mr. Munson? Seeing none, the next registrant is Jeffrey Zalisco, in support, wishing to speak. Also representing Core Spaces. He lives at or is at Green Forest Road in Deer Park, Illinois, to be followed by Rodney King. Mr. Zalisco.
Hi, yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I should have some images coming up.
Okay. Here they are.
Hi, my name is Jeff Zalisco. I'm a senior principal with Antunovich Associates. We've been engaged by Core Spaces for this project. Wanted to talk a little bit about the site plan. Our building sets back from the property line on Langdon by 25 feet or more, and we are recessed behind the property line as required on all the surrounding property lines. The access drive that you see on the east side of the site has been widened to 24 feet from approximately 15 feet. That has vehicular, fire access, and also foot access with that space. That provides for access to our lower level parking element, and also to some parking to some of the surrounding properties. We have a loading dock at the west side of the site on Langdon where access is provided directly on to Langdon Street. This building is going to be designed as a sustainable building. As such, we have provided over 5,700 square feet of green space on site compared to 0 that was provided previously. In addition, this building as a sustainable building will be designed as a LEED building, as a LEED Silver building. As such, we are proposing low parking counts in this building, and we'll search hard for tenants that will walk, bike, and take buses to their work and to their university. Next page, please. These are various renderings of the Langdon Street side of the building. We have worked very closely with the planning staff, with the steering committee, and Alder Heck in defining and developing the facades of this building and the design. We've increased setbacks significantly on the building to really create massing that is very commensurate with the surrounding buildings and complementary. This is a lovely eclectic neighborhood. In this building, with the masonry elements, very similar to many of the buildings, is very similar in many ways to the surrounding buildings. Next page, please. This view is down the access drive, and you can see that the access drive drops about 20 feet along this building. It's been widened significantly, as I mentioned. This is another area where we worked hard with the team, with everyone else, to provide greater setback and variation in color and elements to really create a lively facade. The white element you're going to see becomes a very powerful element. If you can go to the next slide, please. So this is a view from Lake Mendota, and you really see how a powerful element the white masonry is, how the black the darker brick provides a real counterpoint to this element, and that element is defined as 5 stories. As you can see, the Pi Beta Pi building, which is actually 4 and 5 stories, is similar in scale. This shows how we've really gone out of our way to provide scale for our building in relationship to the surrounding buildings, although it's different in shape and size. Next page, please. This really gives you a view from the lake, and you see, in context of many of the buildings in the neighborhood, this building is similar in scale. This is not a building that's by itself. There's buildings very...
Thank you, Mr. Zalisco. That is your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Zalisco? Seeing none, the next registrant is Rodney King, 1643 North Milwaukee Street, Chicago, Illinois, in support, wishing to speak, representing Core Spaces, to be followed by Brian Newswender. Mr. King.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Rodney King. I'm Senior Vice President at Core Spaces, and I want to highlight a few items briefly. The first item is our project followed the process. Early on, we met with city staff, neighborhood and steering committees. We listened and we modified our plans to address some of their concerns. We acknowledged that we couldn't address all of their comments because some of those comments conflicted with the adopted plan by this commission. Our initial meetings included meetings with city staff to understand the adopted plan background. We wanted to be sure that our proposed development was adhering to the spirit and technical aspects of the recommended plan before reaching out to neighbors. And we are confident that this project that you're reviewing tonight adheres to the recommended plan. Through our outreach efforts, we've met with several stakeholders and community leaders. We held several neighborhood meetings, including meetings with students. We held Zoom calls to anybody who wanted to participate to learn more about the project. Our goal was to educate the public about the project and why this specific parcel was chosen for redevelopment. The previous building that occupied this site was an eyesore. There's no easy way to say that. The adopted plan encouraged redevelopment of this eyesore, and our proposed project conforms to that plan. Our support is broad. We have support from students, UW personnel, neighbors, business owners, and even organized labor. We have almost 500 people who have supported this project. This site is zoned for 5+2 stories, and if certain conditions are met. We believe we've met those conditions, and we ask for this project to be evaluated on those conditions. The value of land is somewhat determined by zoning. We've reduced the size of this project to as small as we can get while balancing the financial feasibility. We've increased setbacks and stepbacks in order to accommodate concerns. If the commission wants to see more reductions in this building, it would force us to demolish the contributing 142 building. Allowing density on this site is preserving contributing buildings. Also, the impact on this project, the impact from this project should be minimal. This project has less occupants and is the same building height as the previous building. Lastly, we've heard some concerns about affordability. Allowing additional supply in markets makes rents more affordable. Restrictions on new developments keeps rents artificially high. It is simple. More competition equals lower rents. And lastly, we ask that you approve this project on the conditions that we've outlined in our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. King. Are there questions of this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Brian Nieswinder, Greencroft Drive, Champaign, Illinois, in support and wishing to speak, representing Core Spaces, to be followed by Benjamin Pierce.
Good evening, and thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to hear our latest prospective project in Madison. My name is Brian Nieswinder. I'm co-founder of Core Spaces. Madison has been and remains one of our favorite development markets in the country. One of the reasons we keep returning to Madison is because the process is open and transparent. This allows us to perform a detailed analysis before spending excessive capital on projects. Our first two projects in Madison were the Hub and the James, and we went through similar process as this project. We identified the site and we analyzed it against the plan recommendations. We met with the city and presented conceptual plans that were in line with the recommendations, just as we did with this project. After meeting with the city, we met with key community stakeholders via neighborhood and steering committee meetings to address any comments. We typically work to address any comments that are not in conflict with the plan recommendations, just as we did with this project. From an owner's perspective, when planning commissions adopt recommended plans, it is extremely important that the commission follows through and implements their adopted plans. It shows the development community that plans have merit and removes a level of subjectivity from the process. It keeps focus on items that can be improved instead of debating about the overall project. When the commission follows its plan, it allows landowners to objectively assess the value of their land. But when the commission does not follow its recommended plans, it turns a completely objective process into a subjective one. This sends the wrong signals to the overall community. It introduces a new level of risk and tends to stifle development. It has a negative impact on overall land values because landowners cannot objectively assess the potential redevelopment value of their parcels. This leads to overall lower value citywide. As we have presented this site, we targeted for redevelopment to encourage the demolition of the previous eyesore. If the commission does not follow through with its recommended plans, it will send shockwaves to the city and likely stall future redevelopments of sites similar to this, and will introduce a new level of uncertainty that will have negative impacts on the land value. In closing, I'd like to ask for approval of all the requests as they are consistent with the adopted plans. Thank you.
Any questions of this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Benjamin Pierce, 146 Langdon Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Adrian Lamprin. Mr. Pierce.
Can you hear me?
You'll have to speak up.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay, I'm not sure what I'll speak at about this level. Can you hear me now?
That's better. That's better.
Okay, we'll try. Madam Chairman and Planning Commission, I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I could go down the list of 16 standards. In summary, I find that the only 4 that this project does not fail to meet are 1, 2, 11, and 13. In every other regard, and for a few simple reasons, this proposal is an abject failure to meet these standards. For one quite simple reason, it is a notable exception. And it is an exception in a neighborhood that relies upon extra rules and standards to maintain our character. We are an historic district. Many of our buildings can never be built the same way again, and it's understood that no new project will ever duplicate the best of these buildings. But let's look across the lot at the sewer house at 122 Langdon Street. Very recently in danger, very recently saved, open for business, a beautiful, elegant building that could be built by today's architectures and materials and according to today's profit margins. Possibly not according to the bloated profit margin and excess overhead of this project, which is what commits these developers to demand more units at a higher price and with luxury accommodations. There's no reason for this neighborhood or for this town to commit ourselves to that level of overhead and hyper profitability when a simpler building can house many people, provide lighting for safety, providing opportunities for people to get to know one another, everything like that, but without providing an exception to our already endangered code. The Hub, the James, the Waterfront, all provided exceptions. The more exceptions, the more precedent to eventually abandon our protections altogether, and we can't have that. And by the way, I don't think that's a glitch. I think that's a feature. I think that in some corners that may be intended, and we must guard against that as a community. That's what I have to say about scoring this proposal to the 16 standards. There's another standard that has been brought up, and that's ethics and perhaps the legality of the rather plain quid pro quo letter that we have seen circulated. I'm heartened that some elements of the Greek community itself expose this and have spoken against this proposal. But I don't think the full danger has been seen. It's been cited that the Greek letter communities bring philanthropy, and I think that's true. But given the very fact that this letter promised, and I quote, philanthropic donations, which goes far above and beyond, providing a living space, this is quid pro quo, and it now must make the wary citizen wonder.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Your time is up. Are there any questions of Mr. Pierce? Seeing none, the next registrant is Adrian Lamprin, 202 North Brick Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Alexis Predge. Adrian Lamprin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm Adrian Lampron. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a 20-year-old student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to express my opposition to Agenda Item 4, conditional use for the 126 Langdon Street development. About 5 days ago, my friends and I made a petition to oppose this project, and we've collected 1,979 signatures. So first of all, I don't really understand how those who want this development can argue that they have wide support when we've organized 4 times as many people in opposition in much less time. And a huge majority of our signatories are students, and based on the comments that they have left, we all have a bunch of major concerns about the project. In my view, this proposed development breaks multiple conditional use standards. 1, 3, and 10 are a particular concern to me, and we've heard through the comments on our petition and speaking with residents that students are worried about increased noise pollution, traffic, and causing a detriment to the historic character of the neighborhood. Regarding parking especially, developers' own plans show a loss of 10 parking spaces with the proposed building that would be adding residents. And even though they say that there would be a lot of residents that aren't using parking, as we discussed earlier, there is still a need for parking for delivery vehicles, etc. I'm also disturbed by the evidence that I've seen that Core Spaces attempted to manufacture student support for this development by offering financial incentives to some Greek organizations. However, clearly their misconduct has failed to silence the almost 2,000 voices of dissent in the UW-Madison community who do not want another hub to be built. Finally, this development and government process is why we need to solidify the Campus Neighborhood Association. Student organizing at the city level is as old as this community, and we hope to channel the ever-present energy and enthusiasm that students have into action through the Neighborhood Association so that developers and outside interests cannot unduly claim student support ever again. Thus, I ask you all as commissioners to please listen to the students who will be hugely impacted by this development and vote against Agenda Item 4 regarding 126 Langdon. Thank you, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lampron. Are there questions of this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Alex Predge, 108 Langdon Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Alex Zrierland.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alexis Predge, and I'm a member of the Greek community, and I'll be living on Langdon this year. I do have a couple concerns about this development, so I'll go through those briefly. My first concern regards standards 5 and 10. I noticed in the development plans that this building will house 367 residents, yet it will only offer 20 car spaces and 164 spaces for bikes. I'm a little bit concerned about the traffic issue that might cause with, not enough parking, and the fact that Langdon doesn't really have a nearby bus stop. Additionally, I think it's important to note that the surrounding Greek houses have parking for about 20% of their live-in residents. A similar ratio for this development would be 70 parking spaces minimum. My second concern regards standards 1 and 2, focusing on safety. I'm concerned about the introduction of 367 new residents, especially with the loss of our recent Langdon street officer position. I'm worried about, an increase in calls and some difficulty responding there. My third concern regards standard 3 with noise. I think that a lot of people like to assume that just because we're on Greek Row that, the students and residents are not concerned about noise. But a lot of us who do live in the house do a lot of our work there every day. And so while the developer has kind of discussed, having a nighttime limit on nighttime restriction for the hot tub use, that won't really take care of the daytime noise levels. That will be difficult for students studying in their houses. My next concern regards standards 3, 9, and 12. This development is also obviously very massive. You can see clearly that it towers over the other buildings and disrupts the skyline. It blocks the sunlight for many of the surrounding houses. I also noticed that the building does still call for a decent amount of metal paneling and burgundy brick that does not kind of blend in with the red brick common to the area. I'm worried about deliveries and excess traffic, and that this might open the gates to more modern styles of redevelopment on a historic street. And my last concern has to do more so with the behavior of the developer and whether there's been an accurate representation of community opinion. Unfortunately, it does appear that the developer has displayed a bit of disregard for honest community opinion and city practices. It's my understanding that the Planning Commission has received documents showing attempts by CoreSpaces to garner support through illegal financial offers. And as a result of these actions, I think that there's been kind of a discrepancy between the, public opinion.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Your 3 minutes are up. Are there any questions for this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Alex Zerlin, 112 Langdon Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Austin Vallis. Is there an Alex Zerlin?
I don't find a person by that name.
Okay. Austin Vallis, 627 North Lake Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Blake Bennon.
Hello, I'd just like to voice my support as a student and a leader in the Greek community. One, I think there's a lot of demand for housing like this in this area. We see a lot of people trying to get into leases at the original hub and the James, and many are left open-handed because these leases go very fast. I think this would be a great alternative for that, and it would, like mentioned, just be a good alternative that would fit in my opinion, pretty well more than the development that was there prior. I think there's a few benefits, but mainly just this demand for housing that kind of fits the style and the type of housing that these students are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vallis. Any questions for this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Blake Bennon, 1036 Centennial Avenue, Santa Monica, California, in support and wishing to speak, to be followed by John Belzer. Is there a Blake Bennon?
Nope.
No. Okay. John Belzer, 627 North Lake Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Ben Zimmerman. Is there a John Belzer?
Nope, there is no person by that name.
Okay, then Ben Zimmerman, 627 North Lake Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Nick Bergman. Is there a Ben Zimmerman?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I am in support of this. So obviously I'm not on Langdon, but I'm one of the leaders in the Greek life community, and at least from personal experience this previous year, my friends and I were trying to find apartments on Langdon or near Langdon, at least because that's closest to where our chapter is and where most of Greek life revolves around. So we were lucky enough to get a spot at the hub, but many of my friends and peers weren't able to, and the James were also filling up quickly. I know that apartments such as 619 Langdon, 625 Langdon also fill up quite quickly. So I think providing another opportunity to house north of 360 residents would be a great opportunity for students, I guess, more directed towards Greek life, just because Langdon is pretty much occupied by all Greek life residents. But I think that this would give plenty of students to stay connected to their chapters and pretty much just stay close to where they've developed such strong relationships over the past couple of years. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Any questions for this registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Nick Bergman, 5794 Windsong Circle, Fitchburg, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, to be followed by Noah Hollander.
There is no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, then Noah Hollander, 615 West Johnson Street, Madison, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Andrew Ty. Is there a Noah Hollander?
No, there isn't.
Okay, then Andrew Ty, Gulfview Drive, Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak, to be followed by somebody named James with no last name. Is there an Andrew Ty? Yes, there is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and the Planning Commission for allowing me to speak tonight. I kind of made a mistake when I first signed up. I'm here to iterate my support as a student for the Hub 2 development, and I am a sophomore studying finance and real estate at the Wisconsin School of Business. And my take on this is that this has become an issue of affordability, which might come from a small misunderstanding of the law of supply and demand, where the introduction of new supply, the Hub 2 development, will actually depress rents overall in the Madison student housing market by introducing more supply. And basically, it's a win-win scenario. If in a scenario where the rents are supposedly higher, which is a common criticism of this development, where people who can afford to live there will live there and not crowd out properties that are more affordable for students on a smaller income, versus if demand for the development is not as high, students will likely, that who traditionally won't live in such a luxury development, would actually be able to move in, which also helps the issue of affordability and standard one on the public welfare, general welfare. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit more about the supply of student housing currently in Madison. The first side I'd like to iterate is university housing, which is currently over-demanded due to continuously rising enrollments of freshmen every single year. They have come to the point where they are actually putting students in what formerly were floor common areas, which does not exactly bode well for health, safety, or any welfare matters whatsoever. And then the other type of housing I'm going to address is a lot of the student housing that exists in the neighborhoods south of Dayton Street and in Bassett Mifflin, where some of the houses were built possibly in the late 1800s, and a lot of them have underlying issues such as balconies that are weakening. They have radon in the basements. They're not energy efficient, nor are they ADA accessible, which I think Core Spaces is providing a product that can fulfill all those things. And overall, it's a welfare benefit for the entire community that I think the Development Committee, the Planning Commission, should consider when choosing to give its permits for its conditional uses. That'd be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Ty? Seeing none, the next registrant is James, no last name, 75534 Mile Creek Road, 3 Lakes, Wisconsin, support, wishing to speak, indicating representing Core Spaces and the UW student body. Is there a James, no last name?
No, there isn't. Judging by the email, it's James' last name is Virch or Virk, but not in attendance.
Okay, thank you. The next registrant is Emil Goyle on 923 Clymer Place, Madison. Opposed, wishing to speak. Emil Goyle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so my name is Amal Goyal, and I'm a senior at UW-Madison studying math and econ in opposition to this. Not only is this establishment disrespectful of the Madison community, but it is also not a legal option. This building does not propose any exceptional architecture that warrants an extension above the 5-story limit. On the one hand, I like the idea of Madison building up, improving our ability to house more and more residents and expanding our horizons in the midst of a growing campus. We must do so in a way that is sustainable, not just for the environment, but also for the community. And there is a legal stipulation for this. While we urbanize, I would like Madison to do so in a way that is kind to its people, and I want all standards of accountability to be met. For whatever reason, why would such prices, which is over $900 a person in the Hub 1, such exceptions to architecture and such disturbances to the local community, such ethical violations or bribery be condoned? Price ceilings and price floors exist for a reason, to control the limits of a moving supply curve. This is a filtering argument. It is not a part of any legitimate marketing strategy to ask only some handful of fraternities and sororities to be exempt from paying rent for being in support of this establishment. And this is documented fact. This isn't taken out of context. There is letters, there are emails that are documented and sent to the Planning Commission for this. Internet searches are also important to the fact. To the facts. There's no clear demand for this because the James and the Hub 1 are still advertising right now, and they're doing it copiously, just like they've been doing for years and years at this time of the year, close to September when leasing starts. Group demands offers such as this and the VIP program are nowhere that I can find on the internet as well. And on the question of security, this establishment does the exact opposite. How would the employment of a new security officer in one particular area of Langdon Street increase the security in areas outside of that establishment on Langdon Street in general? Wouldn't this increase the inequities and disturbances that already trouble the community? If what they want is better lighting, then they should just add lights and not a new building. And this stuff could be underway and it's realistically possible. Safety and affordability are not a trade-off to one another, and this building isn't going to solve the problem for security on Langdon. This type of construction is what would trick students into spending significant time and resources towards rent or resources that aren't meant for their demographic. The earlier points made by Core Spaces staff referencing Langdon Street being on downtown Madison is not true. Langdon Street is not downtown Madison. It is Langdon Street, and we need to do better. This needs to end now, and there are 2,000 people on this petition that we've written in support. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of this registrant? Seeing none,
Chair?
We do. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt again. I think we have two other registrants that registered during the hearing.
Okay.
Wishing to speak. One is Charlie O'Brien in support, and the next is Andrew Liebner in support.
Okay. Do you want to read the whole registration into the record for them, please?
Just a second here. Let me pull that up. Okay.
So it looks like we've got Charlie O'Brien. So
Charlie O'Brien, 210 Langdon, in support, wishing to speak.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. O'Brien.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, once I would like to offer my thank you for listening to us students and our opinions for this project. Again, my name is Charles O'Brien. I'm a member of the Theta Chi fraternity, and I'm here to voice my support for the Hub 2 development on Langdon. I believe it's very important for this development to move forward because it provides a valuable and safe housing opportunity to a large demographic of students eager to look for this opportunity. Year after year, the Hub on State Street is widely considered one of the safest and most desired student apartments in this community. And year after year, they receive more than double the applicants to live in this building than they have spots. There's clearly a demand to live in these high-end student apartment buildings. I'm also a member of our Ski for Cancer philanthropy, where 2 years ago we raised $118,000. We're able to donate it to the MAC Fund to further the support for pediatric cancer. This money was raised in large part by our upperclassmen community, who are scattered throughout the Madison community in housing developments all throughout the area. This development will allow philanthropies like us and many others to live and congregate much closer to our chapter houses and to continue to support those funds that we support year after year. Additionally, as a student, I've seen the safety of the Langdon community deteriorate year after year. Many of my peers have serious fears walking down the dimly lit streets and returning to our residences at night. This property will both add foot traffic and light to the street and will provide students a safer opportunity to walk back in groups perks to the Langdon Street houses. At this point, I would like to yield my time. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Are there questions of Mr. O'Brien? Seeing none, you have another registrant.
Yeah, the last registrant, we have Andrew Wiedner in support, and he's at 1115 East St. James, Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Mr. Widener.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Plan Commissioners and City staff, for your time this evening. City of Madison is it's an incredible place and cherished by so many, including by those of us at Core Spaces. We've heard from many people tonight, both in support and in opposition to the project. I heard tonight during tonight's meeting that some in opposition had circulated a petition and referenced having over 1,800 signatures. My understanding is that this petition was gathering signatures by a mass email blast utilizing an address book from a former political campaign and was not used to educate signers, nor is it based on the merits of the project before collecting signatures. Ultimately, we're all very passionate about the project one way or another. And the question tonight is whether the project adheres to the recommended plan adopted by this commission. The project has gone through numerous iterations and is a result of meetings with city staff, local neighbors, and the steering committee. And what we have before us tonight reflects this process. We've spent a considerable amount of time to design a project that adheres to the recommended plan and are highly confident that we'd have achieved this. We ask tonight that the commission focus on the merits of the project that you have in front of you and approve our proposed development. These improvements and modifications came from collaborative input, and the result is the transformation of a blighted building into an asset that the community will be proud of for years to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Widener. Ms. Stouter, I didn't catch it. Is Mr. Widener representing Core Spaces? Or who is he representing?
I don't know, but it sounded like it in the testimony.
Mr. Widener, are you representing Core Spaces?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Widener? Seeing none, we do have a number of other registrants not wishing to speak. Given the number of them, I will not be reading all of them into the record, but they are available, will be available on Legistar. So should anybody wish to see who else has registered, they will be available on Legistar. So that concludes the public testimony. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Alder Heck.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask a couple of questions of somebody from the developer side of this. And I'm not sure which one will necessarily want to answer, but maybe I'll go all the way back to Mark Lifshin, who I think was perhaps even the first person to testify.
Yes, he was.
I'd like to address the thing that keeps coming up about there being some improprieties about the way that Core Spaces has been soliciting support amongst Greek students for this proposal, and I'd like to ask if he can explain the content of the text message that I think we've all received. One particular sentence from a Core Spaces employee to I think a leader in a Greek chapter, and that is, should Hub 2 get approved, any supporting Greek house will gain access to these special leasing perks, including discounted rents. So I'd like to just kind of talk about that briefly and see what Mark has to say about that.
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. It's my understanding when this just came to light to us this morning and we did some research on it, that, this is a marketing effort that we use at every one of our 27 properties. And it's a marketing effort to obtain mass groups. And by doing that, you offer discounted pricing across every single asset. So it doesn't matter if it's in Madison or in Gainesville, Florida, that the same strategy everywhere. So, I think when you really look into this, it's just a little bit misconstrued. But the intent is the same, no matter if it's in Madison in entitlements or if it's actually being marketed in one of our current operating properties. As mass groups get marketed and get obtained and inserted into our properties, it comes with discounted program.
So you're not concerned about the language there that any supporting Greek house will gain access to these special leasing perks?
Yeah, I mean, if we had a chance to rewrite that, it wouldn't matter if it was a support or not, because I can promise you that in 2 years, when if we're lucky enough to get support here and garner that opportunity, it won't matter if the Tri-Adult House or Sigma Chi or any of the other fraternities or groups, whether it be an athletic association or anything that didn't speak today, or they spoke in support or not, or not. We're going to offer the same rates to everyone accordingly. So I bet if you could ask the team if we had another chance, you would reword that appropriately, so that there was no confusion about how we actually operate.
Mm-hmm. I understand that from the city attorney's office that that language, if it's actually correctly portrayed, even has the possibility of violating a general ordinance. 2.40 parent 5 corrupt means to influence legislation that could result, if proven, in a fine of relatively small fine of $100 to $200, I think, because it doesn't have a specified amount with it, so it defaults to that. And that would be applied potentially to both the person utilizing corrupt means as well as the person doing it. So any student potentially that knew that they had a potential to gain from this could also be charged with that. I certainly have no opinion about whether that should happen, but I just wanted to put that to rest. And from what I understand, that issue is not something that is related to the standards of approval in our consideration of this project. But I wanted to just get that out there and make sure we had it on the table as we go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Are there any other questions of any of the applicants? Alder Heck.
You have a quick trigger tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have some other questions for the development team, and I'll let them decide who wants to answer. Some of these are things that have come up in the steering committee discussion and are even in the materials that we have in Legistar, but I kind of want to reiterate just a few items with the development team. First of all, there's a lot of discussion about what can go on this parcel, what's feasible from a development point of view. And, I think that ideally the neighborhood and perhaps the city would like to see smaller scale buildings that are relatable in scale to what surrounds this big parcel. It seems that it could be split up and build smaller scale buildings, but do you have an argument as to why that's not possible on this big section, this big parcel? Maybe Mark, I don't know if you want to answer that.
Mark, if you don't want to take it another development, if you want to designate another member of the development team, that would be fine.
I'm happy to take it, and then maybe Rodney can finish up from his own perspective. I mean, we looked at this in a number of different ways. A lot of it, when you start laying things out, the shape of the site in terms of how everything lays out, and when you put this puzzle together, it just reinforces how the building or buildings would be able to lay out. But at the end of the day, breaking it up is you lead on. It just you financially can't even come close to making a project feasible. And it's just not the land basis. It goes into construction and everything, to make the deal work itself. So, in order to have a feasible project right now, let alone something that's going on in COVID or post-COVID, it takes a real commitment. And, in order to do that, this project that we're telling you right now, we're obviously extremely confident about moving forward with, and it's what we think is appropriate for this block itself contextually. Rodney?
I'll kind of wrap it up if you don't mind. There are some physical constraints to this lot. It is a very deep lot. So if you break it up and make it smaller, the back portion of the lot would not adhere to fire regulations or anything like that. So, and that's one of the things I think has been lost in this overall architecture discussion tonight. If you do go to 5 stories, you're typically in wood construction. But the Madison Fire Department has, expressed an interest not to have a wood construction building in this dense setting. So that is, from an exceptional architecture standpoint, that is almost pushing the height, and that additional density is paying for the envelope and the structure of this building.
I guess I see on other smaller lots that have strange shapes and things that much smaller buildings seem to be economically feasible. But you're claiming that it's not feasible on this lot because of its shape.
But because of its shape, its previous density that was on the lot, and the land basis that is ascribed to the value of the land. This is zoned for a 5+2 zoning indication by the city. So that zoning, ascribes some value to that parcel.
So you're saying the land price is based on what the zoning allows?
I'm saying it is a puzzle, and land price is one of them, construction pricing is one of them, and fire code applications is one piece of the puzzle. All 3 of those things combined renders this lot. It does not render the building to be broken up and developed separately into 2 separate buildings.
Okay, thank you.
And Brian can address some another issues with the site also if you want him
to. That's fine if Brian has something to add to that.
Yeah, I think one thing when you look at this site, because as Rodney said, it's a deep lot with frontage on Langdon Street and the adjoining 2 drives. If you were to separate a building up on Langdon to a separate building in the back, you'd really be looking at doubling the parking, doubling the support cores, significant more cost in terms of just to construct the building and the challenges of supplying programming within that. And then the second building would be entirely dependent upon that access. The design of this now allows us to move some of that support structure and spread it across the larger building, which makes it more feasible. But it also moves and allows us to have a smaller parking component that's accessible closer up to Langdon Street. And just the thought of the complications that would come with trying to develop a building behind the building when you start to look at the zoning code, the building code, and those other aspects would render that back portion of the lot largely undevelopable and would likely result in a parking lot being placed in that back corner rather than supportable and sustainable infill.
Maybe a park. Okay. I have a few more detailed questions that I'm just going to get out of the way while I have you. I just some specifics about the development itself. There are 107 units proposed with 373 beds. Are the beds? Do you provide the furniture? Is that correct?
Yes, we do.
And are those beds assumed to have one person in them on average most of the time?
They are. We do have some specifically identified some double occupied units within the development that is included in that 373 bed count number.
Okay, thank you. Talk to me about security. There was a lot of concern expressed in public comment and as in the steering committee and even by the Madison Police Department about past troubles at Core Spaces properties and like the Hub and the James and analogous problems in another nearby property that is not a Core Spaces property, but seems to have a large percentage of its residents from the Greek community. I don't know about majority, but it seems from public comment that it seems desirable. I'll later ask Officer Ken Brown, who I think is still on the call, about some of the things that he might suggest. But I'm concerned about your ability to manage this building properly, given what we know from the past. Can you convince us that the impingement on the neighbors and related to the standards of approval is going to be minimized?
Sure. And just for clarification, we don't manage the Hub or the James, so we obviously can't speak to any past issues with those properties. But for our property, we have developed a management plan that we have worked with the Madison Police Department on. That management plan is consistent with kind of our procedures and protocols. We're confident that between the management plan and the lease regulations, that we can mitigate any kind of perceived risk to the public welfare. I know Mark is still on the line, and he would like probably to address that also.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good question in terms of the past operations. When it comes to the James, we actually never operated that building itself. We owned it for a number of years, but did not operate it. As it relates to the Hub, we operated it for the first 8 months, and our partner, as they started, they had the ability to through as they acquired interest, take over the ownership itself. And so what we've done, if we backtrack, right? I mean, 5 of the last 6 years, we were able to win the award of the top development. So we know we can develop good properties. From a management perspective, we just got in the top 5 from a management, and that has taken time to get there. But we have 250 people on our management side of the company, and we are fully dedicated as an integrated approach. And we're very, very hands-on. The only way to manage student housing is to be right with and on site at all times. We take a very hands-on approach. So that's the most important thing. And that might have been some of the past issues. In order to be a successful owner, you have to be the operator.
So you mentioned that now your philosophy is to develop, to own, and property manage your properties. But that's a relatively new development in your philosophy. You used to primarily developers, is that right?
Well, I should clarify it. So when we first started, when we started in 2010, we've always been a vertically integrated firm, but we were organically growing. For the first 4 years of our of Core, we were developing 2 deals a year, so we'd have 4 going on at any given time. As we grew and started doing 6 to 8 a year, we have 12 to 16 going on at a given time. We needed, from a monetary sense, we were organically growing. So we sold a number of assets and interests in our assets. And as we sold interest in assets within Hub and within James, the buyers of those interests required themselves to manage. And so we've always managed our own properties. But in the two cases of the hub and, on State Street and the James, they were just special situations where in order for us to grow the way that we envisioned, we had to sell some of our interests. And with that came the loss of the management with the new owners. It's nothing that we wanted to happen. We think very highly of operations staff, and it's what we've always built our team around. I think we're the best property manager in the business of student housing itself. So it's something that, Brian, my partner, it's all he's done, and he runs the management side of the business. It's all he's done for 20 something years. And we have a very, very deep team in corporate and on site, to prove it from that regard.
So how many currently operating properties have you developed? You're the owner and you're the property manager.
We've developed approximately 34 of them. And today, as it stands today, we own 23 in operating assets, about 13,000 beds.
And how many, and you're the owner and property manager, and how many developments is that approximately? 20 or something you're saying?
Buildings, yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. A couple more specific questions. I think we'll get into this, but I still have some questions about the security plan and the feasibility of it, and ideas about conditions of approval should this move forward. But I think I'll save that conversation. Except for one particular question, what we heard in the steering committee meetings, I think, and from MPD was that summer is a particular problem with a building like this based on their experience, in particular with the hub and at the waterfront that's in the same neighborhood, because even without the knowledge of the property manager, students sublet to people who are unknown to you as the property manager. And those subletters cause a great deal of problems related to noise, throwing things off the roof, letting people into the building that shouldn't be in there, et cetera, et cetera. Can you address that concern?
Sure. Alder, as we worked with the Madison Police Department, we developed that management plan in collaboration with them. And as outlined in that management plan, we agreed not to sublet any of our apartments. If a resident wants to transfer, they have the option to do a lease takeover per se, and that new tenant must qualify just as the original tenant. So we want to know who's in our building so we can maintain kind of our quality and presence that we set out for.
How can you enforce that?
I'm sorry, I went out a little bit.
How can you enforce that? I mean, if I'm needing to go back to, California or something for the summer, I can just on the slide sublet my apartment.
No, I mean, this is Mark. We know, especially with technology, we run everything. We spent years developing our own app that people use to control everything within the building itself. So we know, everything about the building, and especially with the way we overstaff our buildings, not just from, daily personnel, but a security. We're very knowledgeable about every single person within that building itself. And so we know, exactly who's living in every single unit. We know when every single guest comes in, they have to sign in. And so that maybe would work for a couple of days, but nothing more than that before we were to catch on and understand who's in the building and who's not. You got to understand that the most important thing, our strength as a company is our management. And the most important thing that we can do when we are marketing our building is to the parents with security. And this is like one of the biggest red flags. So we have many systems that we can walk you through to prevent something like this happening. The easiest thing is technology keeps growing. It's just made it easier for us to ensure we know exactly who's in our building.
So what broke down in the months that you were managing the hub on State Street?
When I heard you saying that, I don't remember anything coming up with the hub on State Street of any material sense. I can look back at our reports because we obviously have them all and understand that, but nothing material that I can remember from that first 8 months ever took place in a negative regard.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm operating on anecdotal evidence on those questions. I'll admit that. Okay, that's all for now. Thanks.
For sure.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I think this is a question probably for Brian Munson. Can you address the compatibility of this proposed building with the surrounding area, in reference to the scale, the mass, and the rhythm of this proposed building as it sets in with the surrounding area?
Sure. There's a couple ways to look at it. In looking at the Langdon frontage, and a lot of the plans speak to and guide the height and the mass of the buildings in relationship to Langdon Street. So just looking at the first set of changes that we proposed tonight to that front facade, we really worked hard to try to break that front facade into multiple vertical expressions. So you have kind of the atrium between two building forms. We also modulated the height by stepping down the left-hand side of the building down to with a fourth floor step back up to the top. But the biggest thing that it does to address the scale on Langdon is really conforming to the recommendations of the 5+2, and that the placement of the upper floors conform with where the city designed and placed that line. In that the goal was to make those two floors really not visible from a direct view in front of the building up on Langdon Street, so that you still maintain the 5-story components on Langdon Street, although broken down into smaller forms. Pivoting around the building, we took the comments from UDC and from the neighbors and really worked on the facades along the sides to try to break those down into smaller forms. So you see a vertical articulation, horizontal articulation, all the way through the building, both with materials and actual step backs as you move along the building. And then finally, as we present to the lakeside, again, what was formerly a 7-story building on the site would be a 7-story facade on the back side, although measured to grade would be 9, which is consistent with what the building was there before. But we really tried to break that up into vertical forms to break down the scale of that. UDC made a recommendation in one of their meetings to erode the upper corner to create some balcony points in there. And so we did that as well, and really tried to address the fact that this site, albeit a deeper site on the block, was designed and designated this way such that the height would be in the center of the block, so that it would have fewer impacts on the surrounding street scale in the neighborhood. And that's really what this design delivers on. But then as we look at each facade and choices of materials, we tried everywhere we could to try to break the building down into smaller segments through step backs and materials. And really, we're excited about the overall composition. And I think Jeff and his team did a great job of integrating those concerns. The final piece, as he said, in terms of comparative to the scale, again, stepping back to the downtown plans, the recommendations for this site, that specifically looked at height as a component that the city was trying to encourage in appropriate locations. And that's really why we believe the city designated this block as the 5+2, in that it has the ability to accommodate some density and do it in a space that would remove an out of context building without removing contributing buildings. And that's a unique aspect in this neighborhood, the ability to get some density into the neighborhood in support of the visions of the city and the downtown plan, but at the same time, not remove any buildings, albeit the one building removed, I think everybody would agree we're all glad to see go, not removing any contributing buildings along the way.
So why did the Urban Design Committee decide that the bonus stories were not appropriate here?
I guess I would say I'm a little bit confused by that as well. And I think staff was to some extent as well. As I said, we had 3 presentations with Urban Design. The first 2 meetings were very supportive. We were talking about specific architectural recommendations and treatments, cornice treatments and step backs, as I mentioned about the porches. So when we got to the 3rd meeting and there was a concern raised about the scale and the mass of the bonus floors, we were a bit surprised because we do believe that the architecture that's proposed, the sustainability components that are proposed, really do lend themselves to exemplary architecture, and that we were really working hard from day one to try to achieve the goals of the plan, which was, again, 5 stories on Langdon, a significant step back. In fact, a step back that's further back than the rear facade of some of the adjoining buildings on Langdon Street, so that that height would be in the center of the building. So we were a bit surprised, to be honest with you. I think there's just a difference of agreement on the architectural design, which, again, like architects, I would say with planners, you get asked 4 planners, you'll get 5 opinions. And I think that extends as well to architecture. But we're excited about what this building does and think that the changes that we made in response to UDC address some of the concerns that they raised.
Thank you.
Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I think this question is probably Brian. Most of my questions have actually already been answered, but most of the team mentioned that there was extensive engagement with the neighborhood. So I'm wondering if like the different groups that were engaged and what that process looked like.
Certainly. So as I mentioned, this process began back in June with sit-downs with city staff. Well before we developed the design, we wanted to understand what the framework of the zoning and the framework of the plans outlined. And so we worked very diligently with them to identify, down to the micro details of exactly where is that 2-story bonus step back supposed to be on this lot, so that we could design a building that met the plans. From there, we reached out to Alder Heck to try to identify how do we move forward. And the neighborhood came together and we met with this Capital Neighborhoods. Although this is not in Capital Neighborhoods, we were happy to have them as a proxy neighborhood to have some conversations with. They then set up a steering committee and invited us to attend to most of the meetings. And so we worked through that process. And as mentioned previously, there were some amendments made to this plan in response to that, information detailed and gathered to respond to their questions. And while we didn't reach total agreement, we really did appreciate their input and feedback. We also held neighborhood meetings where there was a postcard mailed through the city process to the surrounding properties. We let Alder Heck effectively said, hey, where do you want to send it? And so they came up with the mailing list and sent us the bill, and we were happy to do that. We wish there would have been more attendance. It was down on the Pyle Center on Langdon Street. But that, we really did try to work through the process to make sure that people understood what was being proposed, what amendments were made. And there were numerous amendments, as you can see in the packet, made to this project throughout to try to address the comments. And as I said, unfortunately, we weren't able to reach unanimous consent with the entire neighborhood, which often projects don't. But we really worked through that process and tried to gather that information and then build a proposal around that in response to that.
Okay, thank you. And then planning staff recommended for the for approving the request for outdoor recreation that the management plan be signed off on by planning, zoning, and police as part of the final sign off. Would you be comfortable with that as a condition of approval?
Absolutely. And in fact, we've already been working with the police department and really appreciated their interface on this plan. And we continue to work with them and would welcome them well into the future, because we know this isn't just a situation of build it and then walk away. It'll be something that'll be continuously evaluated. And we appreciate that. So we would be very comfortable with that condition as we move forward.
Yeah, this is Mark. Brian nailed it. This is something year after year we'll have to modify that plan to make sure that it's to the utmost quality, because it's the security, marketing, the parents, the tenants, it all is in one thing. The safety of our tenants is key. If you have any negative event, it's so easy and press on social media. You have to be way ahead of the game to make sure that you have the perfect system, and you're never going to get it right up front, which is why, on every one of our properties, we work with the local fire and police to make sure that the plan is as appropriate as it can be.
Great, thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you. For Mark or whoever, I have a couple related questions. So the question of deliveries came up from one of the speakers. You know, there's only those parking spots and they're often used inappropriately. So given that there's very few autos available, spaces for people, you would assume that people would be taking ride shares much more often and loading and unloading. And then related to that is just the general deliveries of like people moving in and moving out.
Well, I can tackle the first piece, and then Rodney, if you want to follow in on the question about the move-in, move-out coordination. We did have conversations with the neighbors about deliveries. Obviously, in this neighborhood, that's a constant issue as it exists today. For this property, we do have the loading dock, which would be really servicing just as garbage pickup. We have designated and worked to try to include the 2 off-street spots there in support of the project. We also offered to the neighbors and portrayed to the city staff, although it cannot be combined with this application, that we would support designation of loading spots on street if that was something that was needed. But we recognize that would need to be available for everybody, and is something that would have to have a study that the city could undertake to address that. We are confident that the ability for this site to have deliveries, have the ins and outs, because again, they have a designated spot off street in support of the project, would be sufficient. And that our goal is really to have our residents have a low vehicle count intentionally. We want them to walk and bike and use transit to the extent possible. So we think that the parking delivery also works in that favor.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, this is Mark again. You nailed it. From, this is what we do is urban infill development. It's our niche. And to be able to appropriately design is the key. So when it comes to loading, when it comes to delivery, that has to be very well thought out, which the team has done a great job of. As it relates to parking, we're a firm believer, and all the data really is stand behind us. If you pick the right city like Madison, over the next 3, 5, 7, 10 years, you're just going to continue to see a massive decline in the amount of cars locally, whether it be the hub or the Janes. We went in with each property at an extremely low car count and never had an issue because of the location. That's one of the benefits that we bring. We want an A+ location. We bring A+ quality, but we're not going for to have one-to-one parking. We're not in a rural area. And so that's always been our niche. That's part of our program that we bring. You bring up a really good question as it relates to move in and move out. And we have a really straight strategy when it comes to that, where it's by floor and by phase of the floor in terms of your move-in time and your move-out time. So it's a strategy that's been implemented over the last 15 years with us being in 15, 20 years with us being in student housing. And we just each year just try to get better and better at it and make sure it's appropriate. On moving day, you'll see there's 40 to 50 movers with moving carts unloading. When it's your designated time, they'll unload from the car, bring it up through right up to the building itself, to alleviate the stress of the tenant and the parents and the local community. So we put a massive plan together for that because it's a reflection on us and the better process that we can have moving in and out. It helps everyone out. And, I'm happy to share that with you outside of this.
And my final question is totally in a different direction, sort of following up with your earlier explanations, Mark, about that, text message and what you really should have said and what your goals are. My question is, do you incentivize other types of tenants who might seek a 5-bedroom apartment, like a family or other? I mean, would you do outreach to other groups, or is it just students are your targeted demographic?
Yeah, we have. So if you go back to the hub days, we were 15%-ish non-students and 85% students year one. So we definitely have non-students that live at our properties, especially in a city like Madison. I think given the location of this specific property, I think you'll see a lower percentage of that, but we definitely market. We don't only just market to students, we market across the board itself. and we, you know, obviously legally we can't turn anyone away. As it relates to the larger parties, it goes beyond just the 5-bedroom unit. We have, you know, people, whether it be 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, bedroom, they'll bring that in on that's a pretty common thing. It's when you're bringing in 3 or 4 groups at a time together, whether it be through an athletic organization or an international group or, you know, some social group, whatever that may be. That's where the incentives come, because you're leasing to a larger group than just one unit.
So is this part of, I mean, I'm not that familiar with student housing market. Is that a typical approach, like grouping, you know, helping friends live nearby each other, basically?
Alder Rummel, we actually did some research after we, you know, after this allegation surfaced. And we researched our competitors, not just in the Madison market, but countrywide. This is a common practice that is used throughout the industry. I think, as Mark said in his initial opening, the most efficient way to lease a building is to do it by groups. This is not just targeted towards Greek organizations. We offer, you know, group leasing to any group that qualifies. And so does our competitors.
Yeah, this is a strategy going way back. I mean, even when I was in college, in I think it was 1998, at least, a place that it was passed down in a large group setting. It's been a strategy that's been implemented for 20, 30 years plus, and we just kind of refined it on our own. And like Rodney said, our competitors do it, so it's not something that's uncommon within within the sector.
And so, when you studied it, did you look at in terms of like fair housing laws? Because that's kind of the angle I'm coming at. Like, are you offering the same thing that you would offer everyone? And then how are they learning about it?
Correct. And that's one of the things about, the offer that went out on this. Like, we offered it to all organizations, not just in the Greek organizations who supported us. So this was a more or less an offer to all organizations. We're consistent with our offerings. We comply with fair housing.
You're kind of breaking up, Rodney, but I think I got what you said.
He was saying that the outreach was consistent across all different types of groups, and the consistency across the board with the same exact offer across the board is what was the strategy of the outreach, and that's what complies with fair housing.
Okay, because we don't have evidence of any of your practice except one anecdotal piece of a text message. So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions. Following up on Alder Rummel's questions about parking, I think, Mark, maybe you said that you felt like you had sufficient parking, you had no troubles at the Hub or the James, given their parking ratios. I assume their parking ratio is a little higher than this one. Those parking garages are a little bigger than this one. Isn't that correct?
I want to say, and if Andrew Wiedner is muted, maybe we could unmute him. But I want to say that the Hub and James both are approximately 10% parked. Across our portfolio, we're not much higher. We're between 10 and 20% per asset. In a number of properties where you get to the higher percentage, we start to get some vacancy. So we're very comfortable with the amount of parking that we have. I mean, there's a case being made that you could be very successful upon close to 0% parking. You would want a handful of cars for a number of reasons with employees and staff and whatnot. But outside of that, that's the strategy that we've deployed. And I just got to answer back. So we're 10% parked at the Hub and the James.
So you're saying you have a parking ratio, only 10% of the units have a parking space, essentially.
We're actually going on beds. So.
Okay.
Yep.
And so there's no waiting list at the Hub or the James that you're aware of for people wanting to get parking.
This is Andrew. Am I on?
I can't speak to the Hub or James right now. I can only speak to it when we had managed it and owned it.
Hey, this is Andrew. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. So actually, Mark hit that on the head. I think it was about 10% parks at those two projects. And I don't have recent data, but I know from the first 2 years of operating those properties and talking with the operators of those properties that they were not fully leasing up on that parking despite having, a low ratio. Madison's one of the more progressive and forward thinkers in terms of parking and walkability and urban design. So this is a market, you see it in other places around the country, like a Seattle or in Austin, Texas, where people don't need a car, and when given the option, they're opting to not take a car, and you continue to see those numbers on the decline year after year. So we're very confident with the
yeah. And what we successfully did in the hub in the James is we actually turned a number of the parking spots into parking for the Vespas because there's more of a need for that than anything.
How much do you anticipate charging for your parking?
Yeah, yes, parking is charged individually since just a small percentage of students, ask for it. So to include in the rent for things that most tenants aren't going to use, we just deem as unfair. So the ones that actually do sign up for it, we charge separately than rent.
And how much do you anticipate charging?
I don't have the pro forma in front of me in terms of what our research is. Maybe Rodney or one of the guys has something.
As Mark said, parking is decoupled from the lease rates, and there's such scarcity with the parking. Our model assumes we charge between $100 and $125 for those spaces right now.
Okay, thanks. And are there, I can't remember, 18 or 20 parking spaces?
Or 20.
20. And how many of those would be set aside for employees?
We probably, on the size of this, because of the size of this property, it's on the smaller side of what we've done in the past. You'd probably reserve one spot for the general manager, depending on where they live. But that would be the max of what you would do, and it all depends on their living situation itself.
So
kind of consistent with our sustainability model, reducing parking is a net positive to the overall sustainability of the project. If you introduce more parking to a project, you introduce more traffic, you introduce more trip generations. So we are strategically offering a low parking count on this project.
Mm-hmm. So if a tradesman or somebody needs to do something at the building, they're going to have to park in one of the delivery spots, the couple of delivery spots out front or something, or on the street, it sounds like.
Yeah, or depending on how we structure the parking itself with flex time, we've done that in the past as well. The key is just paying attention to the data, and we spend 50% of our time on data, and the data for the last 4 or 5 years has been throwing back to us more and more every year that the students A, don't want to pay for what they don't use, and B, they're not bringing cars when you're especially in an urban city like Madison. Now, if you're in the deep South, it's vastly different. Or you're in a more urban environment where we concentrate, and you're in an A+ location like this, you're talking apples and oranges. So this is a very, very appropriate percentage for what we're seeing from the data and the reality of how we run our buildings.
Okay, thanks. One more question. Sorry. We heard a lot of public comment about affordability, and I think a lot of students feel like they're shut out of this development if it goes forward, and that it's not meeting some broader city goals about affordability. What do you say to that? And how much is it going to cost for a bedroom in one of these apartments?
Yeah. I think it's a really good question, and I think it's good points that the students bring up. When the James won a bunch of awards, and so did the Hub. And when I think it was after the James, we kind of took a step back. We looked at the data and said, what we need to do is right size the approach to what the students are really asking for. Like I said, they don't want to pay for things that they're not using, and our niche is to have that A+ location, A+ quality, but deliver 30 to 40% of the beds being in that price sensitive range that we determine within our market surveys. And so that's what we're deploying here. I've heard a lot of comments about where we're pricing our rents. And I mean, I barely know where we're pricing our rents relative that everyone else knows. So we have nothing as public in terms of where we're putting our rents within the market itself. But I can tell you that you'll have between 30 and 40% of them being price sensitive. When we talked about double ups, and those were referenced earlier, this is not your typical double up. We spent years patenting a design that has a massive FF&E solution, which is a furniture solution that separates the room. So it can be talk about social distancing, it separates a room into two by this double up divider. So it is massively different than what we've seen before in the Madison market, because we've developed two of the properties that have a number of double ups, and those do not include it. We just had the ability to build these last year for the first time. So there's going to be affordability is a massive part of our program right now, and it's where we think the success of our company will go. So I'm happy to hear those comments from the students, because I think it'll be well received when the pricing is actually released.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, can you address the noise issues that were raised by some of the speakers regarding the rooftop hot tub and how that will impact the area, and what sort of things that you're doing to minimize that impact?
Sure. I can kind of jump in, and then Rodney, you can talk a little bit about the management of that, because that's the second piece of it. But from a physical design, of course, the zoning code requires usable open space. And there's a couple of different ways to approach it. On an urban site like this, 99% of the properties will deliver it via private balconies associated with each unit. When we looked at that, not only do we feel that architecturally it wasn't a benefit to the building, but from a management sense, it was much harder to have oversight on individual balconies versus having the one amenity space on the roof. We meet all the zoning standards for distance, so we tried to push that amenity space to the center of the roof to give both distance from the edge so that you can't see the amenity space, as well as move it as close to the center of the property as we can. Coupled with that, we've designed green roofs that would then buffer that open space. So the idea being, we don't want people to walk off onto the roof close to the edge. We want to keep this in the center of the building. But then the final piece of that is really how it will be managed, because now we have a single source of activity that can be part of the oversight plan for the entire building, with cameras and oversight by management, including key fobs. And that is really a benefit, we think, because we can supply that usable open space to meet the code requirement, but do it in a way that can have direct oversight by the management team on site.
What sort of barrier do you have between the green roof and the terrace area and the hot tub area?
Jeff might be the best one to answer that one.
Okay.
Jeff Salisco.
And Brian, we can let Jeff answer specifically after this, but I can tell you that in each one of our properties, we have a barrier of green, that separates the uses to the edge itself, depending on the layout. And Rodney, I don't know if Rodney should answer the security question as well. That I think will paint a really good picture in terms of how we operate the building itself.
Yeah, and our security plan came in collaboration with the neighbors and the Madison Police Department. We've committed to having hours of operations on the rooftop. Also, we've actually, based on comments from the steering committee, we moved from having a large pool to a smaller hot tub in an effort to accommodate some of their concerns. Our rooftop area is key controlled access. So we know who is coming and going on the rooftop at all times. We do security sweeps at the end of the night once the rooftop closes. We have guests. Our tenants are limited to the number of guests that they can bring up top. And as Brian said, we do have camera access to the rooftop.
We have 5 to 6 foot high fences around the perimeter of that terrace area. And as was mentioned earlier, we set that within the building. So there's no vision lines from the front of the building, from Langdon, or even from the sides to that location. So people on that terrace can't really see down to the sides of the buildings or to the front, or vice versa. So there's not visibility back and forth. But there is 5 to 6 foot high fences surrounding that area.
Okay. Is it opaque or is it chain link?
I think in this fence it would be glass. I think we would do opaque on the lower portion and clear on the higher portion.
Okay. One other question: the parking spaces behind the building, those aren't on this property, but you provide the access for those parking spaces. Is that correct?
There's a cross-access easement agreement for all the surrounding properties to use that fire lane. So every adjacent house has access to that fire lane to get to those parking spots.
Okay.
And we've widened that lane onto our property. It was only about 15 feet wide before. It was a one-way drive, so we've widened that to 24 feet. We see there being a pedestrian walk as part of it, taking up 4 or 5 feet, so it's still 19 to 20 feet. But we have widened that on our property, and that was also necessary as a fire access drive. Captain Sullivan, I think, will concur that as it was, he was very unhappy with it, and when we widened this fire access drive, he felt very comfortable with that change. That was a big change for him from a safety standpoint to our building and to the buildings behind us.
And you're talking the fire access area or route or road, is that on the east side or is that on would be the north side?
It's on the east side. The access drive that's on the east side of the building is for vehicles and also as a fire access drive and emergency drive.
What about on would be the north side? That's where I was speaking of the parking spaces kind of that have access onto your property, but is that a fire area as well?
Well, those are the Pi Beta Pi spaces, and the fire truck would get down basically to the bottom of our building, and then from there they have their hose pulls from that location. Okay. He was satisfied with that distance.
Okay. Thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I just keep getting more questions. So just to follow up on Commissioner Cantrell's, I started looking at the plans and then on page 18 of my computer, it has the rooftop element. So it shows the green facing Langdon Street, and behind that is the pool terrace. But it does seem that a lot of the use is sort of pulled to that north access point. So it's an observation. So, and then when I looked at the renderings of the height, that one that you had is the stacks of the floors. It looks like this pool area backs up to where this starts to step up to the 2 more stories. And I'm just wondering, did you put some thought into what kind of insulation for noise that you would put on the walls or that kind of thing? Because my experience is noise bounces. And so I could see that even though it's set back and you won't see the people, the noise could bounce everywhere if it's so close to that rear wall.
That's a good point. It actually backs up, a portion of it backs up to utility spaces. And then the walls where it does back up to a unit would be walls that are insulated with a very high STC rating. So that's something that we can control with the engineering of that wall.
So you have that in your plans?
We do, yes.
Okay. And, being an alder, and I know we were all thinking about it, but, when it's just like moving forward with development in this new world we're in, and I'm just thinking, COVID, that means more cleaning of everything, right? So do you have a maintenance staff that will come in and do all that? Or is that a vendor that you would work with? Or have you thought about how that would work?
Yeah, so this is Mark. It's a really good question. So we have within our hub app and within our building itself, we have our own cleaners. So we are, from a management perspective, think of it much closer to a hospitality-driven approach. So when students are living in the building, they have their units being cleaned just like a hotel would. And the ability, obviously, from a common area perspective, we have people cleaning that multiple times throughout the day. Now, COVID, we've implemented, massively more measures to it as of today. And that's all obviously changed in the last, so what has it been, 8 weeks? But from a cleaning perspective and how we operate our buildings, it's a very, very high hands-on approach, very much like the hospitality-driven model that you're accustomed to.
And so just back to the parking question, that sounds to me like there's more than just the manager around most of the time. So presumably somebody else has to find alternate methods of getting to work. That would be your message to your staff?
Yeah, I mean, we hire staff, throughout, just like the hotels and everyone else do locally, and so we're we set up interviews and we hire all local staff that live within the community. If there is an issue with parking, I mean, in certain situations, we'll pay for parking that may be a block away if that's the case. But to date, throughout we've developed over $4 billion of real estate, and we've never had a problem in terms of our parking or our staff or anything to do with that within the community itself.
I'm just thinking the world change. So,
yeah, I mean, if you think about it from this perspective, if we saw a problem within our strategy, we'd be changing it.
Okay, good. And my final question is, given that the Urban Design Commission recommended not granting the bonus stories, what if the Plan Commission agrees with that finding and tells you that we would want you to come take a look at doing 5 stories?
I think I kind of hit on that earlier. That basically renders this lot undevelopable unless we can take out the 142 contributing building. Our overall goal was to try to preserve contributing buildings on this site. So we went through this planning exercise. We were trying to replace the density that was on this site without touching that 142 contributing building. Also, economically, it may not be viable. The fire department has expressed a hesitation to see a 5-story wood building on this site.
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier, one of your fellows. So did you say that the fire department advised you not to have wood? Because theoretically, I mean, at least part of the building could be if it were on top of a concrete plinth. I'm not an architect, but just curious.
During our earlier on meetings, and Brian and Jeff, you guys can elaborate on this more. Captain Sullivan did express hesitation with providing a wood building on this site because of the congestion and the fire department access to all of these adjacent buildings.
Captain Sullivan made it absolutely clear that he would not support a wood building in this tight urban context.
And I'll ask staff later, like whether there's a precedent for that or what kind of authority. I learned being a member of urban design, the fire department has a lot more power than you might think, but we'll come to that later. Thank you. I'm done with questions.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. A question about staffing in your building, since Alder Rummel mentioned staff. One of the things I think that's always bothered me about the security plan is that maybe Monday through Friday, you'd have professional management in an office during the day, but in the evenings and on weekends, would it be resident managers, as in students who are living there?
Yeah, this is Mark. It's a combination. So, throughout the entire week, 7-day week, we have hired staff. We have CAs that work throughout the week that are typically students, but we have hired staff that are anywhere from mid-20s to in the 50s or 60s. It just depends property to property. So that's dependent. When it comes to security, we actually have outside security staffing at all of our properties on the nights that are needed, which is usually in Madison. I'd have to look back at the security plan. Maybe Rodney can opine. My guess is it's 4 nights a week, 5 nights a week that we will be having security fully staffed.
You're correct, Mark. We identified kind of Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday as those kind of high peak hours where we would bring in outside security to supplement our staff. If the need arises for us to do more or adjust the hours, obviously we'll do that.
I would plan on it on football weekends and such.
One of the identified dates, home football games, homecoming, graduation date, in addition to those 4 to 5 days a week, what we would just normally bring in outside security staff.
One more question. Can you reiterate again how you solicited for signatures on your petition?
Oh, Mark, if you want me to take this, or you can take it.
No, go ahead. I think I'm getting a bad reception message on my computer here.
Sure. Generally speaking, we held several neighborhood meetings, steering committee meetings, and Zoom meetings. In response to those meetings and the feedback that we were getting from some of our Greek organizations, they inquired if we would have block leasing for Greek organizations as offered by other communities in Madison. So in response to that, we rolled out our formal block leasing or group leasing program. As Mark said, maybe the wording could have been different in one particular text message, but we did offer this program to all Greeks in the area, not just for the Greeks who would support this project. And if this project is supported, we will offer that to all Greeks and other groups, including international groups, athletic groups, just random students who want to lease a block of units will be offered that promotion.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you. Since we were talking about group living and special offers to the fraternities, with the group living I didn't realize it was also maybe athletic groups or friend groups living together. It seems a little bit like a dormitory situation, and definitely with the fraternities living together. And so I think on campus, if it is a dormitory, actually I know if it's on campus or a dormitory, there's a expectation of behavior, code of conduct, you have residential assistance and security, building security, which you've discussed. I was just wondering if there are, behavior, I hate to say behavioral issues, something that the campus would have to intervene. Is there a relationship there with the campus?
We've actually met with the University of Wisconsin's police department to go over our security plan. They were in attendance in some of the steering committee meetings. So, if there is, a behavioral issue that involves the school, we will work directly with them. And just keep in mind, most universities across the country, the code of conduct bounds students even when they're off campus. So the university has a long reach to control their students in our projects and other projects around Madison.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions of registrants? Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Sorry, quick question. I just wanted to follow up. I think the developer mentioned earlier that rents at this point are not determined. Is that correct? You're not sure what rent levels will be charged?
Well, this is Mark. We have a pro forma that obviously we make sure is the financial model that to ensure that we can go forward with the deal itself. So we definitely have rent set. It's a matter of where it will actually break out when we actually open the project and start marketing is a different story. So we have a fair sense right now where we will be based on where the market is and our strategy relative to the market.
Okay. So in terms of those top 2 floors, which I think have 14 units total, you've looked at what the financial implications would be of losing those units, with your rent assumptions, whatever they are right now?
Yeah, the financial implications of losing those units will render this product financially infeasible.
Yeah, I mean, we even did a sensitivity analysis that if we took those top 2 floors off and increased the rents, we went above 20% in terms of where the rents would be, 20% more per bed in terms of rents would be, and the numbers still wouldn't work. So you have a completely infeasible model when you don't get the proper density. The project's just too small to operate it like this. When you think about it, this is one of the smallest properties that you can properly do and run from a staffing standpoint on an operating side and do it right. Once you get smaller in this, it's too hard. You're just in this in-between stage. Couple that with what Rodney had said earlier between the land price, the fire code in terms of what we're obligated to do and how the site lays out, it's just impossible for us to make it work itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Heck.
I have a question for someone other than the development team, so maybe I'll let Alder Rummel go before me, if that's appropriate.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim's question made another pop in my head, and that is, do you have an option to purchase the land, or do you already own it?
We are under contract with the landowner right now.
And hopefully you are only offering what 5 stories the value of 5 stories, since there's no right to the +2. It's sort of more just a throwaway comment. But that's
there's value in keeping the contributing historic building. So you have to kind of factor that into the overall value. If there was an opportunity to redevelop that lot, obviously we could reduce the height of this building and take advantage of that greater land area. But our goal from the beginning was to preserve that contributing building.
And to be clear, the building at 142 is included in the purchase.
Correct.
And was cognizantly left as is, and really worked hard to try to make sure that the financials work to leave that building in place because it is listed as contributing.
And also from a value perspective, there was a 7-story building on this site previously. So that density was factored into kind of the valuation from the seller.
Well, I guess my point comes more as being an alder in a district with a lot of development pressure and seeing how often, and I'm not saying you did it, people overpay for properties and then tell you they can only do this one thing, which it doesn't really get to a win-win. So that was the basis for my question.
And I think more or less, as Mark said, the land price, the constructability of the project, and the fire department requirements are driving kind of the density, and the preservation of that one building is driving the design and the density of this project.
Can you remind me of this? Is it 142 on Langdon Street? Is that its address if I go Google it?
Correct. It's 142 Langdon.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions of the development team? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, you talk about the 142 Langdon Street. That's part of this purchase. Are you remodeling that or restoring that, or what are you doing with that building?
Our goal is to kind of preserve that building as is. Obviously, we'll make the necessary kind of capital improvements to preserve that building, but we want to keep the historic fabric and nature of that building as it is today as much as possible.
Okay, but you're not kind of, I'm assuming that's going to be part of your rental packages and are you doing any work at all to that building? I mean, I walked around it today and it looks like it needs some additional love.
Yeah, well, we will definitely give the building some additional love. And ironically, that building is master leased to some Greeks today. So as the turnover process happens, we will kind of bring that building up to our standards.
Okay, thank you.
When I say master lease, I mean group leased Greeks today.
Any other questions of the development team? I do have some questions, and with the okay of commissioners, can I speak from the role of chair? Okay. My first question is, I don't find where mopeds are accommodated. And presumably, you know, from your familiarity with the Hub and the James, that mopeds are still being used quite a lot by students. What's your plan for mopeds?
As in our previous project at the Hub and the James, if the parking is underutilized, we hope to kind of use it as flex space to convert it to mopeds. We think the primary users of this project will be bikers, pedestrians, and moped users. So if demand is not sufficient enough for parking, we want to repurpose that space. And Jeff, if you want to elaborate, please do so.
Right, and that's how we use those spaces where the demand really determines whether they're used for mopeds or if they're used for cars. So I think that's something that Core will see as they get into their leasing.
So you're saying if there's not sufficient demand for auto parking, then you may turn that into moped parking? What if there is sufficient demand for auto parking? What then happens with the mopeds?
Well, each space, each car space, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, the way that we've positioned it before is that I think it handles 3 mopeds. And so what we've done in the past is we follow the data really closely, especially in our pre-leasing going into that first year. And we evaluate, and as Rodney said, we let demand dictate how these spaces are going to be used. And that's what we found to be the most appropriate, because they can be striped either way. So they're striped right away out of the gate for cars. And then we can pre-stripe so they can be flex spaces to be either 3 mopeds or 1 car. And so it's really worked for, successfully at the Hub, at the James, and other markets that we've done this in. And the reality is we can guess here all we want, but the market determines what is needed and what's not.
And so will moped parking around the building be prohibited then on some of the open space or in front of the building?
Yeah, that's what we saw when we designed the Hub. We wanted to get everything inside. And so you didn't have all these bikes out front or all these mopeds and to clean it up. And a lot of it, no matter what you design inside, you just have to patrol properly.
And that's my question. Will you be monitoring and patrolling that so that that doesn't become an issue?
100%. I mean, we focus so much energy on how the outside of our building looks, and the inside we put even more focus on. We want to elicit a response when you walk into that lobby, and you can't do that with 40 mopeds sitting out front.
Okay, thank you. When I look at the core spaces on-site management professionals, the hours that are listed for having on-site team are not necessarily the hours when there are the biggest issues, at least in a neighborhood perspective. And I did hear you say something about outside security staffing. Are you saying that you are going to have outside security staffing 4 to 5 nights per week? And what does that mean exactly, since your on-site management professionals won't be around when often there are issues?
That's right. So if it's, let's say it's on a Wednesday night at 11 p.m., we're not going to expect that our general manager or one of our managers is there throughout the night, but we definitely, we have outside security staff that steps up in that regard, and they patrol the building accordingly. And with technology that we have throughout the entire building, we're able to do a really good job of that. From a number of people perspective, every single person that walks into the building is monitored, and if they're not a resident, they have to sign in with a resident, and each resident only gets allotted X amount of guests unless we just completely shut it off. When you see
right, I do understand that, but when there is a problem at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, whether it's an out of control party, whatever it is, how is that handled? Again, you said you're going to have outside security. Who calls or contacts that outside security? Because assuming that it's impacting the neighborhood, for example.
The outside security firm is a third-party security company that will be on site during those prescribed hours.
Oh, okay. So they'll be on site then from the time that your management professionals leave until 3 o'clock in the morning, for example?
Yeah, we typically identify kind of peak hours of opportunities for things to happen, and we assign the third-party security firm to be on site. In addition to the third-party security firm, all of our residents have access to a 24-hour hotline where they can reach our maintenance team and or our management team. So we are, even though, and that access is also afforded to our outside security company. So if there is an event on the property, our managers are available 24 hours a day. And obviously, if the event does, get out of control, we encourage our security firm to call the police department and utilize them as necessary. We've engaged with the Madison Police Department and the UW Police Department. We've offered them access to our control TV system in the event of events. So our goal is to be as accommodating to the public service department as we can be.
The key is we'll always have coverage, right. And on those nights or days that are concerning is where we step it up, where with a professional security company that is able to alleviate things quickly.
Well, that tends to be Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights during the school year. So again, am I correct that your outside security firm then will be staffing?
100%.
Okay, thank you.
Our Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights are the nights that we will have our third-party firm there.
Plus all the miscellaneous nights, right? I mean, as you look at different schedules, there's many nights many days, random days throughout the year that you wouldn't, they wouldn't be included within just that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday schedule.
Correct.
Okay. Then in your documents, in several places, particularly under your heading noise, in your sample rules and regulations, you specify that tenants may not do something that would be a nuisance or disturb other tenants. And then you have results or consequences for that. You don't, that I saw, have similar kinds of consequences should it impact the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Can you comment on why that would be, that there wouldn't be that?
Yeah. Are we able to unmute Brian Neisweiner? So Brian is, he founded the business with me, and his experience and entire background is on the management of the property. And I think he'd be a great resource for you to continue to ask these questions to.
Sure. Yeah.
And while we unmute Brian,
could we unmute Mr. Neisweiner?
That's right.
Okay. While we unmute Brian, obviously our thought process is, if you're bothering your immediate neighbor, you're bothering your neighbor. So neighbor isn't, a defined term that we, It
doesn't use the word neighbor, it uses the word tenant. Right. If you bother.
Yeah. So we've had situations where that has happened, and they bothered neighbors and their lease has been terminated. So if you're a nuisance within the building or outside of the building, we have full authority within our lease to terminate the lease.
So even though it doesn't say that in your sample rules and regulations, that that is something that you do. Maybe you would want to add that into the rules and regulations. At least I didn't find it there.
Yeah, if it's not in there, I mean, it's in our sample lease. It's in every single lease that we have, our ability to do that. And that's how we patrol it.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, Brian can step in and add more color if, if he's, I don't know if he's unmuted or.
One other, not directly related to this, but the construction, assuming that this is approved for construction, one of the concerns that has been mentioned is there are historic buildings abutting your property. I think 5 or 6 of them that are contributing to the National Register Historic District. And what are your plans to help protect these buildings in terms of minimizing vibrations or that kind of thing?
Yeah,
in terms of the construction.
That's a great question. I mean, Jim Yeahy, I don't know if he's still on. I heard him speak earlier. He's the CEO of Findorf. We've used Findorf on a massive amount of jobs, but the relationship started in Madison, and it was at both the Hub and the James where we had to do this for each project and monitor the vibration of the neighboring properties. And they have a massive amount of experience working with historic properties, as I'm sure you know. So we will obviously lay out a very intelligent plan and make sure that we're appropriately doing this. Jim is actually texting me that he's on. If you guys want to unmute him, I think you could really add some proper color.
Yeah, okay, you're on, Jim.
You bet, I'm on there. I would just say that we would do similar to what Mark said, that we would survey existing conditions like we've done in many situations, downtown Madison such, whether it was the Overture Center or other jobs over the years. And then we would continue to document existing conditions, then monitor as we do our work, whether it's physical monitoring and other ways that we've done that. So we would institute that, obviously work with the city, work with the neighbors and the adjacent to make sure that we're monitoring that to respect that.
And in terms of construction, would you be doing pile driving, or how is that?
Good question. I guess I would have to look at I don't know the details of the soil bearing. Maybe the gentleman from with the design team could speak to that, just because I don't have the soils report in front of me and know that specific of what we're doing there for the foundations. I don't know if there's a design team member that knows that specifically. I just don't.
Yeah, it does appear that it would be sheet piles under this project.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
Yes, it does appear based on the soil conditions that it would be sheet piles under this project.
So basically that's pile driving then, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Because that tends to be pretty heavy vibrations. And am I understanding it correctly that all trash will be picked up using the loading dock?
That is correct.
Okay. And my recollection is that your intent for Hub 1 and the James were to continue managing those. Why the shift in, because now you're saying that you will continue to manage this one.
Yeah, I mean, it was really simple. That was at a time where we were organically growing. And then
and so you just simply changed your plan. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, we sold a percentage of interest within each property at different times so that we can continue growing the company itself and instead of selling corporate shares. And the people that bought those percentage of interest required themselves to manage. They were both publicly traded companies that's, all had their management arm. And so within their docs, they had to, if they owned a percentage of any property.
And so what's to say that kind of thing might not happen again? You want to grow and that would be the way.
We have, since then, over the last couple of years, we've raised our own fund where we're fully long-term holds. Every property is looked at as a 10+ year model. And that's the goal of how we're building the portfolio right now.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the answers to all those questions. I appreciate it. And any other questions of the development team? And then if not, I'll go to, oh yes, okay. Okay, Alder Heck.
Thank you. One last question. I'm concerned about the amount of bicycle parking too, or the lack thereof. I see 164 spaces for 373 beds and a young active tenant base. If you were to also end up with not enough bike spaces, would your only solution would be to take out even more parking spaces, some of which might be used for moped parking too?
No, regarding the bike parking, we are meeting the code requirement for the bike parking. And also in our past experience, we have seen that a lot of our tenants bring their bikes to their room. So although we have 167 bike parking dedicated spaces, tenants have elected to store their bikes inside their bedrooms too.
Yeah, I mean, Rodney nailed it. You know, we can have, you know, beautiful storage lockers for the bikes in the ground floor, or we can have them within the garage. A majority of our tenant base always will bring them up to their unit and into the room. So we also build storage within the units themselves for them to properly hang the bikes. Because we've just, you know, we've seen it just be a very, very common theme.
And this is identical to how we did the parking in the hub and the James. In this case, rather than complicate the math of which stalls count, which ones don't, we wanted to try to count up the compliant stalls, and then we were not seeking additional bonuses above the requirement. Our goal was to meet the requirement with compliant bike parking stalls, but also recognizing that we will deliver additional bike parking stalls in the units, albeit they don't meet the standards of the bike parking code. We've designed them into those units, and we'll fully intend to have those.
Thank you.
Does that conclude the questions of the applicant? And it looks like the answer is yes. So thank you to all of you for answering the questions. And Alder Heck, did you have a question for other than the applicant?
Yes. If I'm going to see if they're still on. Yes. I'd like to ask Adrian Lampron a question.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Glad you're still there. I asked the development team, the applicants, about how they obtained their signatures for their petition, and I know that I think you referenced being involved with the petition that you all submitted. So I'd just like to hear how you got your petition signatures.
For sure. So over the past couple of months, me and a few of my friends have heard about the kind of opposition that was growing against this project, and we decided to organize around it. And we earned almost these 2,000 signatures in opposition through basically digital grassroots organizing. We did not end up using an email list, and our digital organizing abilities, I don't think, should be diminished by the suggestion that we use an email list. About 12 friends and I were working on this shared petition, and then we emailed it to we texted it and Facebook messaged it to friends, colleagues, and people that were in the same registered student organizations as us. And we posted on social media, and our peers were really passionate about this, so they shared the petition widely and garnered a lot more support. And we're proud to have earned every one of the 1,987 signatures that the petition has currently.
Okay, and so it was kind of a grassrootsy viral effort, so mostly social media, you're saying, or was it emails too?
Yeah, I didn't send any emails personally. I don't know anybody from the group of friends I was organizing with that did. We basically made Facebook posts, Snapchat, Instagram, and then shared it with our friends.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, are there any more questions for any of the registrants before I close the public hearing? I see no raised hands, so I will close the public hearing, and I am going to ask for a motion for a brief recess. Okay, I think, did I hear Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes, I move a recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I think it's being seconded by Alder Lemmer. Okay, so we will have a 5-minute recess. So back here at in 5 minutes. I will see you soon. will call the meeting back to order again, just making sure, yes, we still do have quorum. So now it is time for questions of staff. Do we have questions of staff? Commissioner Spencer.
I don't have a question for staff right now, but I just wanted to mention, I didn't, for the beginning for communications, I didn't realize that I knew one of the people speaking on behalf of the construction firm, Findorf. I know him personally, and it won't impact my voting. I just wanted to say that now.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Spencer. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Sullivan. Since we so rarely have you at our meetings, we want you to feel welcomed and wanted. And having dealt with development over the years, it's always they meet with you, the fire department, and I know how important it is what you tell them. So tell us what your thinking is on wood buildings and all that kind of stuff, so I understand what we're telling the applicant.
Sure. So one of the things you noted was that you were correct that a 5-story building on a pedestal is a construction option. Okay. One of the things that they're challenged with in this site, that the building code and the zoning code have different definitions of what a story is. So when it gets to the back of the site and drops off, that is not, in our opinion, that is, in the building code world, that's not a 7-story building. That is a 9-story building. And so there's a huge difference from that aspect of it. And also, I believe that one of their first iterations was they were trying to split the building and do the front half as wood frame as a cost savings measure, and do the back half as a different type of construction, which creates a whole bunch of other nuances that they just really didn't want to deal with. We see wood framing as an option on those shorter buildings. I think we're also going to see in the next iteration of building code where they're going to talk about a different type of wood construction called more of a heavy timber cross laminate. That's going to make wood building much more viable again. But we don't really have any issues other than there's the height limitation. And, we worry a little bit about density in some of these, more urban districts, about setbacks from adjacent buildings and wood frames. But as building with a fire rating that we have nowadays and the advent of fire sprinklers, it is not as much of a concern as it used to be. We're probably more concerned with wood frame roofs. Flat roofs seem to be much less of a concern with us because we have the protection in the attic, so there's lack of an attic. So did that answer your question, Alder Rummel?
Thank you. To summarize though, so you wouldn't, just based on the site conditions, say no to a 5-story wooden building. That's kind of what I heard. I thought I heard. I wanted to.
Yes, thank you. Yes, no, we wouldn't say that. From our aspect of it, our first approach is going to be, does it comply with the building code? If it complies with the building code, we're walking away and we have very little comments. And we're looking at all of our facilities as from a technical approach from the building code aspect. Now, we in all fairness, if all of a sudden they start to push the envelope a little bit, then we're going to be a little more touchy about, well, wait a minute, we want to give this over here, but we want to take that over there. Well, then that's where things kind of start to get a little more, hey, wait a minute, this isn't the best approach. And then we might interject a little bit more of an opinion at that point. But as long as they come in with a building that complies 100% with the International Building Code, that's adopted in state and pretty much all 50 states in the U.S., we're not having any heartburn over that.
Okay, and then just to also summarize your other point is building code versus zoning code. So from your building code mindset, you see a 9-story building where we're seeing 5+2 based
Correct.
on the varying and how are what is the difference that adds those stories in the building code?
Sure. So the building code on a sloping site takes what they call an average grade plane. Okay, that's one way that they kind of create where's the average height. The other thing that is a thing is if any portion of a story sticks out of the ground more than 6 feet, it's automatically a story. So where the back half of the building down by the Pi Beta Phi site, they're calling those basements and lower levels, whatever they might be, from the building code perspective, since they're sticking out more than 6 feet above grade at those points, that is story 1 above grade. So by the time you get to the top, you're 9 stories. So that's the difference in that.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Way to pick a big one, big, nice, long one.
Yeah, good. You get trial by fire. I'm done right now. Thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a question for Officer Ken Brown, who amazingly is still with us. He moved. He's awake. That's good. I heard earlier today from Detective Sean Kelly, who's the former Langdon neighborhood officer. Bear with me as I read some of what he had to say. I'm quoting him here. "I was asked to share my perspective on the calls for service from other similar student-based high-rises in the downtown area based on my experiences as the Langdon neighborhood officer. As I had mentioned at the meeting," he's referring to the steering committee meeting he attended, "I believe that the amenities offered and the lack of adequate management were the 2 biggest issues that lead to the majority of police calls at these other properties. I've been following the emails that have been sent from the steering committee regarding this new project, and I was quite surprised myself that the Langdon Hub is now being marketed now as primarily Greek housing. I would almost describe this as a worst case scenario for this building based on the challenges I encountered with policing the other Greek properties in the neighborhood. I anticipate that the 2 most problematic fraternity chapters that I had encountered in the past will likely be the main tenants of this building, as these 2 chapters have been in a continual search for properties in the neighborhood to house the majority of their members. I have not reviewed the final security management plan for this building, but I would hope that the lease would include stiff penalties for nuisance issues such as items being tossed from the building, loud or overcrowded gatherings, and misuse of the community pool, which is now a hot tub, not a community pool, but a large hot tub. So I just wondered if Officer Brown had some insights. I think you have seen the security plan. Is that correct?
I briefly perused it this evening. I didn't go through it with a fine-tooth comb, though.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything to add to those thoughts?
Well, one of the biggest issues that I've seen personally as the neighborhood resource officer in the last 3 years with the Hub and the James, they were both opened by Core Spaces, and then within a year were sold and new management came in. So as a resource officer, one of my duties is to become a liaison to that property, get to know the management team, go over best practices, and establish a good working relationship. So if incidents do happen, MPD doesn't get a runaround of how are we going to get video, who do we need to contact. They contact me, I can get video, I can get tenant lists, I can get rent rolls, and hopefully address the issues or problems that arise. So the James, I think they've been open now maybe 3 years, has had 4 different general managers in that short period of time. The Hub is now on their 4th general manager, and they have they're now being operated by their third management company. It was Core Spaces, and then it went to EDR Trust, and now it is operated by Greystar. So that is an issue where, from a police perspective, when we have high turnover like that, I reinvent the wheel every time a new management company comes in.
Mm-hmm.
And I was also copied in on that email that you read about Detective Kelly's concerns. And, I do know of some of the issues that he's faced with those chapters that are no longer part of UW's campus. So UW has no reach for those Greek chapters if they misbehave in the community, because they're no longer part of the recognized Greek life.
So they would but they're UW students. So
yeah, I mean, UW could have sanctions for their behavior, but the Greek organization, if those chapters would misbehave or do something that was in violation of their code, that penalty would almost be stiffer than something being handed down by UW. Suspension, no parties, no social events, such as those things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's it for now. Thanks, Officer Brown.
Are there other questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
I have a question, I think probably for Kevin Furcal. I think Kevin attended the Urban Design Committee meeting, and I'm concerned about their recommendation to us that the design of the building did not warrant the 2 bonus stories. I know that since they've reviewed the plan, the developer has changed some of the setbacks and step backs and some of the materials. So I guess my question to Kevin or Heather or whoever wants to answer this question, we look for urban design's opinions on scale and mass and rhythm and all those sorts of things. So I guess it disturbs me that they, in their review, if they didn't like this design, what design would they like? So was there any discussion about that, or was that they just kind of dismissed it and said, well, this doesn't make it? And I know in the report you said, well, the Plan Commission gets to decide, but because a lot of the design issues we leave up to urban design because that's our expertise. We're planners. We have other expertise. So could you talk about that? Is Kevin still there?
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute him. And
sorry, I was muted there, and I was waiting for the green light so sorry for the dramatic pause. I can speak a little bit about kind of the process and the deliberations. The recommendation of the UDC was, as we described it in the report, when we set this up for UDC, with all items that go before UDC, staff does a staff report. And similar to a staff report we would do for the Plan Commission, we would outline concerns, comments. And in the report that we sent to UDC, we had asked them specifically to comment on the standards that related to the bonus height. And so the standards 14A, which are the same ones that you're looking at today. It was a very lengthy public hearing. I don't remember how many speakers, but there were several speakers, mostly in opposition. There might have been 1 or 2, and then the development team in support. And so it was I would say from my memory, it was a fairly long discussion as far as looking at various aspects of that. But I think what staff did, we asked them for their opinion as it related to those. And that was part of Alder Heck's recommendation of why he wanted to get that advisory opinion to UDC. Again, otherwise they wouldn't be a formal reviewing body on this one, but this was, they were asked specifically to provide their comment. This isn't one that normally would have been to them. So that was an extra step that had occurred. So I can't provide, much more rationale what each of the commission members were thinking. I know that, there was I would say, a long discussion about it. But we had asked them specifically to weigh in on those standards, and that was the vote of the body.
And as I looked over the notes, there were 5 members that voted on that, on this proposal. And usually there's 9 members to the committee, or at least a lot more than that. Again, a lot of the discussion here is based on the scale of this building. And again, we rely on that, at least I do, maybe others don't, but I think that I look to them to give at least some advice. And is there no building that would meet their approval for 2 bonus stories, or does this design that they found that didn't meet it? And if it didn't meet it, why didn't it meet it? What was the issue? Was it the building material? Was it the undulation of the building? I guess that's my question.
Sure. And I usually, and I think this isn't an exception, this is typical, UDC will typically not provide detailed, feedback where they would be considered redesigning the building for the applicant, saying, if only you would, usually their comments aren't prescriptive as if you would have, taken off X number of square feet of the building, or if you would have done that, they would say, look at these types of issues. So there wasn't, I guess, to maybe step back and answer the question, there wasn't an alternative that was presented that if you would do A, B, and C, UDC could support the project. They were basically commenting on the comment before them, but they didn't give an alternative in terms of a project that they could support, is my recollection of that discussion.
Do you think the changes that have been made to the building with the glass, part of the glass front and those sorts of things would have made any difference?
The glass one, up until the glasses was a more significant aesthetic change than what they had seen. Our sense, based on the version that was in your original packet versus what UDC were very similar. They had deepened that front setback. That middle portion of the building was recessed a matter of a few feet different. It was essentially, though, it wasn't a significantly different project. There were some modifications, but it wasn't, I think, in staff's opinion, a different enough project to warrant a revised trip back to UDC based on what was in the original packet. And even so, I think with the atrium modifications that have been proposed, I think of the comments. I think that continues to perhaps that center part is recessed a bit more than what the UDC saw. I still think it's a very similar, certainly a similar scale building to what was seen before. And I think there have been some adjustments to the materials, but I don't know if you were to refer it back to UDC, if you would get a different recommendation. I do think it's still a very similar project in many of the main components of the development.
The applicant indicated that at least the earlier meetings there were more supportive, and I don't know if the makeup of those individuals that night comprised the more negative individuals reviewing the project. So I don't know, but the glass atrium section, in my opinion, makes the building look more commercial than residential. because there's not a lot of residential glass atrium buildings along that street, at least. So I guess that would be one. And I don't know what staff feels about that, but
I mean, I think it really becomes. I think there's it's a different aesthetic. I don't know if we've got I don't think it fundamentally makes the project different. I think it's going to be a preference of the commission whether this version is seen as an improvement over the previous one that UDC had weighed in on. But I think there's I think there's probably a range of opinions in terms of what staff and what the commission may see. Again, I think it's an aesthetic preference.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have any other questions, Commissioner? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I imagine this could be for Mr. Furco or maybe Ms. Stouter, but I understand that there's been a lot of reference to the building that was on this site previously, and as I understand it, that's more or less irrelevant with respect to the standards of approval for this particular project. Would you agree with that? Except for, well, I guess even with respect to the demolition, I guess it's kind of irrelevant at this point. Is that correct?
Well, as far as from a zoning standpoint, there was a decision point depending on what route it was going to take. And there was a route that there was two provisions. There was the build back provision that would allow a certain arrangement of the mass, and that was one path it could have gone down. But the applicant, since the building was the old Langdon building had been demolished and we had a blank slate, the standards from a zoning standpoint that apply are the ones that are the 5+2 provision. And that's really there's separate conditional use standards that apply, and that's the one that does apply in this case.
I'm kind of thinking more about standards regarding impact on the neighborhood. Can we say, well, there used to be a 9-story building back there, so this is no different. It's not a change.
I would direct you to the Appendix F in the downtown plan. And as far as the language that states, this is one of 2 areas in the Langdon area that are anticipated for potentially more height. Again, this is additional area height, and the plan states that these 2 small areas within the Langdon district are portions of large deep blocks that slope downwards towards Lake Mendota. Both areas are in a National Register Historic District and include identified contributing buildings, and any new development should enhance that character. The base height recommendation is for 5 stories, but a few taller buildings might be appropriate in the middle of these blocks if set back well from the street. And this is an area that's specifically identified as that, and that's the area that's the language that the plan includes about evaluating the additional height in Area F.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll go for that. Thank you. One other question. We as we look at the never-ending discussion about plans versus zoning, we see that zoning technically allows in this box F 5 stories plus the possibility of 2 more, and the downtown plan has much more general descriptions about the character and flavor, and this is going to be, I think, a discussion that tries to balance those 2 aspects as we think about the standards of approval. And I wondered if you had, I don't know, I'm even thinking about earlier discussion a month or two ago about the Amazon distribution center, and but I wonder if you have advice about planning and zoning, and isn't the plan is aspirational and the zoning is really what we need to consider the most, or is it the other way around, or is it a combination of the two with regard to standards of approval?
Yeah. Sure. Well, I think it's very important that we remember what the requests are before the Plan Commission, and we do have 3 distinct conditional uses, and that's what I would first focus on. There is the number of dwelling units. There is I think the big one here is the 2 stories. The rest of the mass conforms with zoning. So the conditional use ask that's before the Plan Commission is the bonus 2 stories. The rest of the mass does conform to the underlying zoning code. So I guess talking a little bit about the relationship between the downtown height map in the plan and the zoning map was done as a tool to implement that specific height map. And that policy discussion that was at the core of the 2012 downtown plan rewrite. So that downtown zoning map was really intended to implement the plan recommendations. Now, I think discussion earlier talked a bit about height measurements, and I can go into that if there's follow-up questions about how the zoning code measures height. But there is the short takeaway for this is that height is measured differently in downtown, and that is due to the grade. And note that many of the sites have large amounts of grade changes throughout the property. And that's why there's a distinct methodology for measuring height in the zoning code that's not found in other portions of the city. So I can go into details if there's follow-up questions on that. But that is, summary of kind of the link between the downtown plan and how that height map, how those two interact.
You're referencing the height map issue, but there are portions of the downtown plan that seem not particularly friendly to the width of this building along Langdon Street. It does meet zoning, but it could be argued, I think, that the width of the front of the building is not supported by some aspects of the downtown plan. Others, perhaps, maybe it is. And so those are things we consider in our discussion about standards of approval. So I would contend that there's a little bit more going on than just the height plus the number of units. Do you agree?
I would point out that the zoning district, the DR2, the zoning district that this property in does not have a maximum width. That is actually a standard for the DR1 zoning district where there is a maximum height, or a maximum width. And that provision is not part of the DR2 district. So I would just point that out as a key distinction.
Okay, but I guess I'll just hold all that for when we get to the discussion. Thank you.
Alder Rommel.
Thank you. I'm almost like speechless how many standards the public has raised that they say this project doesn't meet. I don't think I've ever seen as many, nor have I read them in depth as much as I have tonight. And so I hear them saying standard 1, 3, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15. And it's just, how are we going to, are we going to go through all those standards that people have raised and then say whether we agree or not? Or I would just like some direction. That's one thing. The other thing is, if you look at the UDC report, it does seem they talk mostly about the rear of the building, which is the +2. They seem mostly fine with the front of the building, and some called it handsome. And so I think it was more how they were, the treatment at the rear and they mentioned the grade changes affecting it and circulation and other things, but it seemed like that was the focus. So I don't think they had nothing to say. I think they spoke exactly to why not +2. They said they didn't believe that the +2 met the standard for adding something that wouldn't, I don't have the right words in front of me, but that didn't add the thing that the 14B requires. Thanks.
Was there a question there, Alder Rummel?
I don't know that I want staff to go through all the condition standards, but I think I would like my fellow commissioners to start, thinking about all the ones that people raised and what you think about it. Because, like I said, I'd never read all the ones and thought so much. And then actually, I would add a standard, now that I think about it, that in relation to this correspondence, that these text messages, and whether or not that was appropriate. I don't know that there's a city attorney here to address that, but when I looked through these standards, I did find one I thought that it applied to, and that was under 6B instead of A, where we always look. 6B, number 1, about applicants' history of compliance with relevant ordinances. For what it's worth, I'm just telling you that is what I found when I did a deep dive in these standards. So, thanks.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I had a question for staff. This is probably Kevin or Sydney about the height limit. Looking at the downtown plan, it talks about increased height at the middle of the block. And as the applicant pointed out, that's where this building, the extra 2 stories are. But I'm wondering if it was its own building in the middle of the block, as I'm not sure if that's what it was intentioned for, how the height there would be measured, as in, would it be from the ground level and then 7 stories would be the height of 5 stories at the front, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think just briefly, it's from in the downtown areas in the DR2 district, height is measured from the highest point along the building setback line, paralleling the street. That's the, if that makes sense, that's kind of the fundamental, that's where they take it. And that's why it can be 5 stories on one side and then 9 stories on the back. It's the highest point along the building setback line.
So even if it was a separate building in the middle of the block,
if there were
9 stories back there, or would it have to go down to 7?
It would. I guess if it was a second principal building, I think that's a good question. I would have to probably a better question answered by our zoning staff. I know they're not here as far as how a second building would be measured.
I'm just trying to think of the intention of that in the downtown plan, and if it was really intended to have something taller in the middle, up to 7 stories, but truly 7 stories and not 9 stories in the middle of the block. That's why I raised the question.
Did you have any other questions, Commissioner?
That's all I have for now.
Good.
I don't know
question.
and I don't know if Heather or Sydney have kind of more to elaborate or maybe a clarification.
Well, I think it's just that it's measured from the street, and if there was a building, like a second building behind this one, it wouldn't be oriented to the street. I guess it would probably need to remain 7 stories from the street. Let's see. Yeah, it's a stumper. It's a really good question. And I wish I could text Matt Tucker, but I'm sure he's asleep by now. At least I hope he is.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Solheim, for raising that question. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I think I was on the Plan Commission when we reviewed the downtown plan. I think Eric Sundquist was as well. But I think the reason why we included the bonus stories for that back section was because we had a 7-story building on this property. And it was one of those buildings that we called out of context buildings. And we have kind of several in this Langdon Mansion Hill area that were built in the 60s and 70s and they just don't fit in. And I think that one of the reasons why we suggested the bonus stories was that it would provide an incentive for redevelopment of the site. And I think that's what, I don't think we thought at that time of a separate building back there, like a 7-story building. I think we were thinking of the property would be developed at one time in replacing this out of context building. I guess my question for staff is that I'm assuming that this site is one of the has more street frontage than probably all the other properties within this area. About, I think it's 134 feet. And I don't know if any other properties on Langdon Street, maybe farther down towards campus, they may have a greater lot frontage. And also the lot size is much greater than we typically see in this area. So I think those two factors, we're going to see a scale and mass greater than we see in the surrounding buildings, but maybe staff can address that.
Well, I think that's true, and it's brought up in the report that this is a very large lot compared to others surrounding it. I think one of the challenges here is that there's also the balance in wanting to not be so out of scale with the existing rhythm on the street. And one of the important things the Plan Commission needs to consider is, architecturally, are they achieving that? Particularly with the most recent rendition of the project, with the glass separating the two sort of building masses on the street. Are they achieving, that breaking down of the massing so that it can fit in well with its surroundings while being the most massive building on the largest lot in the vicinity?
Did you have other questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
Not at this time, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Other questions of staff? I don't see any hands. I again have several questions. Without objection from the body, I will go ahead and ask those questions, and I'll look for raised hands if there are objections, because otherwise I would give the chair over to Commissioner Cantrell, but I see no raised hands. So I do have some questions. So am I reading the staff report correctly that the comp plan calls for a density of 20 to 90 units per acre, and this is 151? Is that accurate? Does a staff person want to take that? I don't see any raised hands.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Burke.
Sure, I would defer to Sydney. She was nodding, but I believe that what was in the report. But Sydney, if you wanted to.
Sydney, why don't you raise your hand so I can unmute you? Okay.
Hi, yes, that was correct. It's recommended for medium density residential, which is 20 to 90 dwelling units per acre.
So this is not just at the high end, it is over 50% more, almost double what is being called for in the comp plan, as I understand it then.
Yes.
And so to kind of follow up on what Alder Heck asked about, and just to make sure again that I'm understanding this correctly, the mass of the building that used to be there doesn't really play any kind of a role in consideration of conditions. Is that correct? Either the height or the depth or any of that?
That's correct.
Well, I it doesn't in terms of the actual zoning. I'm looking for the language in the plan that talks about the out of context buildings, and I want to just take a second to make sure that we're getting that correct. It doesn't from a zoning standpoint, but there's multiple sections of recommendations, and if you want to move to the next one, I can research that one and just confirm what the plan says about that, Chair.
Okay, I'll move to additional questions that I've got. And so just again to confirm, is it accurate that the proposed building's width on Langdon is a bit over 2.5 times the median width of buildings on that block?
Yes, the width of this building is 130 feet and the median, I believe, is 50 feet.
Okay. So a big question would be whether the building, in terms of the recommendation 95, I think, on Langdon, page 54 of the downtown plan, where it says encourage relatively higher density infill. And this is more than relatively, I would say, higher density infill, and redevelopment that is compatible with the historic context in scale and design. So given that it's 2.5 times, a question would be then whether it still reads as one building or whether that separation helps in some way in terms of that scale. Then, and this is something we haven't talked about at all, and I'm not sure that there's anything that we can necessarily do about it. And I did raise this with staff, but I am very concerned about runoff in this location. It's so close to the lake, and another nearby major construction project resulted in a number of plumes, dark plumes after rains. And I don't think that it's not really conditions, because I think the conditions were good. But is there anything that staff know of that we could do to help the developer, assuming that this is approved, comply with those conditions so that we don't end up with that kind of circumstance again? Is there anything that we could do to?
So we've brought up your concerns to engineering staff, so that they are in the loop. So engineering would be, the entity monitoring the erosion control during construction, and we can make sure that engineering remains aware of your concerns if and when construction on this building begins.
And as part of that erosion control plan, that requires from engineering weekly self-inspections as part of the required erosion control permit.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
That the erosion control permit requires weekly self-inspection, so that has to be in compliance with engineering requirements. And I know your questions earlier were about enforcement and inspection. So that's one way that at least part of it is being taken care of.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And as you know, this is a concern too. Condition 44 by traffic engineering raises the issue of some of the delivery kinds of vehicles. And it's a daily problem on Langdon with double parking, lanes being blocked by delivery vehicles, and it has been getting worse and worse. And I agree with the point that was made by staff that we can't have this development take on like the burden of the whole street or even the whole block. But it does seem reasonable to require that the individual project have sufficient off-street loading and unloading to accommodate the increased pressure that they would be bringing. And as it's been pointed out, this is a very large piece of property, which seems then that it should have room to be able to address that kind of additional pressure. So were there options explored at all with the developer to better address the level of deliveries that can be expected for this very dense development?
Kevin and I and Alder Hack met with the development team a few times separately and together about this. And one option that the neighborhood suggested that we were cool to was putting a drive aisle in the front of the building for that reason, for Ubers or Lyfts or pizza delivery. But in keeping with the newly adopted Langdon Street setbacks and the canopy trees there, we didn't believe traffic engineering was not supportive of additional curb cuts to this property. There's a lot of pedestrians on Langdon and amazing trees. And then in terms of providing more loading in the alleyways, the turning templates to get the loading cars there and back were not, it could be done, but the site would have to be significantly reworked to make sure that the delivery cars could be there safely. And then also enforcement issues of are people staying in those loading cars overnight. But it was definitely something that we explored. But overall, we found that the integrity of the building and limiting the curb cuts outweighed the delivery idling. So that's Kevin, if you want to elaborate more on those meetings.
Well, I would just note the comments from the city's traffic engineer, and they usually are the body that will come up with comments if they believe that a loading situation, if they've got concerns. And I would just direct you to the comments there. I believe they don't have comments recommending an alternative loading plan. I think they believe that this was...
no, they just raised the issue. Yeah. They didn't have a solution. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it's a problem. It's a problem. Okay, so we've heard a lot about noise, and it can be a big issue. And I'm wondering if it is a legal condition to prohibit amplification speakers pointing out of open windows. Is that something that would be a legal condition to help address some of the noise issues?
My first reaction is a comment of enforceability. As far as if it's a zoning comment, that would be a very difficult one. My sense would be for zoning to enforce, and it's not. Perhaps it's something that, as opposed to a condition, something that's in the lease, that is something that's that would be something that the management team would be responsible for enforcing, because I think it's going to be very difficult to be something that zoning would have to react to on a complaint basis.
Yeah, I have I reached out to Matt Tucker, the zoning administrator, with this question, and he said that it could be folded into a condition with the management of the building, but not a condition on its own. It's more of a disturbing the peace type of situation that zoning wouldn't get involved with.
So you're saying that possibly the management plan we could require something like that in the management plan. Is that what you're suggesting?
Mm-hmm.
It looked like perhaps Officer Brown had something to add. Oops.
Cool.
Okay.
From my years of working on Langdon Street, speakers, I mean, every frat on football Saturday puts speakers out on their patio, points them right to the street. From my experience working with the Hub and their management team, again, this is not Core Spaces who's running that program. The Hub has so many intricate little violations built into their lease that they can fine them for almost anything. Like if your dog is found like walking down the hallway unleashed, it's a fine. If you have too many guests on a given day, fine. So I think it's something the management company can wrap into their lease, but I think it's going to be very hard pressed with all the history in Langdon. Football Saturdays, everybody's got their speakers out, they're playing loud music. So just something to consider. And I don't, from an enforcement standpoint, from MPD's perspective, going to every apartment with their speaker facing out of the window, just not going to be feasible, especially on a football Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe we could exclude football Saturdays.
Something.
Okay, thank you.
But the management, if it's run correctly, the leasing and especially management at the Hub, the amount of violations that their tenants can get fined for is almost mind-boggling. So it's something that management would have to address and, hold their tenants accountable for that type of behavior.
So it would come down to the management. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think that's all the questions.
I could circle back. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to circle back to the earlier question that I wanted to look up. I would direct the Plan Commission. This is again related to your question about what was the relationship of the old building and how did that relate to the plan and the Plan Commission's consideration. That information is found on page 24 of the downtown plan, and it just talks about the relationship. And one quote here. It says, I talk about these buildings. These buildings are taller than what is. I'm sorry, I read the wrong line. In order to encourage redevelopment of these sites with new buildings that would enhance the areas, propose that new replacement buildings be allowed to be built to a similar height, density, or volume of the existing building, provided that superior architectural design is required. So now, again, this is plan language, but I would note that the Plan Commission is considering part of the discussion tonight is the continuation or the finalization of the demo approval that with the covenant that was there. So I believe this language on page 24 that references buildings being built back to similar height, density, bulk conditions, I believe that could be considered as part of the Plan Commission's evaluation of this request.
Isn't that then what standard 15 really is, if we're looking at similar, and this one isn't similar because they aren't building it to the same footprint.
Right, they're not. It's standard 14 is the one that applies to this request.
Yeah, so that was kind of my question, given that that's the one that applies. The old building then doesn't really make any difference.
I don't think the plan is so specific to say that if the building is taken down 2 years before a new one is considered, that it would be that a larger building in this location would be inconsistent. I mean, I think the plan, I think, would allow that recognition of a larger building to be built back there could be considered as part of this section. Now, again, it would be considered under this proposal, to be very clear, and as you pointed out, should be considered under standard 14 as far as the 2 bonus height stories.
Okay, I guess I read that a little bit differently. Okay, thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Not seeing any. I would be looking for a motion. It's a tough one. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm still formulating, but I'm not. This might turn into a motion. I actually find some fault with UDC's even mentioning the front of this building when they were only supposed to be considering the bonus 2 stories. And I realize that just because something is allowed, bonus or not, doesn't mean that it should be approved. But I really don't find the rear section of the building I actually find it to be relatively attractive, especially with their recent changes. They showed some side views down both sides, and I think they've done a fairly good job of addressing some of UDC's concerns in terms of all these insets that they've added and contrast between different materials. There are irregularities that even break up the mass in that direction. I lean towards standard 14 being met. But that said, I think there's a lot in the downtown plan that does not support the width of this building in the front. And recommendation 95 on page 54, and I've got some other places. So how I can turn that into a motion? I'm going back to what Alder Rummel was saying. Do we need to go through every standard on each of these items and
Do you want to take some time to pull your thoughts together and see whether we?
Yeah, I don't think I'm ready, but that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I have a comment on the front of the building. I think that this is a very wide property of frontage. It's 130 feet or 134 feet, and this building, even though they've broken it up into maybe 40-foot sections, the architecture doesn't read like three separate buildings. It reads like pretty much one building because they're using the same brick, and they may be adjusting the brick placement a little bit. And the center part may be glass, at least in this latest orientation. But I think if they would have made those three sections a little bit different, that it may have read a little bit differently. And I know I read the UDC's comments too, and they kind of focused on the front of the building and said, "Oh, it's kind of attractive. It's it's nicely done." But they didn't really talk about Alder Heck's concern, and one of the concerns in our standards that the rhythm and the compatibility of that design of the building compared to other buildings in the area. So I think that it's possible for this development team to get there with a building of this street width, but I don't know if this design has gotten there. That's all I have.
Still looking for a motion on this challenging project. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I'll take a stab at it, and if I get a second, then I'll maybe talk some more. I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find that the conditional use standards are met, and that we approve the construction of the 7-story building with 107 units and the outdoor recreational amenities at 126 Langdon Street, with a condition that the urban design review the front facade of the building, the Langdon Street facade of the building, in order to better provide a massing of the front facade more compatible with the building facades within the area, if that makes any sense.
And do I have a second? I have a couple of hands raised. So Alder Rummel. No? Alder Lemmer, I think you've got yourself muted. I've tried to unmute you several times.
Okay. I'm seconding.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'll provide some at least justification. Again, I was on the Plan Commission when the downtown plan was reviewed, and I think Marcia maybe was on at that time, and Eric may have been as well. And the former building on this site, or at least on a portion of this site, was one of those buildings that we thought were intrusions into the neighborhood. And we wanted to provide some incentives for those buildings to eventually go away. And I think the Plan Commission at that time thought of the bonus stories would be a way of doing that. And obviously this is one site that we identified. And I think one of the issues that I see is that this is a big site, a big site with lots of street frontage. So we're going to have a massing of the building and a scale of the building that is going to be larger than the other buildings in the area. Even if it's 5 stories, it's going to be larger. So I guess the issue at hand is do the 2 bonus stories, are they appropriate here? And I think as the building has been designed, they pushed the 2 bonus stories actually behind the rear lot line of the two other buildings on either side of it that's fronting Langdon Street. So I think that placement in kind of the center of the block does address at least what the Plan Commission was trying to address in the plan that we adopted in 2012. And you know, when I first came to the meeting, I was thinking that I would be recommending against it because, again, a lot of the standards were raised that of the scale and the mass and the compatibility of this building to the surrounding area. But in thinking about it, because of the large site, and I think that we're going to have a big building in either case. And I think that they've done a decent job of addressing that. But I think that the Urban Design Committee should readdress the frontage of Langdon Street to see if a design that would be more complementary to the rhythm of the other buildings within the streetscape. So that's why I'm recommending in favor of it, and we'll see where it goes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick note. I think that since this is a conditional use that the Plan Commission should be determining, I think it's fine that the Plan Commission would refer it to the Urban Design Commission, but I don't know that there's really a place for the UDC to have the final approval on it. And so maybe if the UDC needs to be involved in reviewing the front facade and the massing, perhaps a clear referral to them for that purpose, but with the finding that the conditional use standard 14 is met, you know, with just a very precise reason to refer it to them, would probably be the best way to handle it, and then have it come back to Plan Commission for then final approval. I hate to do that, but I don't think there's a real mechanism to allow them to have sort of the final say.
Saying that.
Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes. So what you're saying, Heather, is that the Plan Commission should basically address the bonus stories and say the 2 bonus stories meet the standards, but we're forwarding it to the Urban Design Committee to give us to look at the street frontage and in order to determine if the rhythm of that street frontage is complementary to the other buildings within the area.
I think that would be
go ahead.
Yep, I think that would be the cleanest way to do what I think you're trying to do with this motion. Yep, so that it would be ultimately a referral, but with clear guidance to the UDC that the Plan Commission thinks that standard 14 is met, and a clear ask for them to focus on the massing along the front. That's my suggestion for this particular motion.
Is that clarification of the motion or restatement of the motion okay with both the seconder and the other members of the commission? I don't see any objection to redirecting that motion. So now, discussion of the motion. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I think there was that long pause at the beginning when nobody made a motion, because really it's hard to say yes to this and nobody wants to say no because, you know, something should be able to happen here. So I get that kind of tension, but I really do believe that it doesn't meet standard number 14. I'd be happy to refer it to UDC if you told them to look at the whole site plan and the circulation and how people are going to use the building, because that's to me the other standards that are not met. How what you can expect, in condition number 5, that there's access roads, vehicles and peds and other people are, being able to use what's already existing as well as what's new. And so I'm not there yet. I don't know that they couldn't get there, but I don't really believe that they meet several standards. So I'm not sure if I'll vote with it saying number 14 is met. I would probably vote to refer it for maybe a more generalized request, but that might not be the will of the body. So I'll see how it works out. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Alder Heck.
Thank you. There are parts of the motion I agree with. As I stated earlier, I think this can meet the standards with respect to 14. But I, like Alder Rummel, find the some aspects of the development to be in violation of 135 because of all the discussion related. Really, delivery vehicles are a big part of it, and also recommendation 95 in the downtown plan with regard to the width of the front of the building. It reads, encourage relatively high density infill and redevelopment that is compatible with the historic context and scale and design on non-landmark locations with this is. And I just still find the front of the building problematic with regard to the downtown plan in particular. And that combined with these other concerns about I think delivery and in particular, I wish there was a solution where a chunk of the front of the building could be removed and a circular drive put in. And I know traffic engineering didn't like that, but I think that would get closer to meeting the standards, because some of the concerns about standards 1, 3, and 5 and such would be lessened. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Commissioner Solheim.
So I'm not necessarily against the additional height for the building. I certainly support additional density at this site. I think that the plans support that. However, it's kind of the overall massing, which I think folks have been referring to in terms of the front of the building. It almost seems like the height bonus would be a little bit of a better fit for a smaller lot or a smaller building. But since the lot is so big, plus the additional height, it's creating a density. And again, I'm all for density, but this is well over what is in the plan. And I think it's hard to say we have a really large lot, but also we don't have room for all of this stuff, which is clearly needed based on how the property is being used. I think that the plan itself could really benefit from potentially losing some units here and there, both for the design in terms of the bulk of the building, but also to make room for things like moped parking, which you brought up, and all things that are really necessary for the day-to-day use of the building, and I think would benefit it both operationally and also from a design standpoint. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other comments, discussion, insights? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Just some broader just to remind the body that the staff did, say that the standards, could be found. And I do agree with Alder Heck that the changes that were made to the development really greatly improved the look of it. And we know that this is, going to be student housing here, and it's, going to have some kind of contemporary look. Development in some ways, seems like, You
are really freezing up, Alder Lemmer. I don't know what the problem is.
Okay. Can you?
No, you are not coming through.
All right, I'm going to rejoin from my phone.
In the meantime, Alder Prestigiacomo has a raised hand. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, Prestigiacomo is how you say it. No worries, I'm just late at night. I just wanted to pop in quickly, and I have a bit more to say. I'm not going to lie on specifics about other standards, but since this motion is specifically to refer to back to UDC, I think I'll just briefly touch on that rather than get into my opinions on the standards of approval for for others that I guess we may or may not get into tonight. So I guess I'll just first want to say thank you to all the students that are still sticking with us. I know it's so late tonight and these are inaccessible meetings. For those that don't know, since this is my first time, I'm the district elder, which is my constituency is primarily all students pretty much. It's pretty much where all the UW students live. And something I just thought worth mentioning, and I don't want to waste too much time on stuff that isn't under the standards, is the student input. And I really do think it's this whole process has been disappointing in general. It's not necessarily anyone's fault. It's a systemic issue that we're facing of young people being disenfranchised on top of a global pandemic where the whole community has been displaced. And frankly, any claim that this did involve any student input, in my opinion, just it couldn't be, was not true. And I think if anything, we need to accept that students were not factored in this decision. And it's just a reality we're going to have to accept, and that maybe the petitions shed light on what that might be. As for, specific motion on the table, I really am hesitant to support that just because, obviously I don't have that personally. it's concerning just because I feel like a proposal has come to Plan Commission, the specific proposal on our, on the table. And I still think that there needs to be, some more discussion on this rather than jumping, sending this to UDC. I'm questioning the standard for 14 myself, but I don't necessarily know if it's, worth sending it back, since again, like the Plan Commission is the final say. So yeah, I think overall, I just I think I want to stress that this is a really difficult process, and I think it's important that we recognize, we're going to make it, the Plan Commission is going to make a decision, but we need to recognize that student input was not, something I would consider as, holistically considered in this. There's a lot of claims that were thrown around early in the discussions when, certain people were talking. But yeah, I just thought that was worth saying. And those are kind of my thoughts on it. Looking forward to, seeing what you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. And is Alder Lemmer back on?
I'm trying.
Yes. Okay. Very good.
Okay. Thank you. I will give this another shot, but let me know if you can't hear me.
It's sounding good so far.
Good. Okay. I wanted to share some broader thoughts. I do think that standard 14 can be found met, and that the changes that were made to the project it substantially improved the look of it. I also came into this, not sure what I was, going to do. But I heard some things about core spaces that made me lean towards supporting their, while their history hasn't been stellar, the fact that they, now have a lot of accolades for, property management, and they have 23 developments that they develop, own, and manage, make as far as the management and security. In addition,
we seem to be losing you again, Alder Lemmer.
All right. Can you hear me?
Off and on.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Let's see. I mean, it's going to be contemporary student housing here. So if it's, not going to be this development, it's going to be something else. And I think, with the referral to UDC, we can get this, in a better spot that everybody is going to be more comfortable with.
Thank you, Alder Lemmer. Any more comments, discussion? I do not see any raised up. Alder Rummel.
I think I could vote for this if we added that UDC would look at some of the circulation issues, the number 5 standard, or whatever, the one that just deals with loading zone and what's Uber Lyft going to do, and just at least weigh in some. We don't see any difference with any changes, or it's fine, we're okay with it, just because that to me is one of the key issues. And I don't want them to come back and just say, oh yeah, it's much better now, and that's it, because that won't help me really.
Okay, so with the permission of the body, that would be added in. If you do not agree with adding that in, please do a raised hand. Okay, that's in. Did you have anything else, Alder Rummel?
Nothing.
Commissioner Hagenow.
So with all that being said, I just want some clarification on the motion, if I if we can get that out of everything that's happened here.
Okay. Ms. Stouter, do you want to?
I'll give it a shot. I think that the motion is the Plan Commission is generally finding that standard 14 is met, and would like to refer this matter to the UDC to take a look at the front of the building and the massing as it relates to the surroundings. And then Alder Rummel's recent addition is that the UDC should also look at the design of the loading area. Is that correct?
I think it was the circulation, including the loading area.
Like the design of the circulation area?
Yeah, I'll unmute Alder Rummel. So
how people are going to use the building, given that everything's going to be brought to them in some vehicle of some sort?
I think that's a little outside of the UDC's purview. I think that's really the Plan Commission purview.
Having a circulation plan that accommodates the uses, I think, is within their jurisdiction.
Okay. We can
more narrow than like how does Uber or Lyft come, but I think that's just like, do we need more mopeds parking? Are we going to accommodate all the ways people are going to use this building that deal with circulation and movement?
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Hagenow, does that answer your question?
As clear as mud. Yes. No. Yeah. Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay. Commissioner Sundquist.
So, quick comment on just sort of general feelings about this. I think it does a lot of what we wanted in the plan. I think, Commissioner Cantrell has alluded to this, and that is pretty important. We put these plans to paper for a reason, to try to attract developers to come and do them. So I have sort of leaning more favorably toward this project and started out the evening without a strong feeling one way or the other. So that's just sort of where I am on it right now overall. As for this motion, I don't see any way, if this goes back to UDC and comes back to us, that it doesn't just like reopen entirely. I'm not sure we can vote, say it meets this or that standard now, and that doesn't all get unwound when it comes back. It's going to be hard to just, focus ourselves on the massing of the front and the loading or whatever. And at least that's what I think. I think we're going to get a whole new hearing and everybody's going to raise all the same things again. So if that's what people want to do, okay. I do agree that this issue of the trade-off of bonus stories for design is still, maybe the design isn't quite worth it yet, and there's a way to wring it out so that it's a little bit better. But I don't know, maybe somebody can set me straight and show me that, yes, this is going to be really focused when it comes back on one or two issues, but it just seems to me like we'll probably be starting from scratch.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, my hope is that that's not the case. I guess the motion, as I've recommended it, and this is how I interpret it, is that the bonus stories within this recommendation are settled, in my opinion, that we don't have to raise that issue again. What we're looking at is the front facade and the circulation. those are the two issues that we've asked the UDC to weigh in on, and then we'll get a recommendation back. And I'm assuming that they'll come up with some good suggestions, and hopefully the commission then can move forward on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Prestigiacomo, did you have something else you wanted to say?
Just a quick brief thing, just like to talk about like the, I agree with Commissioner Sundquist about from the back end what this would mean for, maybe not plan commission thinking that this would open up the whole discussion again, but from a standpoint of student input and like students who, the testimonies we saw tonight, I do see that as, just another opportunity for the whole discussion to open up back again. I mean, obviously that's, I'm new and that's something you guys can set yourselves. But I think it's definitely worth considering, what conversation has been had tonight and what that might look like differently if we wait, however long it is, especially with, new public input that might come from that as well. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Other Commissioner Hagenow.
Yeah, I guess I am a little concerned that this doesn't just come back to us and open wide up again. I understand Commissioner Cantrell and others in kind of, I feel like I'm kind of in agreement with the bonus 2 stories. However, if this goes back to UDC and something changes with the, kind of the overall design of this building or something, I don't know that we're going to be able to just keep that separate from the rest of it. I hope we will be able to. And so I guess for that reason, I'm in favor of this motion. But that's just a concern that I've got there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Because of my earlier stated concerns about I think the front of the building has larger issues with regard to the standards of approval than can be solved by a trip to UDC. So I think it is out of scale with the historic nature of Langdon Street and does not really meet the vision of the downtown plan. I'm talking about the front facade. And so I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think we probably better have a roll call vote on this because there does seem to be differing opinions. Ms. Stouter, could you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Solheim. Madam Chair, can you unmute all?
Sorry, I just wanted to confirm how we're doing the roll call here. Are we raising our hand to?
No, well, everybody's unmuted, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
So each commissioner can simply say yes or no. Commissioner Solheim?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Sundquist?
Aye.
Alder Heck?
No.
Commissioner Hagenow?
Aye.
Commissioner Spencer?
Yes.
Alder Rummel?
No.
Alder Limmer.
Aye.
Okay, Madam Chair, the ayes have it.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. So the item will be referred to Urban Design Commission, and we will then see this again.
Madam Chair, I believe the public hearing is currently closed.
Yes.
Do you want to keep it closed or consider opening and recessing the public hearing?
I mean, there's a certain desirability in doing that, but
up to you. I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, if UDC has some significant recommendations, I'm not sure that that is necessarily fair. So, no, I will not reopen the public hearing to recess it. So then it would be a new hearing. Thank you for raising that, though, Ms. Stouter.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I think then that means that we're to the Secretary's report.
I'll make this very quick. Looking forward to our June 8th meeting. We'll have the comp plan progress update. 2 projects in the Capitol East District at 908 East Main for a new office building and 825 East Washington Hotel. I mentioned these last week. Also 402 to 414 East Washington, a mixed-use building on the 400 block. And then out much further east at 5622 East Park Boulevard, a large multifamily residential project. And then on June 29th, we will hopefully have the return of the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. It was referred at the Board of Parks Commissioners, and so if they can see it again in early June, we will maintain that schedule. Otherwise, we may need to shift that. We'll also have 817 Williamson Street, a mixed-use building, and then 1937 to 1949 Winnebago Street and 316 Russell. That's a 4-story but small footprint mixed-use building on the Near East Side. And those are the projects that I'll mention. I did want to say also that we're beginning to pull together materials for the June 18th special work session, which will focus on the zoning code and housing. And you'll hear more about that in the coming weeks. And then finally, Commissioner Sundquist mentioned this. The reason that folks did not get packets this time is that as we began to close offices, we also stopped receiving paper applications from applicants. And so we're just receiving electronic copies, even as staff at this point. And we were able to mail the plan commissioners packets for the last few meetings because we already had those in-house, had already received all of those paper application materials and plans. Moving forward, we're going to be trying to move to a 100% electronic review for the foreseeable future as long as the meetings are virtual. And then maybe we'll see at the end of that time, we'll see how we've done, and we might maintain electronic versions only, but we'll have an opportunity to get your feedback back on that in the coming months to see how this is working. I think that's all I have at this point for Secretary's report.
Thank you for that report and for clarifying where we are. Yes, you are unmuted, so go ahead.
Yeah, this is for Heather. Just wanted to know the status of, since I don't think you listed it and it's not on this list, Madison Yards and the referral from last time. Which committee will see the TDM plan, and then when is it coming back to us?
Yeah, I've asked the staff of the transportation committees. There is not a transportation committee meeting scheduled at this point, and so I don't know. But we're working to make sure that it's on the next schedule and trying to connect that applicant with both traffic engineering staff and also others to discuss the sustainability items that the Plan Commission raised. I don't know when it'll be back before the commission, but the applicant's highly motivated to come back as soon as practical.
So the motion was you could refer it either to TPPB or TC, and the TPPB meets on June 1st.
Is that meeting confirmed?
Oh, I don't know. I have it on my calendar. So
I don't think that meeting's confirmed at this point. But I do have a request into staffing in the mayor's office to see if we could add it to that agenda if that meeting occurs.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for Ms. Stouter? Any other business by members? Do I then have a motion to adjourn?
I move adjournment.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And you're unmuted. Okay, great. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Aye.